Well, well. We are on the last, what did I say? The last day of the third week of the first time of my live streaming journey. Hello guys. Day 21, unless my math is wrong, which would be really, really embarrassing as a self-professed Asian man to not know my simple maths. But I believe we're on the end of week 3. So welcome. It's so cool to be able to turn on the stream and it's not just only me that I'm talking to. Sora, welcome. Thank you so much for being the first to say hello. This is the first time I saw this. First time you saw what? What is it? First time you saw what? And let me send a message here. First time you saw what? Oh wait, are you talking about the oh, are you talking about the starting soon? Yeah, okay. I just saw your message as well. Cool. What'd you think of it? What'd you think? Man, I spent so much time on that too. So I hope you like it. Yeah, can I give some reference behind it? Yeah, I can. Let me give some context. I did build that in DaVinci. Let's see, how can I show you guys? You effing love it. Oh, nice. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. You can find it on my YouTube channel, by the way. Actually, this would be a good time to plug my YouTube channel. Let me just find it on my other screen here for you guys. View my channel. Yes, but thank you very much. I'm glad you like it. Basically, I made this video as, actually, if you go to my YouTube channel, it should be the first thing. If you are new to my channel, let me go and type in !YouTube. If you're the first time watching or clicking on my YouTube channel, it should be the video that just pops right up. But either way, let me put the link directly to this video because I am very proud of it. Let's copy this link. Hell yeah. So this is a link to that video that is my starting soon video. The only difference is that in this YouTube link, I don't have that kind of overlay that says starting soon. I don't have this, I kind of added some kind of vintage TV noise type thing over it. So this is the clean version that's on YouTube. So thank you very much for thinking you, saying that you love it. That's very nice to hear. And it is essentially like, it's a travel montage. So I kind of took the best moments across the past year and a half of my travels and I condensed it into like roughly a 3-minute video. And I figured this would be a good way to introduce people to who I am as a content creator. Found a good music. That the soundtrack was from Lens Distortions, I believe. Yes, it was. And yeah, and then there was a little thing in between when I had the starting soon ending and when I transitioned to the start of my stream. There's like a 10-second little opener, and that actually I created with the, you know what, I do remember the guy's name because I do want to shout him out. It was a guy on Fiverr that I reached out to, and he helped me out tremendously. He created the nice like template. I worked with him. I did end up changing the sound effects. Sorry, man, whatever your name. I'll look up your name. I did completely change the sound effects and the audio. Just I had an idea in mind. But yeah, so that I used that as a way to segue into the start of our stream. So yeah, glad you like it. You held a Sony A6400 for the first time. It's super light. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't remember. Because the last time I had a Sony was the A6000, and that was like years back. I didn't have good reference back then to know if a camera is light or not. So for instance, my Z9 is definitely a heavy camera. It's got an extra built-in base to it, right? So I imagine if I go from that to the Sony A64, I'd probably be like, oh my god, I'm not holding anything. But yes, Sora, sorry, let me catch up as well. You said, let's go day 21. Yes, we were on day 21. It's a beautiful day, okay? Also, well, compared to the DSLR, it's super light. Yeah. It's like there's so many reasons to switch over to mirrorless. If you are a DSLR user or if you're new to photography, I would absolutely recommend shifting over to mirrorless. It is the new tech. It is what will be the future tech as well, right? You want to future-proof whatever you're learning. What's the point in learning something if it's going to get obsolete unless you have a lot of money and you don't care, it's just a passion. So but yes, good on you for, when you say you held the Sony A6400, are you saying you purchased it or you're considering it, or you just happen to see one out in the field somewhere? I'm like talking about it like it's a bird that you held. Like, oh, you held a Sony A6400? Oh, wow. What'd you feed it? What else should we say as we get started on the stream? Welcome, guys. So my name's Yobel. I should introduce myself for anyone who's new here. I am multi-streaming across YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. And we are on day 21 of my live streaming journey. So essentially, I am a wildlife and travel photographer and videographer. I am an aspiring filmmaker, and a lot of my time in the past year has been focused on building a YouTube channel. So I will constantly plug all my socials and everything like that, and especially my YouTube. But yeah, so I've been traveling for the past year and a half. I left corporate. This is basically what I do full time now. And for a year and a half, I've been traveling nonstop, like anywhere from 2 weeks to the full month of each month, up until the start of the summer. And I had my last trip. I came back from Tanzania, and I said I'm not traveling for the rest of the year because I have over 100 terabytes. You heard me correctly, 100 terabytes plus worth of video footages and photos that I've taken across the year and a half of traveling. And so I need to go sit my ass down and actually create the content. And that's what I decided we're going to do on we're going to do it live. So starting on day 1 of my live streaming journey, we started to work on what I call Project Mongolia. That was the next of my travel vlog series that I was going to work on. And so if you go to my YouTube channel, you'll see that as of now, we finished a vlog series for Uganda. Then we did one video for Tajikistan, one video for India, and now Mongolia will most likely be a 2 to 3 episode travel series, and we're on episode 1. So if you ever hop over to the VODs on my channel, you'll see starting with day 1 up until now we're on day 21. It's the entire journey. I literally probably 99 point whatever % of the creation of this video that will be published to YouTube very shortly. You can see the entirety of how I created the video, how I edited the photos, how we did every step of it. So yeah, somehow people have found it interesting, and you know, or maybe they find me so engaging, you know, so or maybe it's my cats. Actually, that's probably the real answer. So let me also now introduce my second cat here. This is Kimpap. Kimpap is a good boy. He's the chunkier of the two, although he has lost weight. Don't let this pose fool you. He has lost a little bit of weight. He got called fat yesterday, so you know, I don't take offense to it, but you know, he's doing well. He lost a few pounds, okay? And then we got another cat, Nala, who is currently hiding somewhere. She always does this. I don't know why. She will appear maybe like an hour into the stream. So either ways, they are part of my stream. Sora, you said, nope, it's your family. It's my friend's camera. She got the Tamron 17-70 f2.0. Wow. That's a good range, by the way. 17-70 and at 2.0. My goodness. Yeah, I only have like the Nikon lens in the cameras, but that would be a beautiful range to have 17-70 at f2. That'd be perfect for travel. Like literally that would probably end up being the one that's my go-to for everything. I would be able to do wide angle selfie vlog stuff, which I need to do more of. And then boom, I can switch it over and like do some sneaky shots of a local, you know, maybe across the street doing something, or the cat or the dog. And yeah. That's one of the best ranges for sure. That's cool. Sorry, you're gonna have to remind me, what camera do you shoot with? I'm trying to test my memory as we go as well. Also, while we're doing that, I made a few updates off stream. I'm trying my best off stream to be productive, keep improving the quality of what we're doing. So again, you'll notice even in the past few days, we have upgraded. So the first thing is the upgrade I mentioned is in the ! commands. So you should be able to see all the ways to see my socials, find ways to support me, learn more about me. Just go ahead and do the ! commands and see what's out there. And I think I did it correctly, but it looks like the message is too long, so it might be cut into 2. I'm not sure. Whatever, we'll figure that out later. The other thing, what have I been working on? We created some emotes. Oh, I don't know if it's actually going to work or not, so maybe I should test it. We have created some custom emotes. And, oh, what up, Will? Sneaky shots of, oh, so good to see that people are paying attention. What's up, Will? My fellow tier 2 subber, okay? Listen, Will, since you've been gone, we have collected a few more subbers, okay? I don't know if that's what you call them, but we got people who are willing to pay money to support me, and that's including you, so I appreciate it, man. But yeah, so we do have some custom emotes. I think I created them on YouTube as well, actually. but I don't know how you're supposed to click on them. It might be like stickers or something. But what do I do? If I do Yobel P, Aura, capital A, right? Is this right? And I believe this should show up on... Oh no, I did it wrong though, didn't I? Is it with a lowercase? My God. How the F do you do this? Let's click on my emotes real quick. Slim Kitty. Oh yeah, so we created some emotes of my cats. So we got Nala and Kimbap as emotes. And I don't know if I created it properly or not. Oh, dang it. Okay, so I think there's something... I thought I set it up properly, but I didn't. But it was supposed to, like, if someone uses the emotes, it was supposed to, like, splash massively across the screen. And apparently I haven't set that up yet. So whatever. We'll take care of it next time. Will, you're saying, since you don't answer your phone these days, this is the only way... I don't know you. Who are you? W. Dow? Nah, I'm just kidding. Dude, you called me while I was on the stream. I'm not... this is professional hours, man. You're calling me during my work hours. You know that's faux pas. What the heck? You want me to call you while you're running an important meeting with all your shareholders or whatever? And I just pop in with the FaceTime? Come on. You know, show some respect while you're at it. But yeah, so we have made some progress. And look at this. So what other progress have we made? Well, firstly, like I said, I'm not just streaming to myself anymore. So that is a cool feeling. Right now we got 12 of you guys across YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. So that's pretty awesome as well. Kick is the one that I do need to kind of, you know, you guys are lagging a little bit. Okay, oh, well, I'm lagging a bit. So I do need to build up the Kick community a bit more. I didn't have time to fix some things, but I do want to kind of refresh a few things across my Twitch profile and elsewhere. But point is, we made a lot of progress. Yesterday we had some good chats with a few people late at night, my time, and we actually did finish the video. So I'm going to take a moment, I'm going to switch over to this, and I'm going to show you guys some of the things we worked on towards the beginning. Oh, Will, this might be the first time you're going to see this, so it'll be good to get your insights here. Will, you said, I have no important meetings. Yeah, of course not. Well, if you count this as a meeting, since I am working here, so... All right, so here's what we changed, and we have some ideas. So there's going to be a few things. Ignore the title that pops up at the end, but we got really good feedback from Gumba Boy yesterday, as well as Zion, I think, or no, with Bonnie.
There are moments you never forget when you witness something primal, ancient, unstoppable. Through blinding snow, I watched them emerge, eagle hunters with the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia.
Okay, so this part here, ignore the red text. I was struggling to get the right... I was struggling a little bit to get the Mongolian script that is necessary, but we had a suggestion from someone in the chat. A couple suggestions, but there's one dude, Gumba Boy or something, from Malaysia. Gumba Boy from Malaysia. But anyways, he suggested, because he's like a super fontophile, if that's a word. He knows all about fonts and everything, so we were downloading a bunch of different font styles, but he also suggested that we should kind of replicate an Akira style text, or like a title scene. So the thought was like, okay, well, what if we just have Mongolia blasted up on the title moment, and then if we can figure out the Mongolian script, where either it's the word for Mongolia, or maybe it's like part of the phrase of my YouTube title, then that can be like splashed on top or behind, depending on which format looks better. And then, yeah, that becomes the title. And then we went down this whole rabbit hole of trying to figure out the right Mongolian fonts to use. So we were like researching different, who was it? I think Espionage last night. Thank you, if it was you. We were like looking up Mongolian stamps to see if there's like a specific type of font that we see being used, like actually in Mongolia. Because then it was like a thought process of like, okay, well, if we're going down this route, hopefully we can use things that are a bit more authentic to the country, and hopefully not offensive. I don't think it'll be offensive. So we did our best to find a font that kind of seems similar to the ones that we see on these kind of stamps. So we're going all out now. We're going like way deep into trying to make this feel a bit more Mongolian, let's say. But yeah, so this is just a placeholder with the red text. I think I did find an answer to how to do this properly, but that will be today's game plan. So we're not going to start on this right now. I do need to kind of warm myself up a bit. No need to jump right into the deep end of editing some videos. The other thing we made progress on yesterday was, like I said, we've worked on a bit of emotes. I don't have a... This was an emote we started on, but we didn't actually finish. This is going to be an emote that... what would it be? It'd be like a big brain moment. So if there's a moment on stream where we're having a bigger brain, then we can do something here. But I couldn't figure out what to put on the side to make this pop. And if you're new to this, essentially what we started doing is creating emotes based off of wildlife photos that I've taken, as well as some of photos that I've taken of my cats. And so we got some good suggestions. We have gone ahead and created a number of free emotes on Twitch, and I think Kick as well. And then YouTube, I believe so. I think I did it properly. So there's like the free tier, and then if you are a paying member, we will then be able to unlock different cool emotes that you can use. But for the most part, I think I try to make a lot of the best ones free so that, you know, we can test it out, see if it all works properly and all that. But yes, anyways, we are on day 21, and Sora... Oh yeah, I was going to show you Sora. Let me open up my folder here real quick. So Sora, I wanted to show you that one video. It'd be under cinematic trailers, I think. Cinematic travel vlog. Oh yeah, montage. Okay, here it is. So this is the start of my streams, essentially. So yeah, sorry, we're coming back to this much later, Sora. We went on a little bit of a tangent, and that's just something you got to get used to on these streams, okay? I do ramble. Will can attest to that. But this was the video that I made it, so this hopefully is a good representation not only of who I am as a content creator, what I do as a profession now, but then also this should hopefully give you a good sense of the types of videos that we'll be working on these streams. So because I only took a few tidbits across the past year and a half or so of my travels, and then I kind of put it here as a nice little montage. But you'll see, for instance, you'll recognize at this point some of the shots from Mongolia. This is from Mongolia, but this is from my second time going to Mongolia. So we're not actually on this project just yet. Let's see if we can find some of the clips. This is from Japan. Here we go. So that, for instance... You guys should be familiar with this scene now, but this is from our episode 1 of Mongolia that we've been working on, including this shot, and I think just those two. This is from Uganda, Colombia, Uganda, Vietnam. This was India. This is second trip to Mongolia. Uganda, that was from Italy, I think, actually. Then some Colombia, Mongolia, Zimbabwe, Dubai. So yeah, basically, when you look at these clips, this will give you a sense of like, okay, what is the purpose of my live streams? Well, there really isn't a purpose in a kind of like an existential kind of way, but it is very much like, practically speaking, I'm using these streams to be productive. So I will be working on my YouTube videos throughout the streams. I'll be editing my photos from my travels. But then, as we've seen in the past number of days, we also use these streams as a way to kind of grow the community, meet other photographers, videographers, people who travel, and then hopefully, yeah, we can teach each other or learn from each other on different ways to improve our craft, let's say. And I've already done that. Like, you know, what have we improved? We've had people in the chat who've improved my audio quality, who've recommended different software that I should use, which we've applied to this video. We've now learned a lot more about fonts and what not to use and some suggestions. What else? I mean, and then just throughout, you guys have given suggestions on like the music choice, you know, the length and the duration of certain things in the videos, and just overall, I think this video definitely has been made substantially better because of people in the chat. So yeah, that was it's been fun for me, selfishly speaking. It's actually made me better as a content creator. So there's that. Will, you said I really like the... Will, what time is it for you over there? I was gonna call you, but I didn't know what time. At one point I was gonna call you, but I think it was like 2 a.m. So Will is one of the few people who knows me in real life that stumbled upon my stream. I have not actually, as of now, advertised my live streaming to my Instagram audience or just like broader people, because I kind of wanted to go through all the testing myself, make sure we work through all the kinks of what it means to be a live streamer, and also see if I actually want to do this. And I definitely do. It's been a lot of fun. So Will is a dear friend. Used to... anyways, I don't know how much personal detail we should share about this dude, Will. But although you got... Never mind. Okay, I really like the Mongolian stamp idea, by the way. I just looked up Mongolian script. Yep, Mongolian script before Cyrillic, and it's really cool. Yeah, so that Mongolian script, I think, is the one we were trying to replicate. Where was it? Let's see. But the only issue is that the Mongolian script, I say issue, but usually it's in a vertical format. So then if I asked ChatGPT, if I am able to get the words properly and place it in our video, then the question is like, well, shoot, if it's in vertical mode, how the heck do I kind of slot it in this way? So I don't have an answer for that right now. Maybe there's a different kind of design we can do where there's like a lot of these lines. Let's see. Yeah, because we didn't think it through all the way. All right, but let's imagine. What if it's something like this? Just as an example. Okay, so imagine. But imagine this looked like that kind of Mongolian script style, as opposed to what it looks like now, which is still very like, kind of looks still very alphabetized almost. Or is the word Cyrillic? I don't know. Okay, so what if we did something? Yeah, what if you had a bunch of these kind of like, you know, strewn around the video? I don't know if it'll look good or not. That's a problem, but oh my god, I'm failing at this. Yeah, so like what if we had a bunch of these everywhere, you know? And then just find a way to make it look nice? Possibly, but I don't know. Then we're kind of going away from the whole Akira approach, right? And so then if we go too far away from the Akira approach, then it's like, well, what the heck? It's not really Akira anymore. So then we might as well just do a normal type of title. So, oh shit. Yeah, that looks cool. But okay, what did you type in there, Will? What is that? Is that just the word Mongolia? Or are you... If I put this in here, am I gonna... Is this not PG? Because the thing is, oh wait, actually, I think I can do this now. Hold on. Because I downloaded a font off stream that I think is what allows me to put in the Mongolian script. I just have to choose in here, Nodo Sans Mongolia. Now if I paste this in here, yeah, there we go. Oh, see, we're evolving. All right, we're gonna do the red one for now, just to mimic it. Okay, so that's just the word Mongolia. Perfect, thanks, man. Oh, dude, all right. Does this mean I have to credit you in my YouTube video? Do I have to like put a whole thing? I'll put you in the end credits. But okay, but the problem isn't the problem still, I believe. Like, is this font correct in landscape mode? I could have sworn when I read online, it was saying the Mongolian script is usually vertical and then left to right, I think. I don't know. But maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe I am overthinking it. But like I said, it would suck if we go this far to actually use Mongolian script just to do it wrong and bastardize it so that like people who are actually Mongolian are like, what the heck, man? You were 60% of the way there and then you decide to butcher it. So yeah, that's my main concern, I guess. But this does look really cool. The question is, can we make it? Whoops. And it might not look good diagonal, maybe. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Listen, we're just spitballing here. But that's just the word Mongolia. Okay. Yeah, because then we need to do this in a way where obviously it's still easy to read the text behind it. So either it needs to go below, or let's see. Let's try this. Okay, I'm not sure yet. Will, you still there? If you are, I wanted to show you some of the progress we made on the video. It makes it tough. Oh wait, what did you say? Yeah, you're right. Apparently it is top to bottom. Yeah, that's the. But then, yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. Because then we could just have it as a very, very light, like we can increase the opacity here, or reduce the opacity, I guess. Can I do that easily? Where is opacity? Mother of... Oh, wait, this one. No, not this one. Yeah, so one thing is, if I can figure out where the freaking opacity is, we can just reduce that a bit, so it's a bit easier to read. Willie said the traditional Mongolian script is written vertically from top to bottom, and columns go from left to right. Okay, yeah, from GPT. Yep, our boy. Oh, Will, you would like this reference, or kind of. So early on, I asked ChatGPT to name himself or herself. I was like, yo, give yourself an identity, and we're going to call you that from now on stream. And for a number of reasons, he said he's, he goes by he, him, but he's like, you can call me Echo. So I've been calling him Mr. Echo, but I'm not spelling it the way in Lost, but it is, I think, like, I'm just saying ECHO, whatever. Sora, you said I'm still here ordering McDonald's. Jealous, man. I'm very jealous. I did eat my breakfast today, though, so we're slowly, as we figure out the routine here, the schedule, I am trying to be more healthy now, so there's that. All right, Will, let me show you. Let me show you the work we've done, okay? You're getting the sneak peek. All of you guys who are tuning into this live stream and who've been a part of this journey, you guys are getting every bit of this story before we put it into the into its final form. You restarted that series because it's on Netflix now? What am I watching now? Man, I don't have time to watch anything anymore. No, wait, Will, have you seen The Bear? We had a whole conversation about it last night on stream, but you need to watch The Bear if you haven't already. All right, I'm going to start the video from here. Enjoy, guys. This is, I think, my favorite 3 chapters in the entire episode. It's the music choice. We did such a good job. Honestly, we struggled a bit, but we found the answer. It flows nicely with each other. Okay, let's go ahead and play it from here. Like, and we need to change all the titles, but yeah.
Russian band, Eagle Hunters down there, and our photographer, Yabel. Hi, how are you?
Cold.
Cold, yeah.
If you couldn't tell, I was freezing my ass off. At this point, temperatures averaged around minus 40 degrees, and before we knew it, we were caught in blinding snowfall. Eventually, it forced us off the mountain, but not before one last epic ride in the snow. Enjoy. From the sudden snowstorm while ice fishing to the blizzard on the mountain, Mongolia's winter was proving harsher than anticipated. And as if that wasn't enough, the worst was yet to come. Everyone began hunkering down, gathering livestock, reinforcing shelters, and bracing themselves for the real storm to hit. In the storm's aftermath, Arctic sadly lost one of his stallions, a tragedy shared by tens of thousands across Mongolia. Roughly 8 million livestock perished, triggering food insecurity and economic hardship throughout the region. But amidst this harsh reality, the resilience of Mongolia's people stood out clearly. Witnessing their strength and determination in such adversity, it reminded me why I travel. To see and share the true spirit that defines a place and its people. Thank you so much for joining me on this intense first chapter of my Mongolian journey. If you enjoyed it, please like, subscribe, and stay tuned for the next episode. Because trust me, there's much more to come. More adventures, more incredible moments, and even getting drunk with some eagle hunters. So until then, take care.
I had a question before about this, by the way, so you're not the only one here, but question about like, what did they do with that dead horse? I actually asked them in the moment, so I know the answers to this, because like, oh shoot, are they taking it away to like chop it up and we're gonna have it for dinner? And apparently, I don't know the percentage. We can ask Mr. Echo, but there's a huge percentage of people, huge percentage of the population are Muslim in Mongolia, I believe. So then as part of that religion, I think this is considered unholy in terms of, yeah, like you have to be able to bless all the meat and stuff. So yeah, they can't eat it. I don't think they could do anything with it really. So they said they were taking it somewhere to bury it and yeah, say goodbye. So it's like, oh, okay, whatever. But yeah, so that's the video, man. So we'd spent what? I think we officially kind of finished the video structure on day 17 or day 18 maybe, and then the past few days we've just been doing fine-tuning. We did the past 2 days we were doing the voiceover recordings, and then now we were looking at the final pass. We did some sound quality control. We got to color grade every single of these clips now, so we still have a few more steps, but I was hoping to get this published by tomorrow, but I also don't want to rush it, so we'll see how far we get today. But yeah, what's up, Garv? You're back now from Italy vacation. It's over now. Oh damn, that's a quick vacation, man. I am for 1 day by my best friend, and tomorrow I can watch you live full. Hey man, dude, I do appreciate it, and thank you again for I feel like you're my best promoter. You're like sending across all the links to all my channels. I appreciate it, dude. I do. Thank you, and yeah, welcome back. Or wait, see, you're back from your Italy vacation. Gotcha. Well, enjoy your time with your best friend, and yeah, no rush in terms of watching me live and all that, but obviously I do appreciate you doing that. No problem. Will, you said this video is definitely your best one yet. Have you found it took a lot longer to produce than previous videos. Thanks, man. Yeah, dude, I kind of said the same thing a couple days ago where I was like, I say this for every one of my videos where I'm like, this is the best one I've done, I think. This is the best one. But this one I can confidently say it probably is the best one in the sense that I felt I was the most technically sound in my entire process, where for each step of this kind of, you know, as we built it out, I was trying to be more consistent. I was trying to think of it from every angle of like storyline narrative to the sound quality to even like making sure all the soundtracks we used had like a certain theme to it, or like literally a lot of them are very Mongolian, like you hear the throat singing in a lot of the soundtracks. So like trying to be consistent there. Even the trailer, we spent so much time. We spent 9 days to finish the trailer, but making the color grading and everything look similar. So the entire beginning trailer has like a monochromatic color effect to it. So yeah, just like instead of it feeling like we're just jarbling and throwing in a bunch of random clips that don't really synchronize. So yeah, man, I do feel the same way. This is the best one we've done. And I do think doing it on a live stream actually probably helped out a lot, because obviously without the live stream, I would just have to do this for myself, and I have no, you know, I obviously have my biases, but to have people who come in here without, you know, like a fresh perspective and different opinions, being able to see this and give some critiques, that's also helped out quite a bit. Audio still needs work. So I think, Will, we've had a chat about this. I still haven't like really cracked what is the tone that I want to go with, because like it's like been my biggest challenge to try to go with like a super conversational tone like I am speaking right now in a stream, mainly because there's like an actual script that I'm reading while I'm recording it, and so it's hard. It's been pretty challenging to figure out how to be like super conversational and read the script. And also, I don't necessarily know if being super conversational makes the most sense. So for instance, when we were working on the intro, we had some back and forths with a few people in the chat where ultimately we landed on like, you know what, the first several attempts of my voice recording wasn't going to work because it sounded too casual. So we needed to actually go more in on like sounding dramatic, which I still don't really know how to crack that either. So, you know, the answer for that was I ended up buying a new microphone. So yes, I did actually, I'm not going to tell Demetrius, who was in the chat the other day, but I did end up putting some money down and bought a new microphone. So it should be arriving next week, and I hope the quality will improve. Just me personally, man, when I hear my own voiceovers in the VODs, it's just like, it does bother me. Okay, but yeah, thanks, man. Have you found it took a lot longer to produce? Kind of, yeah. I think for Uganda, I was getting, especially after the first maybe 1 to 2 episodes, I was definitely getting to a flow of finishing each video around 2 weeks. So like within 2 weeks. And welcome back, Sora. What'd you get from McDonald's, by the way? Should I even say, do I dare say what my favorite, the thing I get every single time from McDonald's? I'm gonna say it anyway. Fish fillet, or filet o fish. People really hate that, but I love it. The mystery fish, oh, hits the spot. It's what gave me the strong stomach that I have now for all my travels, so I don't have food poisoning. But yeah, so this video, you're watching it, right? So we're on day 21 and we haven't published the video yet. Realistically, it took, like, let's say it could have probably taken me 2.5 weeks to finish this if I wasn't on stream, but because we were streaming it, I also went on a few bit of tangents, or we went a little bit deeper into certain sections than I might have before, because I didn't get, you know, real-time feedback last time. But I do think the next videos, it's going to go by much faster. So like I said, I spent 9 days on this trailer, but since the trailer is done, now for episodes 2, let's say if I end up with 2 more episodes, maximum will be 2 more episodes, maybe just 1 more episode. I mean, this trailer's done. We just need to work on like a 10-second hook for episode 2. But then we're probably going to save like 8 days of working on this. So then that should mean, assuming episode 2 will be roughly the same duration, like around 15 minutes, we should be able to get the episode 2 done in 2 weeks. But even then, I don't think that's fast enough. So that's a whole other conversation I need to have about like strategy around how do I make sure I'm posting as much as possible on YouTube. The live stream is actually part of that strategy, because now every time I go live, and we've been going live consistently every day, roughly like 8 to 9 hours, you know, once I end the stream, that becomes a video on YouTube. It's one of those VODs, and that is permanently there. So in a sense, I am posting daily now on YouTube, so that's a good thing. So everything is all part of the strategy, is working in the right direction. Garv, you said this is so delicious, the filet-o-fish. Now I'm hungry. Dude, you might be the only person with me that actually likes the filet-o-fish, okay? But I grew up on that. So that was just more like nostalgia. Oh, nice stream follower goal. Yeah, okay, so I didn't have enough time to really test everything. But I wanted to keep like seeing what can we update now that I feel more familiar with these programs and like the Streamlabs and things like that. So I did put the streamer goal. I don't know if it works properly or not because I couldn't figure out how. I couldn't figure some things out. So we'll just leave it at that. But for now, I figure let's test it. Let's put a goal of like 100 followers across YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. Yeah, we'll just see. No. The 54 followers are not all from today. I wish, but no. All right, man. Will, good stuff. Can't wait for the release. Yeah, I'll let you know in advance. I appreciate it, dude. Hopefully in the next 2 to 3 days. But yeah, cheers, man. Enjoy. No, Garv, this is just from collectively. So I just did some manual math, right? So I looked at my Twitch followers and the Kick followers. I couldn't figure out how many followers I got from YouTube, just because YouTube, I don't know, I couldn't find anywhere in the analytics how many people subscribed from the live stream, because it's mixing in with people who just subscribe overall, like just in general, like, but they might not be watching. They might not be subscribing to watch my live streams, right? So I didn't really know how to factor that in. So the number you're seeing, the 54, is collectively across Twitch and Kick. So yeah. Which reminds me, if you are watching on Twitch or Kick right now, and YouTube, please, I would appreciate if you go ahead and hit that, I don't know, is there a like button on Twitch and Kick? I'm so new to this, I don't know. I'm assuming there isn't a like button on Twitch and Kick, but if there is a little subscribe button or a follow button or whatever, I will appreciate that. And then those of you watching the YouTube right now or later, definitely hit that like button and help me out there as well. I would very much appreciate it. Garv, what is that thing? I don't know. Oh yeah, one of the other things I was testing out was, oh yeah, follow, yeah. Do not worry, they will come. One of the things I was trying to figure out was the emotes. And I thought I created something on Streamlabs, so when someone puts in one of my emotes, it would show up like, let's see if that works. It was supposed to like blast something on the screen, but I don't think I did it correctly. So we'll work on that later. See what's causing that. Yeah. See, Garv, you did that, but like I thought I created the thing that it would just put it up on the big screen. So we still have a lot more to go in terms of improving our live stream skills and mastery. But with all of that said, guys, I think we're ready to get started. It's 5 p.m. my time. We've got, what, maybe 7 hours or so of the stream that we're going to be doing. What are we going to accomplish today? Actually, let's look at the agenda. So what's on the agenda? Number 1, make some cat emotes. Oh yeah, okay. I did take some new photos. Okay, I'll share with you guys some of the potential emotes. I talked to ChatGPT, and they created some images for me. Number 2, we're gonna do the final color grading for episode 1. Yep. We're gonna do some visual effects for episode 1. We started that. We're gonna finish it. We're gonna play with my cats at different points, like Kimbap over here. And just overall, we'll just have photo, video, travel talk. So whenever, just anytime, feel free to interrupt. It's not really interrupting, but feel free at any point to just chime in, ask questions. Feel free to join the Discord, throw photos or videos, and as we have time, we can review them. But just overall, enjoy the stream, enjoy my 2 cats, and let's try to finish this video. Oh yeah, one other thing, by the way. Garv, I forget if you were there for this. Garv, you said, is color grading hardcore or is it hardcore or like hard-coded? Or is it possible? For the color grading, no, it's it'll be easy. We've already done 90% of the color grading. Like technically most of these footages look okay. What I mean by like the final color grading, it's more should we apply a consistent color style? So like for instance in our trailer, you can see here everything is this kind of very monochrome, almost black and white, but not really. But it's a very like desaturated, as opposed to very colorful and like warm or anything like that. So this is the lookup table that we ended up using. that I quite liked. It was a bit of a dramatic tone to it, and it makes each of these video clips feel like they're part of a cohesive, you know, larger piece, which is what we were going for, like a trailer. So we want to do the same thing for the remaining, all the rest of the video, right? So like, look at all this, we use the exact same LUT for everything. But then once, let's say if I hop out of the trailer, you'll see right away. Actually, the only one that was different was this one, because that obviously we were in a completely different zone for that. This is meant to be warm. But then, yeah, so let's say we're done with the trailer. And then when you see, as we start the chapter 1, the colors will be very, very different, because I haven't really played with it yet. So here, it's just like normal colors, essentially. So you'll see a lot of the colors that just match. I did the color grading to kind of just make sure each color, what you see, is fairly close to the natural colors that was there. So we didn't go crazy with the colors. I just kept it all natural. And so now we're going to see, should we apply a consistent color look and feel across each chapter, only on certain sections? So is it like better to keep this all looking different, but then when we have the more crazy moments, do we want to have like a similar LUT? I don't know. So that's what I'm talking about. We'll do that tonight. We'll do that today as we have time. Yeah, is color grading hardcore? I guess I don't really know what that means, but like if you're saying is it tough, it could. It doesn't have to be, but it can be. Is my best way to say it. Like for instance, like I've already color graded everything, and what I was aiming to do was just color grade things to look natural. So I just needed to make sure the colors looked okay. Like this is the proper skin tone, that was the color of the snow, okay, fine. Then I didn't really need to change much. But now if I'm going into the creative direction, where we're saying, hey, we want a consistent look and feel, then it becomes a little bit more tough. But it doesn't have to be, because for instance, in my case, I actually have a bunch of LUTs that I downloaded. So these are not my own LUTs. Like LUT stands for lookup table. And it's essentially like in photography where you have presets, or in Instagram, think of the filters. So these are kind of preset filters on your videos. And so all you have to do is like a one click to make it your style. So it's very similar to, and here's where I plug myself. It's very similar to my own presets for photos. And I just sent a link in the chat. If you ever want to check out my photo presets, you can support me, and you can also purchase these presets if you are a photographer and you want to learn about photo editing. Garvey said, okay, I watch this video when it's public on YouTube when I want to sleep. Endless. It is so satisfying. Perfect, man. And thank you. And what I'll do is I'll end up posting this full video on YouTube, and then I will post just the trailer as a separate video. I have a playlist for my like cinematic trailers, so I'll post that there. And then later on, I'll be working on a 1 hour video where we take all of the wildlife moments from Mongolia, and then we do slow motion with relaxing music. And so then that will also be on my YouTube. You can see some of those already on my YouTube channel, but yeah, just as an FYI. So yeah, we'll go through this. And so because I have these LUTs already downloaded, it makes it so much easier, because all I have to do is click it, right? So now you're just choosing. You're essentially window shopping right now for the color grading. So this is actually much easier. It's really just a stylistic question. What do you prefer? So I hope that answered your question. Otherwise, let's go ahead and see where should we start? I'm a little bit stuck on the font, as in I don't have the answer yet for the title. And I don't know if Goomba and Bonnie will join later. I think they were both helping me out with the fonts. So maybe we'll wait to do the title sequence from when they join the stream, if they do. For now, I think I want to focus on our titles. So if you guys remember, or if you weren't here, I was talking to ChatGPT, or who we affectionately call Mr. Echo. So Mr. Echo, let me go ahead and just move some of these out of the way. Just gonna kind of minimize this for now. And let's move this here. So we were having a conversation with Mr. Echo, aka ChatGPT, and we were asking him for help with naming all the chapter titles of my video. So we landed on a good title for YouTube. So the actual title of this video, as of now, it's going to be, where is it? Into the Blizzard, my adventure with Mongolia's eagle hunters. So this is very straightforward. It tells a story right away. It has all of the kind of keywords, I believe, that YouTube is looking for, like, you know, in case people are searching. So obviously it has Mongolia, it's got eagle hunters, it's got adventure, and it's got Blizzard. So hopefully those are the key search words that I need to make sure is in the title so that it fits with what I'm going to be sharing. Yeah, and it tells the story. Into the Blizzard, my adventure with Mongolia's eagle hunters is not too clickbaity, so there's no, like, you know, we had some other examples that was suggested and it was way too much. So I think this is fine. Garv, you said maybe on TikTok too, because TikTok, it's easy to get more views and then they will go to your YouTube channel. Oh yeah, I never thought of that. Yeah, that's a good point. And I haven't really considered doing TikTok lives or Instagram lives yet. So right now we're multi-streaming on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick, but the reason I haven't done the TikTok or the live is right now when I think about how would I share something, and let's imagine TikTok. If someone's watching live, they're watching a vertical video, so then can they really, if I'm editing my video right now in DaVinci, can they actually even see anything that I'm doing on a small, landscape mode within the vertical? Probably not. So I don't really know what I would be able to show there other than like my webcam. So yeah, sure, they can see a webcam of me, but then if you're not seeing what I'm working on, that's where I was like, I don't have a good answer for how do I do TikTok lives and Instagram lives in a way that's actually interesting. So I'm holding off on that. At the very least, our current strategy is when I start traveling again. So once I start going abroad, when I'm on my next wildlife safari in Africa, or if we're going into the jungles, then if I can go live, then I would try to do like some TikTok lives or Instagram lives where you can actually see the gorilla with me, right? Like I'll depending on the reception, I'll try to like go live stream. And so when that gorilla, silverback gorilla, is like charging at me, boom, you guys can see as it, attacks me or something. So then I think it's perfect for those kind of live streams. We'll see. But yeah, thanks for asking. I need to keep testing out what's a good strategy there, and set a lot of hashtags. Yeah, and I've already asked Mr. Echo. I always ask Mr. Echo here, like what is the best SEO strategy? How many hashtags is too much or too little, or what's the best thing to put? I just don't know that world enough, so I just go with whatever he tells me. Okay, so Into the Blizzard, my adventure with Mongolia's eagle hunters. Then chapter 1, he did not change it, so chapter 1, let's just shrink this over here. And we'll zoom in so it's a little bit easier to read for you guys. Where are the chapter titles? There it is. So then chapter 1, he did not change.
Welcome back to...
So touchdown in Mongolia. Now we do also need to change the font, but we'll do all the font stuff later when Gumba Boy and the others joined who are really into fonts, and they can help me out.
To my channel.
But otherwise, let's also minimize some of these things so you guys can see in full screen. Chapter 1 is then touchdown in Mongolia. Chapter 2, we previously called it entering the Wild Wild East. So Mr. Echo is saying keep it, but just slightly change the title to Into the Wild Wild East. I like it. It's much simpler, shorter, but it still keeps the whole Wild Wild East thing. So I like it. What about chapter 3? Meet the crew and the camels. Okay, sure. Because it is part of the chapter. And we should probably capitalize. And the camels. Okay, I don't mind that. Let me make sure, did I capitalize the other stuff? I did. And I did. Cool. What about chapter 4? Chapter 4, instead of Arctic the Eagle Hunter, he says the Eagle Hunter's welcome. Actually, I think I prefer mine a bit more. It's like I just want to be able to put his name out there. It's Arctic the Eagle Hunter. That's it. This chapter is very much just introducing Arctic, a little bit of his lifestyle, before we kind of wander around his place. So I think we'll keep that one. What about chapter 5? Day in the life of an eagle hunter on eagle's wings. Oh, wait, is that like from a? Is that on eagle's wings? Where have I heard that? Is that like a Christian song track or something? On eagle's wings. Yeah, okay, I've heard this then before. On Eagle's Wings is a well-known Christian hymn written by Father Michael Donkus, inspired by Psalm 91. It's popular at funerals. Okay. All right. Well, I like it. It's a funny reference. So this chapter we will now call On Eagle's Wings. Cool. So far, ChatGPT is what is it? Well, he didn't change this one, so he's really agreeing with me. We'll go with 1, 2, 3. Right now we're 4 for 5. Actually, no, 5 of 6 because I did like the title as well. Okay, so then the next chapter. Right now it's called Let's Go Ice Fishing. And he's saying fishing for trouble. I like this one. Fishing for trouble. But now how do I put in the stuff about the snowstorm? Fishing for trouble. Because this is the first time we see the snowstorm, right? Where it gets really crazy. So, fishing for trouble is, I mean, it sounds catchy, but it might not really convey enough to really fit what I'm trying to do. Also, it's like ice fishing. So then it's also taking away from the kind of concept of ice fishing, I guess, just by doing fishing. It's a good play on words, I guess, but... Okay, so we will push back a little bit on fishing for trouble. Let's continue for now, and then we can go back to the ones we want to change. So then chapter 7. Through the whiteout. Through the whiteout. I mean, it doesn't sound bad, but I don't think it... Again, it's like I'm trying to mix in a little bit of like, can we make clever chapter titles? Make it a little bit more whimsical or lighthearted or punny. I like all of that. But it also has to make sense, I guess. And like, if someone just reads the title Through the Whiteout, would they really understand what the heck that's talking about? Whereas like, this is the most epic chapter, right? This is the chapter where we see, again, the original soundtrack or the trailer soundtrack kicks in. We've got the riders through the snow. So, I think Through the Whiteout doesn't do it justice. I think something... the one I did originally was the Heart of Mongolia, right? And that was because I had some inner thoughts around, like, we ended the trailer by saying the Heart of Mongolia while we're showing this, and it's like their fierce nature. But also Heart of Mongolia doesn't really tie it to anything either, so... but yeah, I don't think I like Through the Whiteout. It's not epic enough. It doesn't convey that fact that this is the climax of the entire episode. So we're gonna push back on chapters 6 and 7. What about chapter 8? We had something pretty basic. We said snowstorm preparations and aftermath. Oh, this is an old one. Okay, here they're saying before the storm, but this is actually during the storm. So I think, okay, so right now, unfortunately, Mr. Echo is a little bit off on the last few chapters because this is not before the storm. Yes, there's a little bit of preparation before the storm, but like majority of this video is showing the effect of the storm. And also I wanted to focus this one on like the effect of the storm on all the farm animals. Because like we say in the next chapter, like literally 12 million, no, sorry, 8 million livestock, right? 8 million livestock died in that winter snowstorm. So what should we put instead? A winter... the winter... I don't know. Before I just had winter is coming. We'll just put that as a placeholder. But yeah, right now I do want to push back on these 3 chapters. And then the last one, it looks like you just kept what I had before, I think. Yeah, I just said aftermath and photo
Storm's
highlights.
aftermath, Arctic sadly lost one of his stallions.
Aftermath and photo highlights. Yo, Siegfried, what up? What up? Siegfried. Remind me, what was your other name again in the chat? Shoot, who? Because I remember I was asking what to call you, and then you said you can just call me Siegfried. Gumbo. Okay, yeah, you're Gumbo. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Okay, Gumbo. I was waiting for you to join. I was like, oh man, we're gonna do some of the font stuff later if you're on the stream. So welcome, man. What time is it over there for you now? Let me guess. Is it like I think you joined yesterday around like 9 p.m. I think, and it was like 3 a.m. you said. So let's go with like right now. Is it 11 p.m. your time? Damn it. Okay, 9 p.m. Well, welcome. Good evening. All the way from Malaysia. How's it going? 9 p.m. Well, I do appreciate I was giving some shout outs to you earlier for all the help. Not just you, of course. There's been a lot of people throughout who's given so many good advices and like has essentially made this video even better than it could have been if I had been doing this by myself. So yeah, very much appreciated. Now, okay, so what we're doing now is I was just looking through some of the chapter titles that Mr. Echo, our ChatGPT, came up with, and it's like 50-50. I think it did a decent job. Some of them it just kind of left as is, but then the last 3 to 4 chapters, I feel like it missed the mark. So I need to go back to Mr. Echo and let's see if we can come up with better chapters. Siegfried, you said chill day, just staying home, finishing my video backlogs. Nice. I know that feeling. You're watching me do that right now. What video are you working on? Is there like a specific project, or is it for, yeah, what is it for? Garv, it's 3 p.m. 3 p.m. Oh yeah, you're in the European zone, yeah? Okay, so let me send a voice recording to Mr. Echo here about which chapters. Let's just go through these, okay. Okay, so Mr. Echo, let's go back to the chapter titles. So chapter 1, you left it unchanged. I'm okay with that. Chapter 2, I like your suggestion. So now we switched it to Into the Wild Wild East. Chapter 3, I like that as well. I've included the second portion as you've suggested. Chapter 4, I actually just decided to keep it as is. I just want to be able to be more explicitly introducing Arctic, the eagle hunter. Chapter 5, I like On Eagle's Wings. I'm assuming you're referencing that one Christian song that's, I guess, somewhat popular in different ways. So I like the kind of play on words, so I'm fine with that one. Now we're running into a bit of trouble here with chapters 6, 7, and 8. So for chapter 6, you said fishing for trouble. However, I feel like it's a little too vague and doesn't really talk about the snowstorm, right? Or the surprise blizzard that hit us. And also, I understand why you say fishing for trouble. I believe that's some kind of idiom or something. But yeah, either we keep it with ice fishing is somewhere in the title so people know that's the activity, and or ideally we can make it more explicit about the fact that there was our first snowstorm that hit us, right? So because that is the theme of this entire episode, is about the blizzard, it's about the weather conditions, it's about the epicness of surviving all that. So yeah, we want to kind of convey a little bit that this was the pretext or the start of when the weather turned on us and only got worse and worse from there. So let's try again on chapter 6. Chapter 7, you said through the whiteouts. And I guess my issue with that one is it's a little bit vague as well. I don't think most people know what a whiteout is, or I certainly didn't, or not intuitively. And also it has no reference to, again, the true blizzard effects or the epicness of the eagle hunters riding out in the blizzard, right? Chapter 7 is essentially the climax of this episode. It is what we started the video with. It's in the beginning intro hook and inside the trailer, and we're using the same soundtrack from the intro trailer. So this is full circle. We come to chapter 7. That is when we are really showing the peak of the winter storm, right? Kind of like the eye of the storm, but in this case we were experiencing the brunt or pretty severe elements of the storm. But I do want to either kind of point out again something about the snowstorm or the blizzard, as well as the eagle hunters that are pivotal to this chapter. And then when we go to chapter 8, where you've got before the storm, I don't think you have that correct, because yes, while there are some scenes in the beginning where you see the preparations, the majority of chapter 8 we focus on the actual effects of the storm, as we see how the snow picks up, the blizzard becomes almost like a whiteout, as you say, and we see all forms of different farm animals being impacted by the storm, tied with some somber and epic soundtrack. If you recall, before I mentioned it could be something like a tribute or an homage or something calling out the livestock or the animals, but the word livestock felt a little too degrading or a little weird. But how can this be more like a tribute to, again, the effects of how this storm essentially impacted all across Mongolia? And then chapter 9, aftermath and photo highlights. So you haven't changed that. I'm okay with that. But yeah, just some thoughts maybe if we need to be more explicit about what we mean by the aftermath. And then I don't know if we should use the actual word Zud, D-Z-U-D, the Mongolian word for that kind of severe storm. But that's another thought, is like, should we be including that somewhere? Okay, thank you. Let's try again. I heard some noises. Oh, Yami. Hey, thank you very much. Oh, you've raided me yet again. Wow, I feel honored. Listen, Yami, I want to raid you too, but like I got to figure out my schedule so that I could do that. But it was cool tuning in earlier today, and I got to do the lurking back at you, so I appreciate it. And thank you very much, Photo Elite, for the follow. Photo Elite, appreciate it. I'm just gonna guess, given the closeness to when this happened with the raid, I'm assuming you are a Yami supporter, a Yami follower, or maybe you're watching that stream. So thank you very much. Okay, let me see what the chat is saying. And right now I'm just chatting with Mr. Echo. He's the name of our ChatGPT here. So, oh wait, no, let me hit enter. Okay, now Echo's gonna work. Let me catch up on the chats here. So Siegfried, you said it's a chill day. It's 3 p.m. for you, Garv. You have a pickleball client and you handle his social media content? Dude, that's pretty cool. How do you do that? Like, when you say you handle social media content, that's really cool, man. I might pick your brain about how you got into that. Not that I think I have time to do that per se right now, but you know, any way you can be a freelancer. Primal Nation, yo, what's up? What is this emote you're using? Oh yeah, these are all probably your custom ones, right? The ones you design. Man, Primal, anytime you're on, I feel like I need to get your advice when we're creating these emotes. Oh my god, yeah, we were struggling yesterday to figure out how to do an emote. Anyways, let me catch up on the chat and then we'll get back to it. Primal, you said Icy Wonderland. Oh, I like that one. Okay, I should have put that into the suggestions. Philip, Raid. Oh, good to see you, Philip. Good to see you again. And then Yami. Yes, thank you, Yami. This is your second time raiding me. How cool. It feels very, very special. Thank you guys who are watching for the first time. Yeah, we're on day 21 We are on the end of our 3rd week of live streaming here. And we are streaming across YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. So I appreciate wherever you're watching. Right now we do have some across all 3. So this is pretty fun. We got 15 of you guys watching across the 3 platforms. How cool. Yami said, I'm confused if it worked. No, it's working. Yeah, I got the notification. Sorry, I didn't react when it happened. I was in the middle of sending a voice recording to our boy here, Mr. Echo. But yes, I got it. Thank you. Okay, that's good. I was so confused. Photolly, it worked. He's just not... Oh, sorry. Okay, yeah, it worked, Yami. He's just not acknowledging Twitch chat right now. My bad. But I am now acknowledging just 3 minutes later. Yes, but good to see you, Philip. And that's fine. I didn't hear the alert or something. Oh, wait. My mic audio is doubling. Oh, well, listen, you'll be happy to know I did just purchase a new mic. It's going to arrive, I think, end of next week. It is the... We had a whole thing, and like, there's a few of my friends who were scolding me at even considering spending money on a new mic. But you know what? It's been bothering me. I don't know why the mic is doubling, though. Let's see. Testing. Test. Well, if the audio isn't perfect, that I'm aware of, but it shouldn't be like echoing. Okay, let me just keep catching up on the chat for now. Maybe someone solved it or says it's okay now. No, that's fine. I didn't hear the alert or something. Okay, that's weird because I heard the alert on my end. And thank you so much again for the sub. No, listen, the thanks is all mine to you. And I think it's from the raid refresh. Oh, that could be it. Okay. My God, I have to be faster with reading chat because you guys are basically answering the questions when I'm reading the initial question here. It was strange first for me before I refreshed, like the raid note. Got it. I still get an echo on his mic, like it's doubling in real time. Damn it. Okay, let's keep reading. Maybe it's solved. If I remember, I like to raid people, but often I end up forgetting. Yeah, I want to do the raids as well, but I don't know enough people on Twitch, and I couldn't like figure it out. I didn't understand the interface well enough. And then one time I thought I was going to, and then the internet connection died on me, so that was annoying. Siegfried, it's a big upcoming market right now. My main job is handling your Instagram like a baby, like planning content, shooting events for the court, and managing what content fits best for my client brand. Nice. That's really good. That's a good, that's something to put on your resume, you know? Yami said, don't worry, all good. I'm also still a newbie with Twitch, and this is only my 3rd raid. So, listen, that's 2 more than I've ever done. So I'm often confused if things work or not. Yeah, well, listen, I'm often confused, period. Siegfried just said, basically nurturing and keeping it consistent. Nice. Treating it like a baby. I never thought of it like that. It's not doubling for me, Yami. Usually when that happens, I just refresh the page or close the app and reopen it again. Okay. Well, look, let's look at what I was talking about first. Electro voice. So yes, guys, I did end up slapping some dollar bills together in my wallet, and I have purchased this microphone. But there's a black version of this microphone, which was like $100 cheaper. So I was like, okay, I'm not, I'm okay spending $100 less. So that, I don't really care enough to get this coloring. It is really cool. If I had to choose, I would want this retro color. But yes, we purchased the black RE20. I haven't purchased this little what do you call it? This little shock. I couldn't even tell you what it's called, but the thing that holds it, right? This little cage. I haven't bought that yet, but this thing is also freaking expensive. On Amazon, it's like $150. On B&H Photo Video, it's like $100. So, but B&H was closed at the time, so I might still buy it, but yeah. The shock mount. Gotcha. Thank you, Photo Elite. I like your name. Oh, let me make sure to follow you. I need to remind myself, but I would love to keep following, especially if you're a photographer, videographer, or whatever. I do want to make sure I'm following you guys properly. Oh, and let me also take this moment to say, if you are a photographer, videographer, content creator, traveler, feel free to join my Discord. We are slowly but surely building up our Discord channel, and it's meant to build out a community so we can support each other, share photos and videos that you've taken. We can even do some kind of review sessions on stream to go over them and all that. So, quick little plug. Photo Elite, you said you can raid whether you're live or not. All you need is the ability to connect to Twitch chat. I did not know that. The RE20 is gorgeous and it's got great sound. I hope so, because I was listening to my VOD last night, and also we've had a few people in the chat. They're like extreme audiophiles, right? Including Cyronius. I haven't seen him in a while, but shout out to Cyronius. And yeah, clearly my audio needs some work. And it's also bothering me, especially when we were doing our voiceovers for our video. I could tell, like, it's just, I'm spending more time having to correct for some of the issues in my audio. And so anything I can do to, you know, like save time, but also feel more confident about the quality, I think it's an okay investment. Not to say this mic is shit, but like, you know, I'm already kind of insecure is a little bit strong of a word, but I don't like how I sound. I think everyone says that, right? Because it sounds disjointed when you hear your own voice compared to how you hear it in your head. But yeah, like I don't feel confident fully yet in terms of the tone of my voice, especially in these videos. So if I can have better equipment that will hopefully kind of gloss over or make the other parts sound better, then that hopefully will encourage me to keep doing it. Siegfried, you said, holy crap, that mic almost costs as much as my camera's body. It's like $1,100 in Malaysia? Well, damn. Okay, so where I am, I'm in Dubai. It is annoying because I did see there was this one in this color is actually cheaper on bnhphotovideo.com. Unfortunately, they don't ship to Dubai. And I do know that sometimes these kind of electronic equipment doesn't ship to Dubai, mainly if the battery, if it comes with a battery that's like of a certain size, and then they don't allow it for like whatever explosive reasons. So yeah, apparently this mic can't be shipped to Dubai, which is so annoying. So then I had to spend probably a little, like $50 more. I think I spent about $500 to get the black version, and then the retro cool looking version costs like I think $100 to $150 more on Amazon. So what the heck, man. But yes, we have seen the dollars go out of my wallet. So hopefully you guys will donate and subscribe to me to hopefully make me feel better about how much money I spent. Garv, now we go to eat. So we'll see you in 1 hour. No worries, man. Enjoy your lunch or dinner. Oh, let's see. Yeah, enjoy your lunch. We'll talk soon. Or no, wait. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Well, but that's crazy, Siegfried. You're saying this exact same thing is like almost double the cost. My God. Okay. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Photo Elite, a pair of studio monitors will help you with that. I do have some good... When you say monitors, what do you mean by that? Monitors. Are you talking about like my... like screen monitors, or are you talking about like speakers or headphones? Speakers. Oh, I do have good speakers, by the way. I made this investment. I purchased years back when I had a steady corporate gig, so spending money felt much more free for me to do. I have the KRK something something. KRK speakers. KRK. Is it this row kick maybe? KRK row kit 5. Yeah, I have these guys, I think, and they're really good, I think. Unless, but what do I know? Like, I don't know much about like audio quality stuff. Yeah, those suckers are great. I think they're great, but the one issue I've had with them is that the bass on them are so loud. I don't know how to really correct for it. So when I have to turn up the volume so I can hear everything, the bass will like blow, and I'm like nervous that I'm gonna annoy my neighbors and stuff. So that's just one slight little thing that I found annoying about it, but otherwise, yeah, it's excellent. But yes, so anyways, thank you again, Yami. I appreciate you. Thank you for the raid, and thank you everyone who's watching on YouTube and Kick as well. So we've made a few changes, Yami. Well, I try to make a few changes. I tried to make the emotes pop, like if people use the emotes. I thought I did something in Streamlabs so that it would just blow up as a big, you know, I don't know what, but it looks like maybe I need to tweak it a bit more because it's not working. So we'll figure that out later. I did add a little goal at the bottom of the screen, and so that was just basically a simple goal. I'm trying to test out different overlays right now and see what works. So we got a little goal just showing, you know, if we can reach 100 followers across Twitch, Kick, and I think maybe it counts for YouTube as well. So yeah. But yes, you're very welcome. I appreciate it. Siegfried, the Habibi money. Yes, praying for the day I can get stuff like those. Yeah. Listen, man, I had for sure, like, you know, I did well in life in the sense that, like, I always worked hard. We did have a good steady corporate job, and, you know, we busted our ass and all that kind of stuff. So for the longest time I was doing well. Now I don't have a corporate job anymore, so we are having to be much more careful about how we spend money. But it's, you know, this is like something like this. I do feel like I'm happy to make this purchase. I'm only semi-joking about how I feel that it's $500, but yeah, now it's gonna also motivate me to make sure I'm always streaming, right? I need to make content with this and all that fun stuff. So, and then you guys, I would love to see if the difference is actually noticeable between what you're hearing now versus once we get this this new mic. But, and then we were saying, so we did implement this whole leaderboard and point system, right? So you can earn points by how much you engage in the chat, when you subscribe, you send bits or whatever. And then in the future, because we are still small fry, but as we grow this channel to become the next whatever iShow Speed or whatever it is, then we can do some giveaways, and then we can start, like, you know, yeah, maybe even this mic. Sure, is it as good as like the other mics? Maybe not. It's I think it's like $250, the Beacon mic, but it'd be fun to be able to give things back to you guys in some way. Photo, you said, yeah, they're more aimed at a specific type of music than a completely neutral sound like the Atoms or Yamaha HS8. Okay, so you know what you're talking about. I do know what a Yamaha is from, like, my piano days way back when I was a kid, as every Asian household can tell you about, but I've never heard of the Atoms. Siegfried, I'm on the Edifier R1280DB. Got it with my turntable. Pretty good, can't lie. Damn. So wait, Siegfried, you also like do DJ stuff? Is that what you mean by like turntable? I don't know the verbiage, you know? In the meantime, let's see what Mr. Echo has popped up for us. Great feedback and insights, Yobel. You're clear about the direction you want. Explicit yet engaging, capturing the narrative tension and clearly conveying the Blizzard and Eagle Hunter themes. Taking your suggestions, here are refined titles for chapters 6, 7, 8, and 9. All right. Chapter 6, Ice Fishing in a Blizzard. Pretty straightforward. Clearly explicit is what he said, yeah. I don't mind clearly explicit for some of those things, so let's hop over to the ice fishing chapter. And we're going to change the title here to Ice Fishing in a Blizzard. Clearly explicit.
Our first outing was epic, but our next one, ice fishing on a frozen river.
Okay. Siegfried, yeah, you mentioned, oh no, I just started collecting vinyls. Oh, snap. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Collecting vinyls. I collect books. It's been a while since I collected them, but I mean, I used to read books, but that was back in that was a whole other time period of my life. Now they just collect dust behind me. Photo Elite, you said, Beacon, that explains everything. They're very, very difficult to EQ, and they like to lose the EQ all of a sudden out of effing nowhere. And there's some issues with the preamps and them being rather noisy. Well, god dang, like, why didn't anyone tell me when I bought this? What the heck? Well, that's good to know. I'm glad you're able to tell me. Man, you would have enjoyed the chat we had a few days ago where, well, one, I was doing all my voice recordings for this video. So I was using Adobe Audition, and then I think Philip in the chat recommended I use Adobe Podcast. So we've been like kind of cleaning out the voice. Cyronius helped me to get rid of all the preamp stuff or whatever filters and effects that were on the Beacon mic. So now you should be just hearing the raw microphone without anything attached to it. And then we were trying to filter post, I guess. And so we did get the voice fairly good, but I still feel like there are times I hear the voice, you know, parts of it like kind of pop, or it's a little too loud, or some parts you can hear like the ducking that's still happening, or something just sounds weird. It picks up noise that it shouldn't, and it's just, all of it kind of leads up to me getting super annoyed by it. So photo, but if you drop that cache on an RE20, do you have an XLR to USB interface like the Scarlett? Yes. So that was, we had a whole chat with Mr. Echo, and I kind of gave him my setup. So I do have a Scarlett, I have a Scarlett Focusrite 2i2 3rd gen, I believe. I bought it like maybe 4 or 5 years ago or something. but apparently that should work. I've been told that that should work with the RE20. We were considering the Shure SM7B, but the problem is that with the SM7B, I would need to buy the cloud lifter, I guess, and that would cost like an additional 100 to 150 bucks. So by that point, it ends up being more expensive than the RE20. And it seems like the RE20, well, both of them seem like they get really good reviews, but the RE20, I like the style of it a little bit more, for what it's worth. And it seemed like maybe it could be slightly better quality, slightly. Yami, I'm sorry, I already got a dip. I might be back later. Have a good stream. Bye bye. Yeah, of course. Listen, thank you very much. Hope you had a good stream as well. Thank you very much for the raid. And yeah, I would love to keep supporting you wherever I can, however I can. But yeah, same goes for you. Don't no need to be on the stream. But if you are, we will welcome you back anytime. But yeah, cheers. Yeah, so I don't know what the Scarlett Solo is, but I do have the Scarlett Focusrite. Here, how about this? Let me go ahead and play. We'll play from the beginning again, so you can hear a little bit of my audio as well. Now, keep in mind, I do want all of your critique, good and bad. I don't take offense to it, but just know, even if you were to say like right now, yo, your voice, you really need to change this one thing. By the way, it's gonna boom, boom, boom. I'm now so dead set on this video that I'm probably not gonna re-record anything. I just need to move on to the next portion. We want to release this video in the next like 2 to 3 days, but I want your critique, everyone's critique, anyone as you're listening to it. So let's go ahead and give a little bit of a teaser. We'll start with the trailer. Let's see if the audio sounds okay.
There are moments you never forget when you witness something primal, ancient, unstoppable. Through blinding snow, I watched them emerge, eagle hunters with the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia.
Ignore the title.
Welcome
That's
back
a
to my
placeholder.
channel, where we share the best of the world with the rest of the world.
Okay, so anyways, that's like an example where the audio is mixed in with the soundtrack and everything else. And I'm pretty happy with it now, but it did require just like a number of effects that we had to apply on it, putting it through the Adobe Audition, then putting it through Adobe Podcast, and then putting it through here. So yeah, that was just one of the things that was annoying about it. I'm also going to take this moment. One second. We're going to say hello to one. Actually, both of them are here. So let's go ahead and say hello to the two other co-hosts of this stream. We got Nala on my lap here. Can you guys see her? Let's go ahead. This is Nala. She's a good girl. She's my first of 2 kitties. I think she's like 5 years old or so at this point. I don't actually keep track. And then over there is Kimbap. We even have a dedicated camera, which I still need to figure out the right positioning for it. Whatever, we'll get to it. But we got Kimbap over there. Just chilling, sleeping, but we'll disturb him a little bit. It's the least they can do, since they get free rent and food all the time. Good boy. Good boy. Anyways, so these are Kimbap and Nala, and so they are the other parts of the stream. We have dedicated emotes now for them. So if you type in the chat, what was it? Yobel P, capital S, Slim Kitty. Is it a capital? Shoot, let's find out. I don't even know my own. Okay, no, it's not that. Is it lowercase? Yobel P, Slim Kitty. Did I do it? Oh my god, what the freak is my... Okay, give me a second. I need to memorize this. Listen, I'm new to streaming, okay? This is day 21. We're still moving our way up there. Yobel Prize Aura, Yobel Prize Slim Kitty. Did I do it wrong? Okay, whatever. I'm just going to type it in here. So we do have 2 free emotes. We have a few other free ones, but these are of my cats. So we got one for Slim Kitty and one for the Aura one. Photo, what are you talking about? Co-host? They are the host. Yeah. I didn't say it today, but generally speaking, I do say they are the stars of the show. This is their stream. I'm just living in it, as we say. If you do a semicolon, Twitch will help you auto-complete it. Oh, no. Okay, so, well, here's the thing. So, Photo, I'm multi-streaming on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. So then I'm using something called, I'm using a Restream, and that's where I see all the chat, and usually that's where I'll actually type it in. And I do have like a window open where I can see my stream on Twitch, but then that's not necessarily where I go to type, generally speaking. So I don't know if Restream will allow it. Yeah, I don't think it's built into Restream. Oh, wait a second. Wait, does that actually work? YoLP. Nah. Okay, never mind. Yeah, so right now I'm just using the Restream chat to be able to type everything in, so I can't do it as easily. But either way, I should know my own kitty's emotes, right? YoLP Slim Kitty. Did it work this time? Why is it not working? Did I not just do exactly what I... Wait, what? Okay, sorry guys. To go on a tangent here, I gotta figure out what is it. YoLP Prize Slim... Oh, I see. Wait, no, I don't see. I was on Kick. Okay, let me go on to Twitch. I was on the wrong chat in the first place. Oh, so I was right the first time. It was a capital S. Okay. Listen, we're going to get there. Okay, we're going to get there. But, yeah. I had the, basically in Kick, I have YoLP Slim Kitty, but the S is lowercase, and then in Twitch, it's a capital S. It's so annoying. I don't know why Twitch does that, or I don't know why the capitalization should matter. Why can't I just put in the word, you know? Well, you know, listen, what do I know? It's not like I work there. Okay, so going back to what we were doing here. So, Photo, you said the RE20 is still pretty gain hungry. I don't know what that means. As in, like, if I whisper in it, it's pretty... It picks up audio really well. Is that what you mean? Not as bad as the SM7B. But you might still need a cloud lifter to get it where it needs to be. Test it out for a little bit when it comes in and test how the gain is. And if it's not quite there, get the SM7B. SM7DB. The B is important as that has a built-in preamp and doesn't need anywhere near as much gain on its own. You got 56 dB of clean gain in the Scarlett 2i2, but that may be cutting it close. My God, you're sounding very intelligent here. And as part of that, it's going right over my head. Okay, so if I can understand what you're saying, because I think I heard this about the SM7B, you need the cloud lifter because for whatever reason, without using the proper lingo, it sounds like the mic is very quiet otherwise. So you need like a cloud lifter so then it actually amplifies the ability to capture your voice louder, is I guess the only way I can think of it. So when you say it's pretty gain hungry, are you saying like the mic ends up eating your voice but not spitting it back out into the speakers or into the whatever? And then when you say that the Scarlett gives me 56 dB of clean gain, I don't know how much. Yeah, okay. Anyways, I'm at a loss a little bit there, but gain is essentially volume. Right, okay. But yeah, so, okay, in layman's terms, you're basically saying it still might sound very quiet with the RE20, and so I might still need some kind of a cloud lifter or something to that effect, but there's a possibility that if I maximize the... with the Scarlett, if it might just work, is what you're saying. Siegfried, you said, Yoel, I was looking at your gear again. I saw you have an external monitor. I just got one last week. How practical was it for you? External monitor. Oh, you mean like the Atomos? It's been very useful for... I would only recommend it for 2 reasons. So the first reason is if you're trying to make YouTube videos or tutorials where you want to be able to have a screen recording of like every action you do. So let's imagine if you're the type of YouTuber where it's like, hey, I got to try out the new, whatever, 135mm blah, blah, blah lens. And so here's a YouTube video where I review it. And then having the external monitor can help because you can record literally everything from the focus, the settings you're using, and then boom. Another reason would be if you're like someone like me, if you're a wildlife photographer and you don't want to miss a shot, or even like a portrait photographer and you want to be able to have both the photo and video moment of the exact same moment. The Atomos and those kind of things can do that. And what do I mean? Let's say you're in photo mode. So you're just trying to take photos of whatever. Let's say you're shooting in vertical because you want to post it to Instagram. And you're doing a photo shoot of, let's say a lion is walking towards you. And so I'm taking the photo of the lion. So that way I'm in photo mode. I get the capture properly done. But then if I use the external monitor to be in video mode, and I can have it recording my screen, and you can even have a clean screen. So you can have it so there's none of the overlays that you see. It's just a clear visual in a 9:16. Then you literally will have the video, and it could be a 1080. I don't know, as the tech gets better, maybe it's like a 4K as well. But you can have like a 1080 quality video of the exact same moment as the photos you're taking. And then you can make nice little Instagram Reels or TikTok concepts where you combine the two. And then if you are a filmmaker, the Atomos can also be helpful because it's a larger screen. So then it's easier for you to see what you're doing. And there's a fourth reason. A lot of video cameras don't always have like a raw format built in, like in terms of getting like the best resolution. A lot of the cameras don't necessarily have that. So then the Atomos allows you to do that. So you can record a raw format even if your camera can't support it. The Atomos essentially is where you record it onto, because then you can also slot in like a 1 terabyte memory card into the Atomos, and then the Atomos gives you the ability to film in like whatever Apple ProRes HQ raw whatever bit. So even if you have a cheaper camera, that essentially the camera just acts as like the visual sensor lens, and then the other thing will capture the raw footage. So hopefully that made sense. That's just like a few reasons maybe why you would want to get one. Photo, you said gain controls how much the incoming signal is amplified before it gets processed or output. Think of it as a sensitivity dial. Okay, so if you turn it up, mic picks up more. Too high, you get distortion or noise. Too low, you can barely hear anything. Gotcha. But then when you say the term gain hungry, what does that usually mean? As in like it requires more gain for the same effect? Siegfried, because I'm always using a gimbal shooting a low shot and I want to use this monitor to help me be able to see my shots. Yeah, exactly. So that's like the third example I think I was giving, where the monitor can just help you see, you know, because then you can rotate it around, shift it to a different vantage point. So even if you have your camera low angle, you can have the monitor tilted down so it's facing you, like facing up. Nala was disturbing Kimpop for a bit there. Siegfried, I'm on the Portkey PT5 for my monitor. I haven't heard of it. I don't know much about the different monitors. I just have the Atomos. I have a buddy of mine in Dubai. I forget what he's got. He said he has one that's much cheaper, and I actually tested it out in Vietnam. He was on the trip with me, and it actually worked really well. Like, honestly, I was like, oh, and it's much lighter than the Atomos. So, yeah, before you necessarily spend the money that's necessary for the Atomos, there are some good competitors out there that are much cheaper. If you want me to look, I can ask him later and see if he can give me the brand name. But yeah, monitors are good, especially if you have like a closed shoot, or like you have a set shoot where you know everything you're supposed to do. You got the gimbal, you attach everything all in one, and then yeah, you have more options. Yeah, the Atomos is beautiful. It's like 3 times the price of mine. Yeah. Okay, so where were we in this part? Okay, so we're gonna hop back in. Oh yeah, so Siegfried. Okay, let's finish this chapter thing. I'm mindful of when you might have to hop off, but I was pausing on doing the font stuff until you were here, and then we can think through together, because we hit some roadblocks. But yeah. All right. Anyways. Ice fishing in a blizzard, that's okay. Chapter 7. Where's chapter 7? Okay, so chapter 7, the recommendation is Eagle Hunters in the Eye of the Storm. I mean, it sounds nice. Riders in the blizzard. I think we said blizzard already, so probably don't want to repeat that word. Charge of the Eagle Hunters. Okay. Eye of the Storm sounds cool. But I thought the Eye of the Storm technically means that's where it's the calmest, right? But I guess maybe as a term, it can mean something more tumultuous or something. Let's see. When people say Eye of the Storm, do they mean when things are calm in chaos? Or can it represent the height, the center of chaos? Photo Elite, you said more or less, yeah. If a mic is gain hungry, it requires more gain to output the volume you want. For example, my mic is called Shure MV7 and it's ridiculously gain hungry on XLR. Okay. I use a Rodecaster interface and I got 50 dB of just pure gain, and then I pump in even more with the compressor. So in reality, I'm doing maybe 55 to 60 dB of gain. Is that a good range? Like, what is like considered the normal dB of gain that you should be on? And when you say like when you're pumping it up, are you talking about like literally on the dial? You're twisting the dial all the way to max. Is that what you're saying? The Eye of the Storm, a moment of calm in the chaos. The Eye of the Storm is a metaphorical expression describing a period of unexpected tranquility. Yeah, that's okay. So that's what I was saying, right? Amidst a turbulent or chaotic situation. So this chapter is very not so that, because we're meant to be in the most chaotic portion. So yeah, I think we'll go with the charge of the Eagle Hunters. Charge of the Eagle. Charge of the Eagle Hunters. We'll just go with that for now. Okay, how about chapter 8? In the Path of the Dzud. Animals in the Storm, a tribute to the lost. Oh, a tribute to the lost sounds okay. Okay, we'll go with a tribute to the lost. I like that one. So chapter 8 will be a tribute to the lost. And then maybe we can use the word Zud in the next chapter. Let's see. Yeah, Aftermath of the Zud. Okay, so Mr. Echo and I were kind of on the right page together, but not really. But yeah, we do want Aftermath of the Zud and photo highlights. Let's see if that's too long.
In the storm's aftermath, Arctic sadly lost...
Okay, we're good. A photo, you said almost all the way to max. You don't want to sit at absolute max because you want headroom. It's like in photography when you expose for the highlights. I'm starting to get some of the terms you're saying. It makes sense now. It's starting to make sense. Thank you. I appreciate it. You are teaching me the ways of audio. Okay. Yeah, well, listen, I'm excited. I have committed to the purchase. It should arrive, I'm hoping, by next weekend. Maybe sooner. Sometimes these things actually show up much quicker than expected. And once I receive it, I would love to just set it up. I don't know if I can set it up on stream for obvious reasons, but at the very least, we'll start off that stream where we're just going to test out everything to do with the audio quality. And I do hope it will be noticeable. Otherwise, I don't know if I can return it after I try it. But if it's not noticeable, then what the heck, man? I'm not... Yeah, even I have limits. And $500 for a mic that sounds no different than this Beacon mic? Get out of here. All right. So we have all the chapter titles. So, Siegfried, if you are still there, and Photo, I don't know how much you are like into fonts and titles and stuff, but if you have any thoughts on this, I would also appreciate your help. I want to jump into in the trailer. So we did this whole thing.
There are moments.
So firstly, we have this is kind of a creative decision, I guess, but I wanted to have the actual the lines from the hook of the trailer. I wanted it to kind of be actual subtitles. That's just from like an inspiration I saw of a different YouTuber, and I liked that he actually added the font in one of his videos. So I was like, okay, let's try it as well. We went a little bit crazy with it.
When you witness something primal, ancient,
So we did find this one template that I had downloaded from Elements in Vado, where we were able to somehow figure out how to get this to work. So we're going to keep that.
unstoppable. Through blinding snow, I watched them emerge, eagle hunters with the spirit of warriors past.
Then we did this whole text thing and, you know, have a nice way to make the last phrase kind of stay on screen for a little bit.
This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia.
And then this one. So yeah, we're generally speaking, I'm okay with this font. I'm okay with the font size. Yeah, all of this I think is okay. Oh. Thank you, Siegfried. And you know what that means. Well, Photolly, actually, you technically were the first one to tell me I should switch screens. It's usually a lot easier to do that when you have a visual. Yes, yes, yes. But by the way, Siegfried, you're right on the money. Thank you, thank you. I did warn you that this would happen. So Siegfried used the correct emotes for... We literally created an emote just for this. Was it Lucky or Yami? Or maybe both. One of them actually suggested after they caught me doing this, I should create an emote to warn me when I'm not sharing my screen. So we had this one gorilla photo that I had taken, and I spent some time on Canva, put some really, really noticeable warning exclamation marks. So anytime I see that in the chat, it'll be my instinct to be like, oh, you're messing up. So if you guys ever type in the chat, YobelP in all caps, hey dummy, it should then populate with the correct emote. So there we go. And you know what that means also? I'm going to give you some extra points. So we did create some point system in Streamlabs. So like I said, if you contribute in different ways, we're going to create a whole point system of like different actions means different amount of points that I will give. It's our own points. It's prize pixels. That is the name of our point system, or short for PPs. So you come on the stream, and every time you're on the stream, you are collecting PPs. What is more appropriate than on a stream having PPs, right? It is a stream after all. So let's go to my cloud bot. Go to loyalty. What can you do with these PPs? Nothing really at this point besides gamble it with each other or whatever. But in the future, as we see you guys collecting these PPs, I would like to keep that in mind as a way, can I reward you guys, whoever has the most PPs in like the past week or so, whatever it might be. So in this case, Siegfried, well, Siegfried, you technically have two, well, you have the Gumbo one as well, but listen, I just give it to whoever did it at the moment. So Siegfried JPEG, let's go ahead and do some quick maths. So what is that? 737 plus 250 is now 987. You now have 987 PPs, my friend. So thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. If you ever want to see how many points you have, just hit the exclamation mark points. Photo Elite, I'll be lurking for a bit. Time for this week's episode of Kaiju number 8. What is that? And I'm the host for our little watch group. Nice, nice. Kaiju, like Godzilla Kaiju? Or am I thinking a different thing? Well, listen, either way, thank you. I know you're lurking. I appreciate you lurking. It's very, very helpful that you are on this stream, and you've already been helpful, so thank you. If you have to tune off any points, by all means. Siegfried, I'm going to save it and gamble it all one day. Yeah. Save it for something important, though. It's an anime on Crunchyroll. Oh, snap. Okay. I'll add it to... I'm rewatching... Actually, I'm watching Samurai Champloo. I thought I'd watched it when I was younger, but I was watching the first couple of episodes. Nothing rings a bell. So let's just assume it's my first time watching it. So I'll have to add Kaiju onto the list. So thank you for the rec. All right, but yeah, happy lurking. All right, Siegfried, let's see if you can help me out here. So we got this whole thing, right? Let's just start from here.
There are moments you never forget when you witness something primal, ancient, unstoppable. Through blinding snow, I watched them emerge, eagle hunters with the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia.
So then here. Siegfried, you said, I recognize something after checking out a few other videos of yours. Oh yeah, tell me. In the meantime. Oh, I think I also downloaded a few fonts that should be similar to this one. So let me test that out as well. You like to use shadows on your words. Yeah, I think I added, sometimes I like it, sometimes I don't. So for instance, in my former job, we had some designers on the team, and they absolutely did not like shadows. I think they wanted things to look more flat, which I respect. Here, at least in the beginning intro though, I think I want to keep the shadow. Because a little bit of like, because it's like white on white maybe. But also, I don't know. I kind of like the shadows, but I'm not sure. It felt a bit more impactful with the shadows here. But I don't use a lot of text in general. This one we actually kept without shadows, I think. But it's just a default template, I think, and I just adjusted a little bit. And then for the title, I might not use shadows because we're already having this kind of... Assuming we try to figure out a way to have the word overlaid, I'm assuming having shadows might actually make things a bit more messy. But yeah. So by the way, so this is apparently the word for Mongolia in the script. But the issue is, in the script, the Mongolian script, it's actually read top down. So technically, I don't know if this will work. Because like then it's like it's not legible. If you actually can read Mongolian, I guess, like Mongolian script, it's technically supposed to be in a top-down approach. So that's one of the roadblocks we've hit. It's like, okay, well, if it's meant to be top-down, how do we put this in there and make it still look good? And we can have a bunch of columns, right? So we can just have it like spell out the whole title, like into the blizzard, blah, blah, blah. And just have a bunch of these kind of vertical lines of Mongolian script. But then that could just look really, really messy, is one of the problems. So we have somewhat hit an impasse where I'm not really sure how to do this. Because even if we can make this visually look good with like the script over the Mongolia word. So let's say we figure out the right opacity, we figure out the right way to blend it in, it's still legible. We still run into the problem that all we've done is taken their words or the phrase or Mongolia and we've like tilted it on its side so that it's not actually legible to someone from Mongolia. So yeah, not really sure what to do from there. So imagine here. Because it's Noto sans Mongolia. But yeah, then I have to actually paste in the word Mongolia here. Whoops. So technically this, okay, let me ask ChatGPT as well. Okay, let's get back to the title sequence with the Mongolian script. I believe this is the Mongolian script for the word Mongolia. Siegfried, you said, yeah, the Mongolian one might be distracting, but I think you could still work it around. Yeah. Like, even maybe, yeah, if we just have it tilted down, maybe, or like... Yeah, so even if it doesn't overlap, maybe it could work. But again, the underlying issue is not necessarily about the placement like this, it's more, does it have to be done vertically? But my understanding is that the script is actually meant to be in vertical. It's meant to be placed vertically. So if we can't figure this out, Siegfried, we might have to scrap the idea. I don't know. And then, by the way, Siegfried. Oh yeah. I'll ask you in a bit. Because one thought is like, do I want the actual Mongolia word to be somewhat transparent? Is that a cool style? So let's see. Yeah, not sure. Okay, Mr. Echo says, yes, you're absolutely right. The traditional Mongolian script is always written vertically, specifically top to bottom. Lines stack from left to right, never horizontally aligned. So the characters you shared are correct for Mongolia. Here's how you place it vertically. Jesus. Yeah, so anyways, I think that becomes our issue. Because I don't think I can make this work to have a bunch of vertical lines in Mongolian script with a horizontal big title. It'll just be it'll be like way too distracting, I think, unfortunately. So I do think we're gonna have to scrap that idea, as nice as it would have been. But not all is lost, because this brings us back to what? Potential title concepts. And we have two ways of kind of reviewing some title concepts. Hey, KG Photography. Yes, Slim Kitty is in the house. Listen, KG, welcome. I try to make some update off stream so that if you use my emotes, it's supposed to blast it up like in a large file, like a large size on my screen. It didn't work, so we're gonna have to try that next time. But welcome. So KG, we are here on day 21. How's your setup? How's the live stream? Or yeah, how's your computer setup? How's it going? Yeah, that would be epic. We'll figure it out. We did add a little goal at the bottom now, so as people follow, we can, we can track our goal. We're gonna try to hit 100 followers across, mainly Twitch and Kick. I don't know if it's tracking on YouTube or not. I haven't figured that out. Siegfried, you said you're back. Oh yeah, no worries. Basically, I was just saying we're gonna have to scrap this because I was just confirming with Mr. Echo here, but the script would have to be vertical for the Mongolian script, and I just personally don't think it's worth the effort to try to figure out how to insert a bunch of vertical lines with a horizontal text. So while that was a good idea, I think we're just gonna scrap it, and we're either gonna go with just choosing whichever font, so we can still use like a font like this. Or I'm going to spend some time now on elements in Canva and see what kind of title templates that we've got that maybe we'll just plug in. KG, you said still working on it. Need a mic and a cam. I'm nervous about talking and being live. But Hubs is Hubs nice. Hubs is pushing me to do it because I'm the people person. Yeah. Well, listen, if it helps to hear this, I definitely do not like being on camera or being mic'd up, which sounds very weird, and I recognize that because I do that for work as well. So like in my corporate job for like the past, I don't know, 4 or 5 years, I was in front of clients all the time. Like I would literally have to spend 1 hour speaking to my clients as we do like different demos or talk to them about different topics. And I would just have to be there, always being engaging. And I had a whole script that I had to memorize that I would, go off of. Yeah, so like it's funny with like people who are on my team or who get to know me from work, they're shocked when they're like, wait, you don't like being on camera? We wanted you on camera because we thought you liked it. It's like, no. It just became part of my job description. So yeah, if it helps, just know that I absolutely did not ever have a desire ever in my life to be on camera or be mic'd up. But now it does feel a bit more natural. And I do think by starting these streams slowly, as I started making YouTube videos and I started teasing myself out there a bit more and more, you kind of get over the discomfort of it. And eventually it just becomes second nature, like you are talking to your hubs or just anyone else in person. So, but it always starts with just doing it. Yeah, you have to get over yourself essentially. So like you have to get over any insecurities you might have of like, man, I'm gonna sound terrible or I'm gonna look terrible and stuff. Like most people are not there to judge you. If people are tuning in, they're probably there to support you more than anything. So. Siegfried, I'm also actually making one for one, just to let you see. What are you making one for one? Let me. What were we talking about again? Let me see. I'm also actually making one for one, just to let you see. Oh, you're making a title. Are you talking about a title for this Mongolia thing? If you are, I mean, thank you. I do. That's great. Like a film title design. Oh, cool. That's really cool if you're doing that, but yeah, listen. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, it was multitasking. Nice. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go. I actually did spend some time to download all of the fonts that we selected yesterday, and I downloaded a few. I did find some that were similar to that Mongolia stamp. So for what it's worth, we should have a few of these that possibly could work, instead of just using this image of the word Mongolia that we had to do. So we can try that. Actually, let's just go ahead and try that now. This is the Vesanita. Let's go ahead and scrap everything here. We'll put the text here. Let's see if we can find, excuse me, Into the Blizzard. What was it called? Vesanita? Oh, maybe it's this one. Western display font. Why don't I see this one? Western Sheriff Cowboy font. Oh, here's Western Sheriff. Okay. And then we got Wild Strokes. I really do like these kind of futuristic or these style of titles for what it's worth. But like we said, I do think we need to stick with something more ancient looking to fit the mood, the traditional mood. Into the Blizzard. This is gonna be tough. Let's see. Siegfried, you said no. I just wanted to do it for myself for fun. Okay, good. Because as much as I appreciate it, I also, I feel bad if people are doing extra work for me. So listen, I thank you for being here. You know, just having fun on the. Oh, thank you, KG Photography, subscribing with the Prime. Wow. Thank you very much for choosing me to use your awesome Prime membership. I think, did Lucky do that as well? I forget at this point, but thank you. I think, yeah, you guys are both. Now we got a husband-wife duo here supporting me. How awesome. I will make sure to return the favor, okay? But thank you very much. And did it actually work? Did it update my little thing? It did. Cool. Because I think it was at 54 earlier. So, okay. But I also, by the way, I didn't have time to figure this out, KG. So it'll have to be tomorrow. But I wanted to also try to figure out whichever overlays that can just show people who have like recently followed me or subscribed and stuff. So I would like to figure out how to add that as like an actual overlay. I just ran out of time this morning. So we'll keep making some improvements here and there. But thank you very much. How cool. How cool. Yeah, I was saying I was looking at the analytics the other day, and so I think in the 2 days that we were officially, I don't know if it only counts in the 2 days when I was a Twitch affiliate, but yeah, we did make like $10, okay? So, you know, this is, you know, pre-tax and all that fun stuff, but listen, $10 is $10. So, Lucky will have to help with that. I'm the photographer. He's the Twitch savvy guy. Yeah, awesome, right? It's a cool, yeah, $10. I just need 50 more days of those $10, and then I can pay off my new microphone. So, okay, so $10 is more than zero. Yes, it's actually $10 more than zero. This is where that Brainiac emote would have been nice. Mind blown. Yeah, mind blown Brainiac. Okay, you know what? We still haven't figured that out, right? Let's just put an explosion. Let's see. Okay, so what if shift this to the center? We align this or center, yeah, align this to center. And then let's put this in the back. Maybe without the text, because obviously it's not legible. So, okay, we'll get back to it. We still haven't figured that one out yet. KG, you sound like me when I'm being positive about the new equipment I've bought. Well, to be fair, I'm always positive. There's very few times I would say that I'm not positive about anything. So, it's a character flaw, as they would say, possibly. So these are some of the fonts that we downloaded. I like without the text. Yeah, exactly. Listen, we'll get back to it. I'm getting too distracted here with too many different tasks. So I have to remind myself the task at hand is we need to figure out the title for our video. So these are some of the fonts that we downloaded. Again, shout out to Siegfried in the chat, aka Gumbo Boy, as well as I think it was Bonnie, AFK NVM. I thought he was helping us out yesterday as well. So these are all the ones that I downloaded. I just want to remind myself because I don't know. Is there a way to like favorite fonts in DaVinci? I guess not. So there's one called Chicago. Let's see how that looks. Chicago. I mean, it looks clean. So we did find a lot of clean ones, but the problem is I think I need to find something that looks traditional or Western, maybe, to fit the mood. Or Asian, actually. Since we failed at the other one, maybe we'll do an Asian one. KG said, no, not at all. It's just, well, I didn't really have $3,000, but I made $200 today. Yeah. So progress. Exactly. It's all about chipping away. Like, I think if you're trying to, yeah, it's like if you're like, oh, I got to make $3,000. And if you think of like, oh, what kind of task can I do that will give me $3,000? Then the time it takes you to figure out the answer to that, you could have been doing you could have been doing 3,000 tasks that earn you $1 each. And yeah, you would have been better for it. So it's all about chipping away. Goes with the vibe some. Yeah. I'm always, listen, I'm a very optimistic vibe kind of guy. Or I don't take things seriously, I guess. So even if there's a lot of stress, I just kind of laugh it off. The Romantica handbrush script. Let's see. Romantica. Where are you? Well, you're not here. Is it under handbrush? Hand brush. Nope. I could have sworn I downloaded all of these. Oh, is it under the? Don't tell me it's under the. That's so stupid. Yeah, it is. Okay. The Romantica. Into the Blizzard. It's not that legible. That's the problem. What about the next one? Roadhawk. Roadhawk. This is the one I think Siegfried you liked this one. Let's just see how Roadhawk looks. Yeah, I mean, again, these are like some nice ones. And so the question becomes, do we stick with the nice, it looks clean, or do we use a font that looks more like somehow either Asian or Mongolian or like not futuristic? I'm not sure. Also, do we put Into the Blizzard or do we just put Mongolia? That's the other question we didn't really figure out. Do we mimic the title of the YouTube video, in which case it'll be like Into the Blizzard, and then in smaller text we need to add in, what was it? The adventure, my adventure with eagle hunt within, what was it? My adventure with Mongolia's eagle hunters. KGB. Oh, not KGB. You are not KGB. KGP. Be right back. I like that style. Yes, yes. Yeah, it is a good one. This is from Siegfried. But yeah, we'll talk soon. Talking to Miss KGB over there. Wild Nature. Oh yeah, I did look at that one earlier. So this is more my style, by the way. This kind of stuff. But I understand most people would not agree with me. Into the Blizzard. Yeah, I guess most people would say this looks cheesy. Brunson typeface, okay. What do you got for us, Brunson? Okay, nice and bold. Brunson rough. Ooh, I like the rough one. I am a fan of textured, I believe, more than others. Into the Blizzard. But okay, maybe it's just me, but I feel like the texture, does it fit with the snowy vibes? I kind of think it does, but I don't know why. I don't know enough technically speaking to say. It's just a gut feeling, you know? Or how does the word Mongolia look? Let's see. I like this one as well. Mongolia. Into the Blizzard. Into the Blizzard. My adventure with Mongolia's eagle hunters. Into the Blizzard. Yeah, we still haven't figured out what... Okay, it's gonna be fun. We're gonna look at a bunch of cool examples in a bit. I just want to see each font. Oh yeah, so this is the Asian font, in my opinion. Okami. Okay, let's look at Okami. Okay, now that I see it with these words, it looks a bit too childish compared to some of the other ones. Mongolia. Oh, but I do like... Man, I can't make up my mind. Because I kind of like this style. At least with the word Mongolia, it looks kind of badass. But when I typed in Into the Blizzard, it looked childish. So I'm kind of stuck now. Mongolia. But it probably is too childish. I say childish as in like, it's so chaotic. It feels a little, it's a little, it's not serious. So maybe childish is the wrong word, but it doesn't feel like a very serious text. And this is a very serious mood, I guess. And then for this one, it's way too big, but let's see. Yeah, I think I preferred the other one over this one. What was it? Brunson, yeah. If we had to choose, I'm choosing that one over this one. What about this futuristic typeface? Dena font. This looks like it says Into the Buzzard. So not the best for this in particular. But what kind of trip what kind of video can I make in the future where I can use this font? When will I make a very futuristic themed video? I don't know. Because I'm a fan of this, just not for this. Apocalypto? Let's try Into the Blizzard. This could work maybe for the subtext, or like the subtitles, or whatever, secondary title. Walter, okay. Yeah, there needs to be a way I can like favorite some of these fonts. Into the Blizzard. Blastage. Sci-fi techno, what is it called? Blastage. Oh, I like this one too. Mongolia. For some reason, this is making me think of like some kind of car brand or something. Okay, here we go. Holy Brissac. Holy Brissac vintage display. This is similar. This is slightly like the Mongolia stamp that we saw earlier. So ideally, if I can make one of these work, that'd be great. So it feels more authentic almost. So this one's called Holy Brissac. Yeah, I like this. Mongolia. What about Into the Blizzard? I don't mind either of these. So this one might be the front runner. Vintama we looked at earlier. Asia Fest. I mean I can already tell this is not gonna work. Oh wait, it might work. I'm just looking at the wrong thing. This is the one we were looking at. Okay, fine. We'll look at Asia Fest. I think it's a little too thin. Yeah, I think it's a little too thin. We either go bold. Yeah, we probably need to go bold. Okay, last one, montage. Let's see. Siegfried, you said, I just made a rough design of what I was thinking. I put in your feedback on Discord. What do you think? Okay, give me 1 second. We're going to check out this last one, and then let me go over to my montage. Into the Blizzard. It's not bad. Okay, so far the ones of these, this could be one option. This is a little bit like that stamp, the Mongolia stamp one we saw. Or, shoot, what was it called? I forget. There was one we were looking at. Was it Brunson? I think it was Brunson. Oh yeah, so then this is the other option where we go with like there's like a little bit of textured or a rough font. And it could be for the full thing. So we might just have to figure out if we do the whole title thing like Into the Blizzard, My Adventures with Mongolia's Eagle Hunters, something like that. But yeah, those are two of the fonts that I think kind of are decent. Okay, let me go to my Discord here. Where did you put it? Was it in the photos? Ah, yeah, okay. Wait, no. Ah, let me open this link. I like this. A film by Yobel Prize. Nice. It looks cool to say a film by and then having my name in there. This is really cool. Man, you figured out in what took me a day and a half. You were able to do this. I appreciate it. Okay, I like this a lot. Now the only thing is, obviously, I need to figure out, well, yeah, what do we type in here? Because it's either putting the whole thing of like into the blizzard, and it'll either end up being 2 lines of text to be able to put the full thing. It could just say into the blizzard, and then just have Mongolia this, or it needs to. Oh wait, I need to put episode 1 somewhere. I need to yeah, but this does look. I like this kind of white and red mix here, and having this with the Mongolian phrase looks really cool. So, and I like this kind of fake credits type thing going on here. You know what I could do though, if I do have this kind of credits thing, then I can put some of your guys' names in here as like a shout out. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I like this, man. I really do. This is great. Was this like a template you used, or did you have to do this all manually? If you did all manually, look, I appreciate you, man, but I need to do this on my own. But I appreciate this. This is really cool. You know what? And okay, let's see if between Canva and Elements, they might have something like this that I can just download. Maybe, I hope. But this is excellent. So, okay, let's see if I can have this off to the side somewhere so I can look at it. So, you did this manually. I just had the idea in my head. I really wanted to make it out to sea. Well, you have great ideas, man. That's good vision here. So we do want to use this to some extent. So here's what I'm thinking. One, I'm going to see if they have a template already just to make my life easier. Or I can try to copy some pieces myself. And partially it's because I want to learn for myself as well. So like now, like you're already helping me tremendously here, because now I can see like, okay, here's what I think I want to replicate. So I like this style, for instance, where you have a film by Nobel Prize and you have 2 different fonts, like sizes and coloring for it. I like that big blasted title here. So then the only thing I'm trying to figure out is like, do I actually put the name of the title? Do I just put Mongolia there? And then, you know, have the Mongolia word or whatever here in the more modern Mongolian font. And then do I, instead of putting Nobel Prize here and Mongolia, if Mongolia is there, then do I put like episode 1 and then put like travel series something or whatever. And then like, yeah, like this kind of, I don't know what you call these things, but little trailer credits stuff. Then we can have a lot of fun with it if I can figure out if there's like a template I can use, or I can just type it in tiny, I guess. But then I'd be able to give a shout out to, you know, the live stream chats. I can punch it. Yeah, basically this could just be all your guys' names, because in a sense I'll look through all the names of people who's, I think I can see it all in terms of who's chatted, and it'd be kind of cool to just be able to put it all in there. And we could even put it in there based on the leaderboard points, right? So I can put whoever's on the top of that leaderboard, I'll put it first. I don't know, but I think that'd be really cool, just like a little, you know, a little side nod to you guys as appreciation. Well, this is great. Okay, so this has already motivated me, or it's exciting to look at this, because I'm like, okay, this is bringing me to a new place. Siegfried just sent another one. If you want to keep the intro, what do you think if it's like this? Oh, okay, let me see here. Into the Mongolian blizzard. Oh, okay. Possibly, and yeah, it's not a bad idea to see if we put it in here. Now, my only thoughts is, well, one, I have to review again my title, because I think my title was like Into the Blizzard, My Adventure with Mongolia's Eagle Hunters. And then I do think I want to make sure, while I don't mind the placement, it's more of a, yeah, then I just got to figure out the wordings. So like, for instance, I don't want to have Mongolia too often. I don't want to have my name too often. So then, but those are replaceable, so that's not a big deal. But yeah, I don't mind this. Like, yeah, maybe we have a small text, big text together. Into the blizzard, Mongolia's. Okay, yeah. Here, let's, how can I do this? Let me, what if I save this image? Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'm going to save this image. Thank you very much. Where should I put it? I'll put it in photos, YouTube projects, Mongolia, and we'll call this Siegfried example title trailer. Siegfried title trailer. And then let's go real quick. I'm just gonna hop back to DaVinci and we'll go to my photos. And then let's go to the media pool, to photos, stills. Okay, so then what we can do is we'll just reduce the opacity if I can find it. Okay, so I'm just gonna hide this in the background so I can just use it as a reference for potential like placement of words and stuff. And then now let's spend a bit of time. I want to see what Envato's got for me. So now we got to switch to what, video templates or graphic templates? Title. Okay, maybe not graphic templates. We want video templates. All right, I'm gonna look for video templates, then we're gonna look at like graphic templates. Siegfried, you said manually, yep, took me like 5 to 10 minutes. Nice. Just send another one. Yep. Again, don't mean to intrude in your creativity, not at all. I've always enjoyed making movie poster styles for all my work. Nice. Yeah, not intruding at all. Like what you did was epic, and also you did in 5-10 minutes. That's crazy. So yeah, you've already given me some good ideas. So that's what I'm leaning towards. Now we're just kind of seeing whatever is out here in case there's like a simple template somewhere that we can download. But I do feel like simple is better. Oh, actually, that is one thing, Siegfried. I didn't think about it. I think I can still make it work, but one thing I have to keep in my mind is that this is not like a poster. So it's not like a still image, but like given it's a video format. But I think this, like what you did there would look really good as my YouTube thumbnail, right? I think. So then, yeah. Okay, so there's some other thoughts I have to think about now as we process. So I need to think about like the style that you just showed me as the image. Does that work on a running like a motion, you know, like in a film mode? And it may not in its like entirety of how you've designed it, but it absolutely works as like the YouTube thumbnail. So that's like the only distinction now that I'm thinking about, where it's like, okay, I guess I didn't think about it before. So maybe I'll look up cinematic titles. Cinematic title. Ba-ba-ba. Some of these are not bad, right? Okay, let me double click on that. We're going to check it out in detail later. Let's see if there's some other ones we can look at. Yeah, it might be a little hard to see because it's... Here, we'll just zoom in if that helps. Nope, doesn't help. Just a little bit. Siegfried, you said you can check this link out on YouTube. All right, let's see. All right, let me slow it down. I feel like there's a few good ones in there. So this is not bad, although yeah, like now that I see it like this in a motion, like in a video format, obviously it covers a lot of the screen. And in my case, there's a lot of motion behind that we'll be seeing that I don't necessarily want to cover up to its fullest. But I do like, yeah, so it's simple. It's got this like moving light. Okay, maybe this is a little too slow. Oh yeah, I guess sometimes you will see like the written and directed by. Okay, I like this style the most, I think, of just like this, a film by Nobel Prize, and then it could just be Mongolia. What do you think, Kimbap? What do you want to do? Yeah. You could put Nikon on there. I would like to, but I don't think. Well, I mean, not that they won't appreciate it, but I don't only show Nikon. So if if this was a trip where I only shot with Nikon, then yeah, like I would even reach out to them and just let them know in advance, and work with them on it. But I do most of the time I'm traveling with like all kinds of different cameras. It would be nice if one of my there might be a trip where I did almost, if not exclusively, shoot with the Nikon, which would help me. I should probably try to do that more. Oh, here's a good one. Or no, it could work, but this is what we were going for, but we couldn't really get it to work. That's fine. A Pan's Labyrinth. Nice. Pan's Labyrinth is a good movie. There's some good options in here for sure. But yeah, I like the simplicity of these kind of things. But then it just depends, because like if I just have the word Mongolia, it feels a little weird to write above, say, a film by Nobel Prize, and the title of my film is Mongolia. Like I feel like then I should put something a bit more like Into the Blizzard, or something that's a little bit more like a title as opposed to just the country name. Welcome back, Garv. Welcome back. We are just working on the title. Yeah, I guess it boils down to, what do I want to actually... Yeah, what is the title that I want? Is it just blasting the word Mongolia? Is it putting the whole thing of like Into the Blizzard and then the subtext? 52 movie posters. Ooh, there's some ones that look similar to what you were working on, right? In this one, maybe? Oh, shoot. But I completely forgot. I normally work only in DaVinci. I guess I could work with the others, but I don't want to spend a lot of time trying to figure that out. So, unfortunately, we might have to... Yeah, these are different applications. Let's go ahead and search based on DaVinci and see what pops up. Siegfried, maybe you can move to CapCut for the title and then move it back. Yeah, like that is true. I could always use this as a final step. So I can leave it empty in DaVinci, bring it into one of the other ones and see what they have. That is very true. So maybe, you know what, maybe we should pause on this real quick. I should finish the other steps, like doing all the color grading, because that's more important. And then we can hop back to this as like a final step. That's probably a bit more practical of an approach. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so we're gonna take a pause from doing this title, and we need to just kind of finalize the video itself. So we'll leave this here for now. No issues.
Welcome back to my channel.
All right, so here we go. We're gonna go and try to figure out for each clip, literally each clip, we're gonna go and see what the color should be and everything like that. So in terms of the LUTs, I mentioned I don't have my own LUTs. I just do my own color grading, but this is the first time I'm trying to think about it from the lens of having a LUT at the final portion of my edits. And we have some LUTs that I downloaded from Lens Distortions. I'm generally a fan of Lens Distortions. They're the ones I use for a lot of good sound effects and soundtracks, and I figured they might have LUTs that are more cinematic in nature, and I feel like that has rung true. So I'm not gonna spend more time like downloading a bunch of LUTs. I think just of the options we have here, it should suffice. So we're just gonna go literally clip by clip and just kind of see which one fits with each clip. If there is an overarching thought process, it's about stylistic consistency. So wherever possible, I probably shouldn't, like for instance, let's say if this shot I use this kind of a coloring, like this cashmere one it's called, but then if the next shot is like very blue and the next one is like very whatever, like that probably doesn't look too good. And does that mean we need the entire video in a single style? Probably not. That might be too much. But at the very least, I might try to think of it from chapter to chapter and see if like should each chapter at the very least look somewhat the same. And so we'll see. Siegfried, I'll send you some. I will also send you a vector version so you can see if it fits what you're saying. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. You've already helped me out significantly, and we got some good ideas from what you shared across, including ways to give a shout out to all you guys in the chat. So thank you. Photo Elite, I come back and I hear LUTs. If you want, I have literally thousands of them. Most of them are extremely cinematic in nature since they come from high-end movies. While I appreciate that, probably not now, because then it will overcomplicate things for me. I think like, because I'm not trying to treat the LUTs right now as something very serious. It's really just, I want to see if there's like, of a few examples so that I can quickly go through each clip. Is there something that just kind of adds the right tone to everything without being over the top? So I had tested some of these lens distortion ones already, so I do feel good with these compared to some of the other LUTs that I've downloaded in the past, which were more like what you're saying. Like I think they get a little bit extreme. These ones seem to be more of my style, where it's just either subtle or just a little bit of a hint of a certain like tone of color, but otherwise not going crazy. So as an example, Photo Elite, the entire trailer, I applied one of the LUTs. I believe it was like this dark monochrome or like an earthy monochrome one, and it ended up working across the entire trailer. Yeah, the dark monochrome 2. So far, lens distortion hasn't let me down. We're gonna just stick with it, and then yeah, if needed, we can always. I'll if the worst case and I don't find a good one, then I'm gonna put up my little Batman signal for Photo Elite, and hopefully you can send me some of your LUTs. So starting with the very first clip, we're literally gonna go clip by clip. We're gonna do it all. Because it is a rainy shot, and I will share my entire thought process. That's essentially what I do on all the streams anyways, but as we edit, I will share my thoughts, and so you guys have a sense of why I'm doing what I'm doing. So in this case, the thought process is it's raining, so probably I should go with a more of a cool tone, let's say. So if I had to choose, probably one of these kind of bluish tones makes the most sense. But I also don't necessarily want it to be over the top. So let's just kind of briefly look through these options. But I think I already know which option we should go with. It's probably one of those cooler tones. These ones are a little bit more cleaner, I guess. It's a bit clearer. It's not too overly blue. So we can throw that into the mix as well. But for now, I think we have our answer. Yeah, let's go with one of the tonal blues. So this one's a nice faded look. This one's a little like a bit more less intense, I guess. This might be the most intense. Alright, let's just go with... Yeah, so this one's slightly brighter, I guess. But I'm okay with the... Yeah, let's go with this one for now. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to create an extra node just in case we make mistakes or we don't like it. We can just delete it or disable it. I'm just going to drag it in there. And let's move on to the next one. So the hope is that we can try to use the exact same LUT for each one. Although I kind of like tonal blue 3 a bit more than 2. But let's stick with the same one, and then we can always make adjustments. So let's make another node, drag it in. Siegfried, he said, "Man, DaVinci UI still looks like a plane cockpit to me. I really want to learn it, but it's so hard. It's funny you say plane cockpit since we are on the plane shots. I don't know if that was intentional, but it's so hard. I'm still stuck on CapCut and learning more on Premiere." Yeah, CapCut is actually super good. Like, I have CapCut desktop. I haven't used it in a while, but yeah, I gave this little spiel a few days ago. But if you're starting out for the first time, like, honestly, CapCut probably will be more effective and more useful if you're starting out, either on mobile and desktop. Yeah, so not even either, just on both. If you pick up that first, it probably will take you farther as a video editor than if you try to pick up Premiere, Final Cut, or DaVinci. It's much more intuitive. There's a lot more easy to understand tutorials for like short form content. It's very simple. You don't have to like purchase any third-party plugins or stuff. It's like all the templates and titles and fonts. Everything's all right in one spot. So yeah. Photo, you said that Discord notification you got just now was me. The message I replied to while tagging you are 149 of my favorite LUTs. Oh snap. Okay. Well, thank you very much. I'll check that out later then. I much appreciate it. Your favorite... Okay, let's see. What are your movie favorites? 300, nice. Alien, Captain Marvel, Game of Thrones. What is a Captain Marvel LUT? Captain Marvel. I only watched it one time. I wasn't paying enough attention. Game of Thrones, nice. Siegfried, I cut and caption for CapCut and color grade on Premiere. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't have enough experience across all of them, but I do enjoy color grading in DaVinci, although I've essentially just scratched the surface when it comes to actually effectively color grading in DaVinci. So yeah, I got a whiles to go. I just haven't found I haven't found a reason to like dive into it too much for what I've been filming so far, but eventually we will. Okay, as I look through some of these other examples, I think I prefer tonal blue 3 over tonal blue 2. So what we'll do is we're just going to use tonal blue 3. Okay. I think this one's already there. Oh wait, no, we need to create one. Oh yeah, another thing we could do, I'm kind of an idiot for not remembering. It's not just applying the LUTs, I can also just kind of manually change a few things. So generally speaking, sometimes I might like just drop the curve a bit. Normally I would have a better template structure, but this is like the last mile of editing, so I'm not as concerned about having the proper workflow of having like all these distinguished nodes. So Here, I'll just create one where I can generally work on a few of them. So here, I'm just dropping the curve a bit, so everything becomes a little bit more visible, more kind of contrasty. And then we'll do the same. Let's work on one of these ones here. Just dropping the curve a bit, making things much more visible. And then also I'll do a little bit more of an S-curve just to get a bit of brightness. We are high up in the sky, so you know, a little bit of brightness isn't a bad thing. This one looks decent already, but same thing, we'll just test it. Okay, this one I think I already did essentially, but we'll drop a bit more. Okay. These ones, I'm not sure how much work is necessary because it's like such a dark shot. It's not meant to like really, yeah, it's just a dark shot in general. So, oh, but you know what? These LUTs don't look half bad. Here, let's jump to this one and see what it's got for us. Basically, I'm trying to see if this kind of warmer tone actually looks cooler here. I say cooler, but if it looks better than sticking with the blue tones the whole time. Yeah, I think I want to go with the gold tone here. Because it's like clearly it's gone from day to night, so it's not really that necessary, I don't think, to have the same kind of bluish tone the whole time. And here we're mimicking a bit more of the sunset and just the general light bouncing off of the... Yeah, okay, that's what we'll do. So as we shift to this one, we will go towards the golder tone. So maybe this one. Same thing here, and we'll just go full on gold. Siegfried, oh no, Garv, what song is now playing in the backgrounds? It is a song called... It's from Epidemic Sounds. Oh yeah, you have Epidemics. Nice, nice. It's called A Forest Melody. Let me click it again. Yeah, it's a good song, right? Yeah. Forest Melody. Tell Sonic. We're gonna play it again. Why not? Anytime, Garv, anytime. Okay, let me look at this real quick.
If you're curious how I made this video, I have live streamed the entire behind the scenes process, which...
Because one issue I'm seeing with this color, with this LUT, is it's... I don't know what the proper term would be, but it's kind of like washed out the colors a bit here. And not in a good way. It looks like almost like a negative image or whatever. So we might undo that actually.
If you're curious how I made this video, I have live streamed the entire behind the scenes process.
But it looks so good here. So what's going on? What's going on here? It looks clean here, but when I drag it in, it looks shit. Yeah. It looks nice and contrasty, it's bright. Okay, what if I put in the first one? Nope. Why would it do that? I don't know, I don't know. Yeah, see, when I hover my mouse over this one, it looks nice and pretty. The gold, the lighting is well lit. But then when we actually use it, it fades it out. Like this. Look how nasty that looks. Siegfried, ever had the problem that after you export the colors look different? Kind of, yeah. I used to, I haven't really used it as much, but I used to have what they call the Spider, S-P-Y-D-E-R. Spider Elite. Yeah, I had one of these guys. I still have it somewhere. I don't know if it still works properly, but I used to use this to recalibrate my monitor, the colors on the monitor, so that it should ideally match with whatever is proper. So like generally speaking, it's kind of like when it comes to winding your clocks or your watches or whatever, where you're supposed to like do it so that it's calibrated properly or something. I'm not a watch person, but yeah, so then you would use something like this. You literally slap it on top of your monitor, or like, you know, yeah, it basically just stares into your screen monitor, and then it'll check out the colors, and then it'll tell you if you need to make some changes to, you know, whatever settings. I haven't done that in a long time, honestly. It's more important if like you're trying to edit something that's either for commercial work maybe, or if you want to make a print and you want to just make sure the colors that you see are actually what will appear. But either way, before I publish a video onto YouTube, I will check it out on different monitors and different screens just to have a general sense. So the easiest trick for me is I just kind of watch it on my iPhone screen, because then I feel like, okay, that's probably what most people are seeing. So then if it looks really dark or the colors are super off, then I can always go back and adjust it. The issue I run into the most when I'm editing DaVinci videos is when I hit export, sometimes the colors are much more contrasty. So then like some of the dark areas will look very, very dark. So that's like one thing I've seen. But that's generally, it just has something to do with what I export at. Sometimes if I export, but it's not a big enough file or whatever I set as the settings, it could do that. But the issue I'm running into here is I don't know. Because it's like, it looks nice until I, you know, like, like when I hover over it, it looks nice and pretty. Why? What could be causing this? Is there something? Is it an adjustment layer over it that is?
Yeah. I have live here.
Yeah, I don't have a good answer. I don't know what happens. Okay, what if we click a different one? Let's just see. Yeah, all of them. Alright, we'll just stick with this for now. So we've run into some issue that I'm not able to pinpoint. And unfortunately I don't want to spend so much time over it, so we will unfortunately have to move on. Siegfried, you said I'm on a gaming monitor, still saving for an editing one. Gotcha. Yeah, honestly, I don't know what is considered like necessary for editing. What did I use for the longest time? It's in my bedroom now, but I used, I don't remember the name. I'll think about it later, but I've used this one monitor for a number of years, and it's never let me down. But now I'm using all Mac stuff, so it's in my bedroom now. Okay, so do we stick with this tonal blue? It doesn't look half bad. It looks very, very dramatic. It's got a faded look. So you know what? We stuck with it for this long. We might as well continue with it. So we're gonna drag this in. Okay, now here we are. We've arrived. So here, for instance, where I think if this tonal blue, it probably doesn't make sense anymore. Because now it's like all we've done is have a like this weird bluish hue, which is very unnatural. It's like a creative style, I guess, or a stylistic choice, but I think I would prefer something that's a bit more natural. Like, yeah, like something like this. It's called pure. Yeah, like something more pure where it just makes the whites more white. So if you can see the difference here, the color of the walls are a little bit more kind of, it's got a weird, ugly greenish tint to it maybe. And then this this LUT is just making it more of a white balance. So I don't mind that. So actually we're going to go ahead and probably use that one. Let me just see the other option here. Yeah, so you can see it go from this kind of ugly green to a white. The question is, do we choose pure 1 or pure 2? I have no idea. We'll go with pure 1. All right, next one. Actually, I think I like this pure 2 one better. It's like a bit more of like a faded look to it, I think. I could be wrong. So we're just going to override this one. And we'll use pure 2. It's like a slightly darker maybe, but it's a bit more of a faded look. And that tends to be like the style I've been enjoying. Now, one thing we will try to do here is see if we can fix the white balance a bit. Because like same thing, so you can see more obviously here, the walls look more white, which I'm assuming it was originally more white. Whereas here it's got like a warm temperature to it. So what I'll do is I believe I should be able to click on this little eyedropper over here. And it's similar to Lightroom, I think, where you just need to find something that you're like, you know what, this is supposed to be white. So if you click on it, I believe it should now switch everything. It tries to make whatever you clicked on the new white, and then it'll adjust all the other colors appropriately based on this being white. What does that mean for everything else it sees? It's a simple trick, but yeah, that way you can get a proper white balance. So normally you want to click on the thing that you think is actually white in the actual scene. So I believe this wall is white, so by clicking on it, it's thankfully corrected it pretty decently. So then it doesn't feel too weird between the two. Now it's not like perfect, so you can always go in and do a bit more fine tuning. But honestly, I think this is probably okay. Probably, right? Let's see, how could I fix this? Maybe... Okay. Next shot. All right. Which LUT shall we go for? I'm thinking nothing too serious. Kind of same thing. Like, when in doubt, I think making things look a little bit more natural as opposed to crazy is probably best. And then the moments where I go crazy, that's more like when we have a cinematic sequence of shots where we want it to feel more cinema. Like, this is not really a cinema moment. This is just getting out of the freaking airport, you know? This one looks good. Pacific Coast 3. This one also is decent. Okay, we'll go with Pacific Coast 2. Okay, yeah, we'll stick with Pacific Coast 2 again. Hopefully, so again, my hypothesis really, because I haven't really tested out, is generally if I am going to be putting a bunch of LUTs, I should hopefully use the same LUT for a number of sequences if it's similar in concept, so it's not too bizarre. So if here we're stepping out of the airport, and this is the view as we're, we've left the airport and we're still driving. I think ideally we should kind of make it feel similar if possible. What's up, Maple Glades? Yes, follow that LUT path. Nice, nice. Good to hear from you. That photo elite pinged you. Oh, okay, okay. So he's a photo elite. He's the guy to listen to when it comes to elite photos, I guess. Elite photos. Good to hear from you, Maple. How's everything going? Maple, I was talking about you earlier, I think, where I was saying I hope Maple's not here, because I did actually pull the trigger, and the Electro Voice RE20 is on its way to be delivered to my house in the next, I don't know, within the next week. So I have gone ahead and pulled the trigger to buy a new microphone. So, but I still do need some help for sure, for sure. I did ping you, by the way. I did DM you, but as I said I would. But just as an FYI, we did make good progress, Maple. We recorded the entire voiceover. It sounds very good. It took a bit of work, but people helped me out in the chat. So what you're seeing now is we're doing kind of like a final color grading process. Photo, you said, I mean, it's just a small pack. The full pack is now up to, Jesus Christ, 7,000 LUTs. Okay, you know what? There's enough conversation about it now that I'll go ahead and check it out. If Maple is also signing, putting his name on this, where did you put it? In, Photo LUT, where do Photo Elite. Now I'm just calling you Photo LUT. You messaged me with it. The message I replied to while tagging you. Alright, bear with me because I still am really bad with Discord. Did you send it in my Yobel Prize thing? Oh, I see. LUTs and presets. Gotcha, gotcha. Okay, Photo Elite, these are my favorite. Cool, cool. So I hit on the Dropbox. The Triune Cinematic LUTs. Some of my absolute favorite LUTs, the Triune Cinematic LUTs, is 149 LUTs, but you'll recognize the name of most of these, so you know the general vibe. Okay. Let me just drag this over here real quick, just in case. Cloverfield Lane. Okay, so what am I supposed to do? I just have to download all these. Okay, you know what? I'll do it later because it's saying I have to like log in and all these other stuff. Okay, cool. Well, thank you. I'm just gonna take care of this later. But the fact that we've got 2 people vouching for you. Siegfried, is it available for everyone? Yeah. Well, I don't know actually. It's on Maple's. Maple Glade has a Discord called Photo Family. I think. Can I share it? Let me see. Invite people. I'm assuming, Maple, I can share a link to your Discord, right? I don't. Is there any reason I can't? But. Everyone is welcome. Yeah, okay. I didn't want to step on toes or do something I'm not supposed to do. Okay, so I think I sent the link, Siegfried. So this is the, this is Maple Glades. I believe he's the one who set it up, but this is the community on Discord. And yeah, on my first day of streaming, I thought it was Sora. I think it was Sora or maybe someone else, but someone had found me and then introduced me to Maple Glades in this community. So yeah, much appreciated, obviously. And so if you go in there, apparently there's a channel called LUTs and Presets, hashtag LUTs and Presets, and Photo Elite, the very last message there where Photo Elite tagged me. Everyone is welcome in the Photo Fam. Hells yeah. Okay, where were we? Let's open up this guy again. Okay, there's not much of a change on this one, but that's okay. All right, same thing. We probably want something a bit more natural. Although this one looks cool too. Not that one. So the only thing I can think of when it comes, because I don't know much when it comes to color grading for like skin tones and stuff, but I assume in general if there's a person in the shot, you should use like a LUT that doesn't make the skin look like yellowish maybe, or I don't know, like some kind of squeamish colors, or it's like a green or like this. Black and white. Okay, so we used pure 2 last time. Now here it's a little bit too dark because we are outdoors, so I would like to mimic a bit more brighter sense. So either of these look like it's okay. So this is pure 3 and pure 1, and then there's one above it that we were looking at just now. Photoli, you said, I'm the moderator that set up all the perms and shit to make the damn thing not a disorganized mess. In return, Maple organized my photo Dropbox. Nice. That's called a win-win. A win-win-win, since I did also win by getting some LUTs, so thank you. Well, I might ask for your help then at some point, because you know, my Discord is a very small one, but we plan to build it up, okay? So I don't know the first thing about Discord. I have started to learn. I asked ChatGPT for a lot of help. So I think we have leveled up our Discord a bit, but there's a lot that I want to be able to continue to improve on it. So I kind of like this one. The skin tone's off, but which one was it? Golden Age 3. Photolink, this is the full folder of all the LUTs. Damn, 7,000. All right, we're gonna try this one. Golden Age LUT.
Here we
Okay. So same rule applies. We'll try to do the exact same for all of them if possible. Now the problem is here I was using a different camera entirely, so using the same LUT may or may not actually work, but it seems okay. Same thing here. Okay, one problem is it's super bright. Well, I guess we can reduce it, so okay, let's try. Yeah, it's a bit overexposed. This is the issue when I'm shooting with like an iPhone with the action cameras. So then, like, yeah, this was shot with the iPhone, so it's a bit more limiting in terms of how much I can really change. So actually, I think I'll leave this as is. Whoops. Should we? Let me see. Yeah, I guess we'll keep it. All right, what about here? This should be a good one to try different ones. Probably I want something natural, or we like lean into the blues, or like go dark like this. Photolink plus a bunch of Lightroom presets if that's something that interests anyone. Yes, of course. Do you, Elite, you don't sell any? I recently set up my presets to be sold, but you know, free is always good. But if you got 7,000 LUTs, you should put a price tag on that. Okay, pure 3 is pretty good. It is very pure in color, so I think we'll go with that. Let's just test out the others. Yeah, we'll go with pure 3. Cool, cool. All right, we're going a little bit faster here because we're just sticking to the same LUT. All right, we're gonna go with this tonal blue one.
After a quick bit of sightseeing and grabbing my first Mongolia.
Okay. Photo, no, I don't sell any of this. For one, it wouldn't sit right with me to sell it since a lot of his stuff already being sold by others. Oh, fair enough, fair enough. Another good sized portion of stuff I've been given over the years. Gotcha, gotcha. Okay, okay. I was gonna say, I thought maybe you created all 7,000. I was like, man, if you put in that kind of time to create 7,000, you should put a sticker on that. But either way, I see what you're saying. So you collected over time 7,000 of them, which is still, you know, impressive. Very impressive. But yeah, like, I don't know, Photo, how much you're paying attention to what I'm doing here or not, but I feel like this lens distortion LUTs, it's working pretty well. Like, even on simple shots like this, it does, you know, I feel like it does a good job of making it feel a bit more, add a little oomph into it. And it's not too, like, yeah, over the top, let's say. Because that is one thing I've noticed with some of the LUTs that I got access to at different points. They would just like end up looking just like crazy, just so crazy. Like, it's like, I don't know when I would use this style, you know? But small sample size, since I used the LUTs on my last video, which was for India. Actually, let's go ahead and see. Video footage.
High above the world,
Okay.
hidden in India's silent.
So this whole video, I'm pretty sure I applied some of the lens distortion LUTs to the entirety of it. But definitely in the trailer, so let's just play that real quick.
High above the world, hidden in India's silent peaks, there exists a creature of legend. A ghost, barely glimpsed and rarely captured. I set out on a quest to find the elusive snow leopard. But journeys to these heights aren't just about what you seek, it's what you discover along the way. From Ladakh's untamed wildlife and serene mountain monasteries, to Jim Corbett's misty jungles, home to India's iconic tiger, each moment was unpredictable, each encounter unforgettable. India is vast, impossible to fully grasp in one trip, but through my adventures, I peel back its layers of mystery, revealing raw beauty one journey at a time.
So yeah, in general, I felt like
Sometimes
I don't
life
know.
gives
Again,
you-
it's not like I have many examples to pull from, but when I was like starting to do video, and I was like, oh, let me try out these LUTs, and like it was like so many of them were misses. I would like see all these LUTs, like you can even see it like in these whatever folders that I've got, and like for other, like as I click on all of them, yeah, it'd be like stuff like this where it just looks so overly exposed or something's off about it. But then when I tried the lens distortion one on the last project, it was like none of them ever did the thing where it's like, wow, this is way exaggerated. It just hit the spot. So, Photo Elite, you said. So the whole Dropbox is something I half jokingly call my holy grail of resources. There are sound effects, sounds. Oh, nice sounds for sound engineering. Yep. Commercially approved music, nice. Tutorials, PDF guides. Wow. Listen, that's impressive. I would love to build up something like that over time. That is one of my goals, is to eventually create some like tutorial style stuff. I would like to be able to share my knowledge, hopefully in an entertaining way. but we got some steps before we get there. And then, yeah, if you have your own library of all these things that you give access to people. Yeah, so I mean, Photolite, if you have all that, like, you should maybe create like some kind of a online course or something. And then people who pay for it, then they can get access to, like, you know, whatever you've got. Yeah, I don't know. To some degree, I don't know. But yeah, let's go back to lens distortions. Let's see what they got. This one looks nice. In this case, I guess like I'm looking for LUTs that make the food look appealing. So this is actually easier for me to do because I know what makes food look tasty to me. So it's like, I'm a fan of my food, you know? So these look okay. This one's a bit shinier. Yeah, let's go with the middle one. Less contrasty. Sure, we'll go with this one. Siegfried, seeing this is making me hungry. I'm gonna go grab a bite first. You do you, man. You do you. Man, in the first, what was it, 10 days of streaming, I think? It might have been the first 2 weeks of streaming. Or something like that. I would go each stream without eating, like, the whole day. So I would stream from, like, around 1 to 2 p.m. until, like, 9 to 10 p.m. And so my first meal, I wouldn't have anything in the morning or any... My first meal would be at, like, 10 to 11 p.m. And I only had one bathroom break in that whole time. I think we've had 2 bathroom breaks. Or no, it might still just be 1, actually. Yeah, I think we just had 1. But I've started also eating breakfast. I say breakfast, but I have a meal now, like, you know, my first meal is roughly around like noontime maybe. So I'm trying to fix my eating schedule and all that, sleep schedule. Photolite, it would again come back to that case. Yeah, as I said it, I was thinking like, yeah, it's I get what you're saying. Like if you bought something, if it's someone else's property and then you're trying to resell it, that's a different story, yeah. But if there's like some portion of like what you've collected that's literally your own, then at least you can always point to like all the free stuff plus the extra stuff that is yours that people just have access to. Garv, yeah, I have all emotes unlocked. Hells yeah. Well, I've said this before, and I will do this once I figure out how and as I have the time. Basically, everyone who is contributing in every different way, whether it's by following me, you know, being in the chat, then I do want to figure out how to like grandfather you guys into whatever happens, right? So whether it's all the emotes or some of the cool features, hopefully we'll play around with. So I do want to make sure to show my appreciation. I use that word too much, but my appreciation for all of you guys on, you know, this is only day 21 of my streaming career, right? So yeah, you guys are the real ones. Photo, you said, I mean, my own stuff is on my YouTube channel, also for free. Oh yeah, feel free to send a link to your YouTube channel. I'll click it and give you a follow. Because I'm following you now on Twitch, but I don't think on YouTube. Okay, let's keep going. Alright, same thing, I just want something more bluish tone so we can go back and see. Oh, this one's a clean one. Dark monochrome, yep. Let's try the blue one first and then... Yeah, we'll keep with the blue. Nope, not for this one though. Okay, so I guess these shots, what did I shoot this with? I think it's like my iPhone. The problem is like, I guess there wasn't much color to it. So do I either lean into that and just make this a very monochrome style? Or should I just add a bit more color saturation to the shot? I don't know yet. Let's just see what we got as options. Photo Elites is at youtube.com/@thephotoelite. All right, subscribed. Oh, you are doing some tutorials. Nice, nice. Okay, so how I enhance lip color, how to add a lightsaber glow in Photoshop. Nice. Cool, cool. This is perfect, man. I've been, like I said, it's really cool. If there's like the coolest thing so far of doing this kind of live streaming, it is definitely the fact that I'm meeting so many people who are in the, whatever you call it, like photography, videography kind of space. And so, yeah, it's like a nice way to be able to see your guys' work, learn from each other. Yeah, it's really cool. If I wasn't live streaming, then it would just be me talking to ChatGPT all the time, watching Netflix on the side monitor, but not really getting to meet other creative people that could help more in like the long run and all that kind of stuff. So this is really cool. How long have you been doing YouTube, Photo Elite? Is that something you're aiming to focus on more of, or like where is your focus, let's say, as a creative person? I don't know which one of these to use. Okay, we'll go with one of these. This one looks better. Okay, I think we'll go with Amber 1. And then we're going to stick to that for everything. Consistency, consistency. I'm really excited. So obviously we're taking it very slow here. We're going literally clip by clip. But what I'm really excited for is when we're done with all this, we're going to watch the video start to finish, or at least chapter by chapter. And I hope it becomes noticeable, especially for those of you who've seen some of the versions of our video from the prior days, and to be able to see like what a difference it can make by just being able to do these kind of finishing touches with the colors. Yeah, like kind of unifying some of the colors at different points, or being more creative with it at times. And hopefully it will feel more like an actual film, as opposed to just a vlog, right? That's the leap that we want to make, is that we're not just a vlogger, we are a filmmaker. So hopefully what you guys are, if you're enjoying the streams, hopefully you will see a progression as we become closer and closer to being a filmmaker. And that means like at every step, it's everything from the voice recordings, as you've seen, like learning all the key steps of like what makes the technical elements of like recording your voice, the microphones, the filters. It's what Photo Elite was talking about with like, even understanding the audio interface, like using the different LUTs, the different fonts, the different types of title kind of examples, and like if you're able to do those really well, like what Siegfried was doing earlier for me. Yeah, like as we keep improving and then like soundtracks and visual effects, that's another area which I haven't really mastered yet. We need to spend more time on. It's like as we improve each of those things every day that we stream, the goal is you guys will eventually see like, wow, this guy, and then the things we create together feels like a film. Okay, one thing I noticed here is that I need to zoom in more because there's some black spaces I didn't notice before. Okay, so then let's go. That should be an easy fix, so no worries there. Alright, so all we're going to do is just kind of zoom in a little bit more at the very beginning. So we remove all that. There we go. Easy. Done. Took care of that like a true filmmaker. Now, what colors do we want for this? The colors right now look really bad, so I either want something that's more natural or we go with a bit more like a monochrome style. I'm leaning toward this like monochrome style. So that one doesn't look bad. That one looks good. Okay, we're gonna go with dark monochrome. We'll go with number 3. It's a little bit brighter, but yeah, I think it's okay. And we'll do it for the next one. And should we continue? Let's see. Yes or no? Let's see. Yeah. Okay, I think we can extend it to all of them, possibly. And they're like in such fast succession that I think by having the same color style, it won't be as jarring, maybe, to the viewer. I could be wrong. And then this one, let's increase the lighting a bit if possible. It might not be possible. Okay. And then I think we'll have to hop back to, which one was it? Amber, was it Amber 3? Amber 1, okay. So we'll just use the same one as before when we first boarded the plane. Unless it looks weird, but it's okay. Wait, let's see the other options real quick. Where was pure? Yeah, we'll go with Amber 1. I'm a little bit stuck on this one. Actually, probably, okay, let's look at the future ones, because that should probably dictate a bit better for us which one to choose. So we can go deep into the teals, which I don't mind actually. I usually am not, I don't do a lot of the kind of teal stuff. Let me see. Well, this one just looks cleaner. Okay, so I'm leaning towards pure. Metallic rose. Okay, I think this one's not bad. Metallic rose. This one's cool too. Dark pearl. Dark monochrome. Okay, maybe it's dark monochrome. Yeah, that's not bad, right? That's not bad. Okay, we'll try that and see. So I think for all this sequence, we're going to use dark monochrome 1. Just a simple drag and drop into a new node. Okay, then here, okay. I guess this one looks okay. So we could technically stick to the monochrome. I don't mind that one. I think we'll try this one though. Let's see. Because there is a pause in between.
Let me take a moment to introduce my travel crew.
Yeah, okay. So there is like a nice little pause in between. So I don't think it has to necessarily follow the same color. Like I don't think it has to be the same color style. Whereas like this one, it feels a bit more normal colors, I think. But the problem is, can I apply this LUT? Yes, I can. Okay, good. Because this is an image, so that was like a new challenge we're about to have. Does it actually work on the image version of it? Looks like it does. Okay, let's test that out real quick.
Let me take a moment to introduce my travel crew, starting with Bota, our amazing chef, Aibo, our expert guide, and last but not least, Dogi, the man behind the wheel keeping us on track.
Okay. So far, so good. I think for this one, I think the amber one looks okay. So let's do amber 2. Let's drag it in there. Drag this one in there. So far, so good. It looks okay. No issues. Looks great, looks great. Actually, it looks really good. Okay, so we got lucky with that one, I think. Now, what about the camels? Okay, here we can go a little crazy depending on how we feel. So for the entire camel sequence, kind of leaning towards going a little bit crazy with it, with the colors. Let's take a cleaner shot like this one maybe. This one doesn't look bad. Okay, we're gonna try this one. It's the Explorer Teal 2. Let's see if it carries over to the rest. So far, it's okay. This one looks a little messy for that, because the snow looks off. So, Alright, so we might have to try a different one if we want consistency. And I think I want one that's a bit more like a faded style. So even this like metallic rose one is a bit darker. Which one were we looking at? So we had the paradigm. No, which one was it? Explorer teal. That's the one I looked at before. Golden Age 2. Okay, maybe we can fix this. All right, let's try. So if I use Explorer Teal 2, because I think that's the one that we like on these ones, right? Yeah, okay. But can I fix the situation? Only one way to find out. That looks ugly. Maybe I need to desaturate a bit. I don't know. I think I made it worse. Let's delete that one. Basically, I think seeing the little bit of like tealish color in the background probably doesn't look too good, in my opinion. Or like it just makes it like, obviously we are applying some kind of creative coloring to this, but we don't want it so obvious that colors that should look like, everyone should know this should look white, right? It's like, oh, that's snow. But then for you to look at that and be like, why the heck is it some kind of weird bluish thing? So what we'll do, let's just redo that. But I do like it for the rest. It looks so nice on the others, doesn't it? I'm trying to convince myself to just somehow keep it. Yeah, I really do like it for the rest of these. So I am going to apply it to the rest, and then maybe we'll try to hyper focus on fixing that one. Alright, so let's get back to this one. Maybe it's okay just as is. I guess it could work as is, but let's see if we can do a desaturated version that gets rid of some of the color in the snow. Or, you know what? Okay, so we will choose the same one, which was Explorer Teal 2. Okay. And then we'll just be a bit more litigious about it. Would that word work? We're going to be hyper-focused. So I've clicked this. I've clicked the little eyedropper here. Now if I click on the bluest, the tealest of the section. Whoops, that is not what I wanted. Oh, it's because okay, my bad. We're gonna create a new, or we're gonna use this one here. Okay. So within this one, I'm gonna we have a free node here. I'm gonna use that eyedropper. I'm gonna click on the teal. All right, and then if I hit this little invert or like this highlight section, it'll show me what's been highlighted. And we basically need to increase that. So we want to expand the range of what's being selected. So there's like these 3 tools down here that allow you to do that. So this is one of those tools based on the hue. But the thing is, I don't really want it to impact whatever I end up doing. I don't want it to impact the snow down here, because if you look again, the snow down here doesn't really look too tealish. There's just got a slight hint of it. So I don't think we need to necessarily extend too much of our adjustments. It's just this really exaggerated section here that I want to change the color for. Here it's like it's acceptable. There's a slight amount, but I won't care as much, I guess. So we just want to be careful how much of that part we capture, but we want as much of this captured. So we just gotta play around to see how to make it work. Okay, other options, we just let it all be captured. And then we just desaturate. Okay, this is not bad actually. It's not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad. And I can create maybe a second node. KG, oh my gosh. OM gosh. Just realized I have them all unlocked now. Damn. Wait, how did I didn't even know I had stuff to unlock. So that's good to know. I didn't know that. Oh, because because you subscribed, because you are a wonderful Prime subscriber. Gotcha. Well, listen, KG, we're gonna unlock some more. Okay, we'll keep working on some emotes throughout. Maybe after we're done with all the color grading here, I might take a quick break to do something like the emotes, and then we'll get into the rest of it. But yes, we got some cool ones, you know. Not gonna lie, and the cool thing is, again, these are all my wildlife photos and my cat photos. Oh yeah, I'll show you. Okay, well, I'll show you later. When I feel like there's a good break moment, I need to like crush through this. I'll show you some of the ChatGPT generated versions of my cats. I basically fed it a bunch of my photos, and then I asked if it could create some nice little cat images for me, because I want to refresh my Twitch page. Actually, this is a shout out to Yami Akuma's page. I was like watching her channel earlier, her stream, and on her about page, it looks so clean. Like she has like I guess they call them panels on Twitch, but she just did it in such a nice way where it's like each one has like, you know, the title, and then she has a nice little box where she puts all of her information. So I was like, oh my god, okay, I need to do something like that. I need to, you know, make my Twitch panel and my Twitch page look more professional. So I'll do that. KG said, I'm so bad about getting distracted when I'm editing too. Yeah, anything to distract you from the task at hand, right? But I don't mind. I mean, we're making good progress here, and sometimes like I feel like we solve problems when we step away from the problem. So we've had that moment quite a bit. So and actually that's probably I probably should take a break in a bit for that exact reason, and also I think just for my health reason. We gotta stand up every once in a while, just Make sure the blood is coursing to all of your body, to the brain. Do some pull-ups and yeah. Feed the cats. Okay, so what do I want to do here? I want to try to minimize on this version such that it doesn't impact the lower snow, just the top snow. Yeah, something like this. Okay, perfect. Alright, so it should only affect most of that. And now I'm going to desaturate just to get rid of a lot of that weird bluish tint. Yikes, that doesn't look good. KG, I'll grab my iPad or phone and just play around with Lightroom Mobile while walking around away from my computer. It's like one of those sessions you're obsessed with and you gotta edit like now. Yeah. Well, that's kind of that's interesting. I never thought of it doing like that. So it's like I'm trying to imagine if I had an iPad, could I literally step away from this computer and then still end up working like as I go to the other room and stuff? Then you're like always on the job. Okay, I think we're good with this. So then what do we want for this one? We could just leave this one as is. Oh, actually, I do like this kind of monochrome style, though. I'm leaning towards the monochrome. KG said it's only for a session that I'm like really, I'm ready to get them done because it's so good. Ones I struggle with, I'm gonna go take a breather. Yeah. It always depends. I get what you're saying. We've had plenty of those moments on this during this project where I just, you know what, I just need to step away, just visually wipe my mind, have a detox, so then I can pop back in here later and just feel. Hopefully, I can see something different. KG said that sky. Yeah. It was a really cool moment. But I don't know if I really captured it. I don't think I did as good of a job about capturing it as I might have been able to. But yeah, I also don't know what kind of colors I want to maintain in the shot. Because the colors are cool, the cloud is cool, but generally speaking, it's a weird assortment of colors, or it feels very like, you know, like having these like blues and these pinkish and stuff. I mean, it's the sky. What can you know, you get what you ask for or whatever, but I don't know if I want to lean into it or if I want to, actually, I don't mind this one. I love the blue though. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out what blue I like. I usually prefer more like a navy blue-ish compared to like like this one, like this teal one. I'm not a fan of usually. You too? Okay, yeah. So right now I'm leaning towards that one. The one that was I think it's called golden something. And the problem is if I go too desaturated or too much in one direction with the blue, it risks the shot turning like a bit flat. Oh, this one's not bad. This one's like a very rich blue, but I don't mind the color of it. More, you said more purple hue, that one rich blue. Oh, rich blue, okay. I think it was this one. Okay. All right, you know what? No more thinking, we're just gonna go with it. Thank you very much, KG. We got it. We locked it in. Locked in. Oh, I have an emote for that. It wasn't really meant for this, but What was it? Yobel P locked in. Is it all lowercase? I need to know this. I am failing as an emoter. How do I go to my emotes? Nope, that was the wrong one. The problem is I have my Twitch page like in a tiny box, so I can't actually. I have to full screen the Twitch page, and then I can see my emotes. Where are you? Where are you? Locked in. There you are. Oh, it's okay. So it's with a capital L. Is that for all Twitch stuff? So what is it? Yobel P locked in. There it is. Yobel P locked in. Let's just copy a bunch of those. All right, so KG, we've locked in our edits on that one, okay? The eagle has spoken. Garv, what is this? Yeah, I have my video ready to upload. This was tough. 14.5 hours is done. Oh, sweet. Okay. Well, how about we check it out when we take a break from this? I want to try to get through all the color grading, and then if you're still on, I'll ask, and then we can check it out. Pika, nice. I need the surprise Pika. Oh, you know what? I actually have wildlife photos of a... I think I have some of the Pika mouse somewhere on my Lightroom, I think. I didn't know that there was an actual mouse called the Pika mouse. And then when I was in Mongolia the second time, there's like a whole valley full of these mice. Or I don't know what they were, but they were like these big, chunky mouse. Really fun to photograph. So we can actually, hopefully we'll have like a surprise Pikachu mouse. Actually, you know what? Let me just double check real quick if I can have some. No sound in video, Garb, because it's behind the scenes. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. As usual, I'm not going to play the sound for now. I just want to see. The Pika mouse. There was some mouse that I took a photo of way back. I don't know if I have access to it anymore. From like a trip to Canada back in... Do I have it here? Back in 2023 maybe? No, it's 2022. Yeah, it's like on one of my other hard drives for some of those photos. But we should have 2024 Mongolia. Not this one. Oh, here we go. I haven't had time to really edit these guys, but somewhere buried in this, eventually we'll get to some of these photos. Yeah, like this one here. So there's a bunch of these like mice that would pop its head out. And this is the mice or the animals that, there was an animal that we were searching for called the palace cat. And we got unlucky, unfortunately. It'll be an interesting YouTube video because, you know, sometimes it's good to share also the disappointments. But that was definitely one where like we were hoping to get the shot of the palace cat, and it just didn't work out in our favor. But these are these little mice that live in this valley everywhere throughout Mongolia. And then you'll see all the holes where they peek their head out and pop it down. And the palace cats would come every, you know, in the nighttime and then like a little after sunrise. They would just go through the valley, and you would see where they were like waiting for the mice, and then they pounce and they rip these guys out of the holes. But yeah, we got pretty close to them. They were just observing us. They would let us creep closer and closer, but not too close. Let's see, do we have more of them? Yeah, these chubby little, they kind of look like those Pika mouse. I forget what the actual name of these guys are, though. Yeah, they're everywhere. Anyways, we will get to that in a future, you know, in one of the future projects eventually. As we go through Mongolia again. There's a lot more camels in this one. Let's see, KG. Oh, you need to yeah, send your woodpecker photo. Yeah, please send it in the Discord. So we'll take a break and check out some photos and stuff. You're pretty proud of that one and your other your wildlife photo. Yes, please do. And then if I can give any feedback on, you know, in my limited knowledge of what I've learned about wildlife photography, I'm happy to share that. KG, it's like a mouse mixed with a bunny. Yeah. It's like a bigger than a normal sized mouse, and definitely chunkier. And I forget the name of it, but I thought it was like a Pika mouse. But we did see some actual Pika mouse in Canada a while back. Garv, what do you find better, Photoshop or Lightroom? I'm with KG on this one. I just Lightroom is a lot easier for me to use, and that's it. Photoshop is, I believe, more powerful if you know how to wield it. You know, like Photoshop gives you a lot more you can do, but it's a lot more complicated. So for me, for photography, Lightroom has everything I need to do my day-to-day stuff and be creative and all that. All right, we'll go with this pure blue, pure 3. All right, now what? Now what? All right, we'll go with this one, pure 3. Alright, we're just going to stay consistent. And this one, the lighting is completely different. We'll do this one. Ooh, here we go. So now we're finally, after all the editing we've done so far with the color grading, we are finally on the first cinematic shots. I mean, the camels count, I guess. I forgot about the camels. But the camels are like a pre-game. We're almost to the point where we're at this first cinematic chapter, where we got like all those nature shots. We shot everything with the Nikon camera and the wildlife stuff and the nature. So we're almost there. So these are all just warming up, pre-gaming. Now let's see, what kind of style to kick off our first time at Arduk's home out in the wild. I think just some simple one. Is there a simple one I can choose? Or a bright one. So this one's not bad. Okay, we'll go with this one just because it's bright. Oh, actually, it wasn't that bright. What the heck? I guess there's only a sliver of light. KG, you said you need more practice on Photoshop. It's stressful. Yeah. It's just not intuitive for me when I open up Photoshop. But like with anything, Garv, it's just about practice. If I could choose between Lightroom and Photoshop, if you're, you're still young, man, it's probably better to learn Photoshop because it's more difficult. Therefore, if you can spend the time every day or just however long to learn the tool, then it will set you up for, in the future. You will know how to use something that most people don't know how to. And that's always good as an adult, Alright, we're just going to go with this amber one. Okay, here we go. Okay, I'm gonna choose this one, Amber 3. I thought like the ending was the most bright out of the three, so it's a nice way to end the shot, to just all of a sudden end up from like very, very dark from like the first clip. This one's also neutral, but then as we point towards the sun, it goes from dark to super bright. So it's a nice little wake up, let's say. KG, you said, I edited a lightning strike in a rain photo, but it looks fake to me. Oh, nice. I've never, that's a big thing. A lot of people in Dubai, they try to get those lightning strikes on the Burj Khalifa. And so people literally will, there's some who are dedicated. They know where to go. If there's going to be a thunderstorm, they all just kind of like park up in some high-rise balcony, and then they try to shoot the moment when the lightning strikes. It's a whole thing. Like people who do lightning photography, it's really cool. But yeah, I've never got that. Garv, is it, by the way, normal in DaVinci Resolve Free Edition when I play from beginning? Stand there, I have 1 hour, but I have a 2-second video, for example. Let me read what you said again. So it starts to count with, oh, yeah. Okay. Yes, I'm glad you asked this, because I actually know the answer to this, because it was frustrating me as well. And there's some times where maybe it is helpful to actually have it start at 0. I don't know why they have it start at 1. But yes, there is a solution to this, Garv, and let me show you. So let me just make sure I've got everything. Okay, so let's say if you go to the beginning of your timeline, basically what you're saying is when you look at your little timeline code here, it's showing 0001 0000, right? Or something like that. It's like either 01, 000. Point is, it's not showing what I have here, which is all zeros. It counts with 1 hour. I don't know why that's the default. It is so annoying. But there is a quick fix. So let's say you go to your timeline. You just you can do it from here as well. If you click on your timeline, I have multiple timelines open. So for instance, I have this thing called display stacked timeline. So sometimes in the default, you might only be able to see one timeline. As you get more comfortable in DaVinci, you might have multiple timelines open, and you can do that by clicking on this icon here, and you click on display stacked timeline, and this way you can have a bunch of different timelines open in case you're working in different frame rates. So like here I had a bunch of different I have one for February 18, all the video clips that were of the 24 frames per second videos, and then I have another timeline for all the video clips that I shot at 60 frames per second, because that is one of the limitations in DaVinci, is that each timeline you have to be able to set a single frame rate usually, or like if you set it at 60 frames, you can't like get like 120 frames. Anyway, so just this is what I do. I have multiple, so I go to my timeline here, which is the one that's called Mongolia YouTube. If you don't see that, if you don't see it, you just got to find your timeline in your folders here. Okay. So there's two ways I'll show you. One is if you do see this, right click it, go to timeline settings. Is that correct? Wait, no, disregard what I said. It's not there. You go to, yeah. Okay. So I'm going to click on find timeline in media pool. This is the media pool. So there's like different buttons you can click on the top here. If you click on media pool, it opens up the panel for that. And so I just said, please find where it's located in my folders. So here's Mongolia YouTube. That's my timeline. If you right click here and go to timelines, just go to starting time code. From here, you'll see that all you have to do is remove the 1, just make it a 0, and then boom, you're done. But yeah, it's so annoying. I like, why would you start it at 1 hour? It's so stupid. Like, just it's an empty timeline. Let it start at 0, right? The only reason it's a little bit like, why does it matter? Well, one, if you end up with a video that's more than an hour, then obviously it helps you understand where you are. There might be a reason it's important for, like, if you start publishing onto YouTube, and if you're like uploading subtitles with your YouTube video, sometimes, I don't know for sure, but if you have a time code that starts at 1 hour and then you upload this to YouTube, sometimes maybe it'll misalign where the subtitles, even though it looked accurate in your video, it may end up being off because it's looking at a 1 hour mark versus a 00, mark. It's a weird thing. I don't know why they do it that way, but there's the fix. Thanks for asking though, because that was something I figured out recently because it was annoying the crap out of me. KG, you said, I would love to do that over the beach. That's a dream nature shot. Yeah. Yeah. Anytime you can have a lightning strike in your background, man. Because then everyone knows that was, that's like one of those once in a whatever chance kind of a shot. So. Okay, where were we though? We were color grading over yonder. Here. Okay. Yeah, it looks good. All right, we'll stick with the Amber 3. Oh, it's very nice. It makes the dog really pretty. What about this one? So it's giving him like a bluish tint, which I'm not sure if that's good or not. So let's just see if there's other options. And I want his eyes to glow, you know? So as long as I have one, like this one's not bad for sure. So we can always lean on this one. Garv, thank you. Should make it so that it is in every you know what? I didn't look into that. I don't know how to make it a default. There must be a way to do it. If you want to check, if you go to the bottom right in DaVinci, there's a little settings panel or an icon. And then here you can see a bunch of different settings you can have as your default. I wonder. Embedded in the source clip. Automatically assist, blah, blah, blah. There might be a way to do it here, but I've never... I haven't really like played around with a lot of the stuff in the settings. The one thing I do change is in the color management. I will change the color science. Oh, no, sorry. The timeline color space. I'll switch it to DaVinci WG/intermediate, which is essentially DaVinci's color space. So it's like if I'm already editing in DaVinci, I'll use their color space because then, you know, it's made for that. And supposedly it gives you a lot more range and depth with your colors. But then when you are ready to output it, you output it to Rec 709 Gamma 2.4 because the Rec 709 is like the industry standard. So like most, yeah, like if you think about social media platforms, any kind of like media players, I believe most of them can read Rec 709, but some of the other formats or the color spaces, it might not be compatible. So just make sure when you're exporting, you want it to export at Rec 709. And then there's like a few options. Gamma 2.4, I don't really know why, but I'm assuming it's better than Gamma 2.2 or the other options. So that's the only thing I change when I'm making a new project and a new whatever. Otherwise, I think I leave everything else the same. No worries, Garv. I'm glad to be of assistance. I appreciate you asking. KG, you sent the beach woodpecker shots and the fake lightning shot. Okay, not my best work, but I attempted. Yeah, it's all about the attempt. My buddy Will, he always says this one phrase. It's so cheesy, but he'll say it occasionally. And sometimes he's able to say it like naturally in the workplace. But what does he say? It's the thing that Evel Knievel said. It's like, I get paid for the attempt. Yeah, what is that phrase? Evel Knievel quote. I get paid for the attempt. Is that it? The phrase "I get paid for the attempt" is often attributed to Evel Knievel and is used to highlight the idea that the value lies in the effort and risk taken, regardless of whether the outcome is a success. So yeah. Oh yeah, I guess the full thing he would say is, "I'm like Evel Knievel, I get paid for the attempt." Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah. So. Yeah, so don't worry. The fact that you attempted, that's all that matters. So just remember, you're like Evel Knievel. You get paid for the attempt. All right, where were we? Okay, so we want one that still keeps the glow of the eyes, but Doesn't do anything funky with the background, and also looks good with the coding. Because the problem is it could look a little bluish. Now this is kind of cool with the dark monochrome, so we kind of match. But then we want it to not look so off from the previous one. That's the main thing. Yeah, I don't know why, but like generally speaking, I don't think I like when, especially I notice this with like black colors, like black fur, black hair, where you get like a bluish tint to it, and I feel like that's not right. I don't know if that's a good thing. So I want to find one where we don't really get that kind of a shine to it. So this one's okay. This one looks nice. Okay, I think this is the winner. Earth Monochrome 1. Yeah, we'll go with Earth Monochrome 1. Oh, you said the pup. Oh, that's what you're looking at. Gotcha. I missed that. I have had so many opportunities for an awesome nature shot, but had the 50 on and wasn't close enough for great details. Yeah. Listen, it's you just gotta adapt. You just gotta accept with whatever you've got. You know, be happy with it. I want to pet him. Yeah. Oh man, I was petting him for so long. It was such a fun time with the dog. Literally, like when I was filming here, this is like literally when I first met the dog for the very first time, and he comes over to me and he's a little bit scary looking because of his eyes there. You know, look at that. He's just like got those eyes, and I think he was barking earlier along with his the other one. But the moment he came right up to me, then like boom, he just like went right down and was like, "Yo, start petting me." So we had a good time. We had a good petting session. But he's such a big dog and he's like so heavy. So like his paw, you could see it here. I didn't. There's a lot of clips that I didn't get to include in the video, but there's a extended version where you see like his paws are just pushing down on the strap, and his paws are literally on my camera and just weighing it down. So then it's pushing my neck down because of the strap, and I'm also like trying to make sure he's not scratching the camera, and he's kicking up a lot of dirt and snow on it. Yeah, it was a mess. But you know, what can you do? It's a good dog. Garv, your internet fell yesterday, 6 hours. Yeah. I had my internet die on me 2 to 3 days ago for the whole night. It was really annoying. Yeah, he's so cute, KG. Looking into your soul, yeah, with those eyes for sure, and the belly rubs. Yeah. This dog was a beast. Okay, let's see. How do we make sure we can capture it properly? Now, I shot this with the GoPro, so the colors will look different, but I'm okay with that. But we do want one that looks good for the moment. I'm just jumping around here. Okay, this one's okay. The Pure 3. It is clean. Clean is usually good. Let's go to the beginning real quick though. Okay, I think I'm leaning towards the clean one. Where was it? Pure 3. Yeah, we'll just go with Pure 3 for now. Garv, a forest melody Telsonic simply fits every video. Nice. It's a good song, right? I like it. Every once in a while, Epidemic and Artlist and those guys, they do have like a banger song. You don't expect it because you're like, oh, this is one of those like copyright free libraries, or like, you know, what musician is like putting stuff there versus like on Spotify or trying to make it big. That's like my preconceived notion, but we'll play it again. It's a good one. Okay, so next one we probably want it to match, so we'll go with the pure 3 again. I think we'll stick with this amber style for majority of this, if possible. It's like nice and crisp on his face. It's a little bit darker, so there's a bit of like but then we do, I think I want to switch to more obviously creative LUT when we go on our horse ride. So I think up till now we're okay. We're going to keep using this. But very, very shortly, we're going to try to see if we can have a consistent LUT for our first adventure. Here we go. So starting from here. Actually, no, either from here or when we first have the eagle in flight, we want to have like a consistent and very like obviously LUT style. Garv, are these presets from color grading or is it in DaVinci Resolve? No, these are ones that I have these as part of my lens distortion subscription. So lens distortions, they do like music. So they have like soundtracks, sound effects, and they also have different LUTs. So this one you have to be subscribed to Lens Distortion. But I like them a lot. I like it a lot. And if you missed out earlier, Garv, there was someone in the chat who provided like a whole link to, it might be like 7,000 or so LUTs. I'm trying to scroll up to see if I can find it for you. Yeah, so Garv, if you look up ahead in the Twitch chat, you'll see someone named Photo Elite. He's got like a whole library of a bunch of like LUTs and stuff that you can download. So, KG, be right back. Gotta work on some projects. No worries. Enjoy being back. Or no, not being here. Alright, so starting from this one, let's figure out what kind of creative LUT do we want to apply to the entirety. I guess we should start from this one then. So we want to apply a single LUT for the entirety. Now the easy answer is we just do the exact same LUT we did for the trailer, but in some ways I kind of want each chapter to feel like its own, you know? So I don't want it to always repeat each other. So like this is technically the one we used, I think, Dark Monochrome 2, and it looks so good. So part of me just wants to commit to that. And we might. But the other part of me says like, can we just find a unique one for each chapter and stick to that one? So this one looks cool, right? Earthy monochrome 2. So let's try this real quick. And then actually, let me just double check to make sure I'm not repeating it, because I don't actually remember exactly which one we used in the beginning. Or we used earthy monochrome 3. Let me see. Dark monochrome. Okay, no, okay. I was right. So for the most part, we use something called dark monochrome across the whole thing, except for that very first shot. Otherwise, dark monochrome 2. Dark monochrome 2. Dark monochrome 2. Yep. Okay, cool. So we will be doing a slightly different LUT for this chapter. And let's see if we can start it from here. Which one was it? Shoot, I already forgot. Was it Earth monochrome 3? 2? Jesus. Earthy monochrome 2. Okay, we'll start from this one. And we will apply earthy monochrome 2. Again, there's no real rhyme or reason. This is just essentially my current thesis right now is that I would like to, okay, the most proven thesis or hypothesis is that I should apply a single color style, at least across the full cinematic moment. So in this case, we have this whole soundtrack with the cinematic shots. So this is like its own scene in the episode. And for that entire scene, I should try to make the color edits that I do look consistent, so it feels like a single flowing scene. And then the secondary hypothesis that I'm testing here is that I want each of those scenes to look slightly different from the other scenes throughout the film, so that we're not just applying the exact same color style for all the cinematic moments, because then maybe it's a little bit too repetitive, and maybe this way it can give each of those unique scenes more uniqueness. So in the trailer, we used one called Dark Monochrome 2. This time we're going to apply one called Earthy Monochrome 2. So while they have some resemblance, they are different LUTs. So yeah, that is my thought process here. And then we're going to apply it to the entirety. And we will test out later as we play the video in its entirety to see if our thesis, our hypothesis, plays out well. And I'm going a little bit fast, so maybe I'll pause just to show you guys like the difference. So let's say a shot like this, and then when we apply the LUT, it can be subtle sometimes, but you can see here like it's darkening the sky a bit. It's adding a bit more of a bluish shading to the shadows as well. It's making the colors, in my opinion, a little bit richer. It's got more of like the pinkish tint to it. So and then there's a little bit of bluish fade in the dark areas. So, but to me, it looks very, very cinematic. And the goal, again, is we're going to apply it to all of them so it feels consistent. We're not like hopping around between like a black and white shot to like a warm tone to a cool tone and all of that. But the one thing I do want to keep an eye on is like if shots get too dark, like here. So then I might just make sure I lift the shadows a little bit, just so things are a bit visible. So in order to lift the shadows, you could just lift the shadows here in the section called shadows, but I've been preferring using the lift. You have this lift, gamma, and gain, and offset. But the lift, if you lift the lift, so you got this little dial here, so you can just do a universal lift, or you can do it by the RGB scale, or just on the whites, I guess, I don't know. But if you click on that dial and move it left or right, it will increase or decrease or not increase, it'll lift the blacks, or you can darken the blacks essentially. And then the gain is like, I believe, related more to the highlights or like the bright portions of your video. So then the same thing, if you click on the dial and move it to the right, you will lift the lights even more so it's brighter, or if you drag it to the left, it'll reduce the light. Garv, I downloaded, thank you. 50 GB is insane. Yeah, don't thank me, thank Photo. Exclamation song might be a good idea. Yeah. What would it do though? I guess maybe if you do that, would it just pick a random song, or I don't know. I'll test it out. Maybe, because I don't know if there's a like a randomizer type thing in Streamlabs or if you type in exclamation song, it'll say something different each time. It might require me to manually put something in there, but I get what you're saying. Maybe I can do that to for like my favorite song right now, that kind of thing. It's a good idea. Thank you, Garv. I'll keep that in mind as we keep improving. Okay, so then here we're gonna just, like I said, we're gonna do the same thing. But yeah, okay, we'll show you again. So here's the before and after. So it's a bit darker, but it's adding a more like richer colors for sure. But it's like a bluish, pinkish coloring to the shot. Versus the other one, if you look at the dirt here, it's like this kind of ugly, beigeish, tannish kind of coloring. Yeah, it's like an ugly, it's like a piss yellow kind of. But then here, it just like increases the shadows. It makes it feel like it just rained, essentially. So it went from like a dry shot to like a rain shot. And everything looks cooler in the mountains, the snow area. Yeah, but it's subtle. That's the thing. That's what I've been liking about this lens distortion LUTs, is that it's like it doesn't go over the top, which I have noticed with a lot of other LUTs. They just go way crazy with their effects. So the only thing I need to change here, like I said, is that I just want to lift the shadows a bit. So we'll increase the lift a bit. So it's a bit more faded look, but it's now more visible what's in the darkest areas. Let's proceed. Proceeding. Oof, that looks rich. See, watch. This is another good example. Look at that. So the before, after. Before, after. Just a nice little bluish tone. It's just rain. Yeah, it's just like we let it rain in here. Now, one thing I do need to check, though. It looks like I need to zoom in on the shot a bit, because if you look carefully in the top left corner, you can see there's a black sliver there, and there's also a black sliver up on the top right. So it looks like I didn't do a good job when I was editing this. The easy fix, thankfully, is I just need to zoom in on the shot until it disappears. There we go. And we're good. Okay. Cool, cool. Beautiful. Same thing. I think I'll just lift the blacks just slightly. Alright, we already applied it here. Man, the final video, I'm so excited for what's, what do we say, maybe 2 days from now we should be able to release it, so maybe on Monday. If we're like, okay, depends on how today goes, I guess. I mean, there is a world I can release this video tomorrow, but I don't want to rush it. I want to be able to have at least 1 day from the moment we say, actually, this video is entirely done. Like, boom, every step is complete. I want to have at least 1 day in between for us to kind of sit on it, see if there's anything we feel like we accidentally rushed and like we missed. And then I might even show you guys the steps that I take to create the thumbnails and the other kind of stuffs around like posting a YouTube video. And it could be like a watch party. Ooh, that's what we got to do. We'll make it a watch party. So then I'll make it a. There should be a way to do it. We'll make the video go live as a premiere, and we'll have it released while we're on stream. And then hopefully you guys will watch the video with me. It's only on YouTube though, so just keep that in mind. But yeah, we can make it a fun thing. I didn't even think about that. Okay, exciting, exciting. All right, where were we though? Let's keep doing this. So let's say if all goes well, we will release the video on Monday or Tuesday is the earliest, I think. Oh, it looks so good. This LUT is so good. Eventually I want to create my own LUTs, but I'm nowhere near skilled enough to even know the steps to do it. But we can learn together eventually. Alright, I'm gonna lift the blacks because the horse is pretty dark. Beautiful. This is still probably one of my favorite shots from the entire video. Just in terms of the colors. Yeah, it's like the colors just really pop here. And it's also a very dramatic moment and all that kind of stuff. But I do need to keep that in mind. So I'm rushing a little bit too quickly here. So what I'll do is... Actually, we're on the last ones anyways. Okay. So I think it's the last one. Okay, so we have applied it to all of them, but we're not finished yet because I do need to go back and like just kind of work on the lightings of everything. So these ones I think are okay. Although I might lift the blacks a little bit. So these ones are okay. But I want a little bit more consistency. Not here. These ones are okay. Not much we can do because the sky behind it. But then once we kick off into this riding scene. Okay, so there's really just these three, I think. Let's see this one. This one's okay. Okay, so this one, I think I need to play with the curves a bit. I want it to pop a bit more. So we want the whites to be more white. So like just kind of reflect a bit of the conditions here. Okay. Like I said, I really like this one. I don't really see the need to change anything here. Let's just check if there's anything in terms of the... Same thing, I might want to lift the blacks ever so slightly. Gives it a nice like faded look. But we can also make out the details in the coat a little bit better. And then this one for sure we need to update. Because here it looks very, very flat. And it could look flat just because of how contrasty the prior shot was. But that is a problem, right? To have like this shot followed by this one, I do feel like I need to do some... We do need to lift and make it a bit more contrast. Also, this one clearly has a nice like blue tint to it, whereas these ones don't really. So either I need to reduce the bluish tint on this one, or I need to increase the blue tints on the others. So we'll try by increasing the blue on the others first, just because I like that shot so much. I'd rather make the others look as good as that one versus making any changes to the best clip. So let's try that. Negative 320. And then same thing, we'll create one for this. Negative 320. So it's just a slightly more blue in the background, not too crazy, but hopefully matches a little bit better with this one. And same thing here. Lovely, lovely. Boom. Okay. Garv. Oh, sorry. Garv, you said, I don't want to be explicit. Could you watch the behind the scenes before I leave in 30 minutes? Of course, man. Well, thanks for asking. I do appreciate it. Listen, you don't have to apologize for that. Let's see here. I'll go to my Discord. Where did you put it? Bum, bum, bum. Oh, it's here. Okay, one second. Let's click on this. Okay, let's check this out. Ooh, is this like a time lapse of your video, yeah? Or are you showing all the work put into it? Wow, how long did you say you worked on this? 14 hours? That's a lot of work put in there, man. Wow. How long is this video? Oh, yeah, I can't read it here. Behind the scenes for 36-minute video. Wow. That's really impressive, man. Yeah, there's a lot going on in here. My goodness. Yeah, I see. 34 minutes, 42 seconds. Good job. Yeah, it was a tough 36 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it looks really good. Obviously, we'll see when you post it and all that. But yeah, generally speaking, it's similar, I think, to how I do the formatting. So this is my current style. One second, let me turn this down slightly. So if I were to show a bit more like this, right? Okay, so usually when I have the video and the audio, so the ordering kind of changes. It just depends on the moment, but I will have like video 1, video 2, video 3. So sometimes I just need 2 or maybe 3. So then this way, if I ever have to blend shots, so like, you know, if I have this shot and then it goes to this one, or if I want to have it, you know, blend into each other, so then having 2 tracks for the videos is useful. Sometimes 3, it just depends. Here, for instance, I need to lift these guys up a bit. So let me just do that now. So yeah, generally speaking, I have 2 to 3 tracks for all the video stuff. And then they have their own audio that connects to it. And then I have my own audio track for voiceovers. And then you have soundtracks. And sometimes I'll have 2, sometimes 3. So that way, same thing, I can blend the music if I need to cut them up or have them kind of start while the other is still ending. Then I'll have one for sound effects, maybe more sometimes. And then, yeah, these are like the ones that were related to the actual video, the ambient, loud, and the softer ones. And then usually the soundtracks, I leave it on stereo, and you can change you can just go to right click and then change track type to go to mono and stereo. Yeah, my voiceover is in mono. And then my final video most likely is in mono. I have to double check, but it's always just to be safe. Like sometimes you might end up having a soundtrack where it only comes out on the left side or the right side, and that's a bad thing. But if you have a mono voice, like a voiceover, you can still put it into a stereo video. You just got to double check to make sure it's not only coming out on one side. But yeah, this is generally how I do it. And then I'll have like an overlay. So actually, I already see I'm breaking my own rule here. So I try to put all the overlays, like the texts, the lower thirds, everything. I just have it on its own track. And sometimes I'll create multiple. So like here you can see overlay 1, 2, 3, 4. And then an adjustment layer. I just have this one for like adjustment clips, things like that. So here I created the 2 borders, one on top, one on bottom. So that one carries all the way for the entire trailer. So it becomes a little bit hectic depending on what I'm working on. But yeah, generally speaking, that's kind of how it is. I try my best to separate out based on what is it that is the focus of the track. But yeah, wow, 1,400 clips. Well, good job, man. Good job. When are you going to publish the video? Let me jump back to here. Maybe in 2 days? All right, all right. Well, maybe I'll post mine in 2 days too. We don't know yet. If we work hard and fast. No, we are always working hard. If we work fast, that's the main thing. All right, now let's move to the next section. What could be a good color? What's a good LUT for this? I don't think this one should look too weird. Again, I think for moments like in between, when it's like I'm talking, I'm showing a selfie, whatever, the casual moments, I want to keep the colors to look natural as much as possible. Good, but natural. And then when we have moments where the music kicks in, it becomes dramatic or soundtrack stuff, those are the moments where we want to do more like creative, like stuff like this or other types of LUTs. So let's try to find one that's kind of keeps it similar. That looks nice. Can't really tell what's the difference here, so maybe we'll just go with Amber 1. Garv, there's your channel. I thought I thought I followed you, didn't I? Yeah. Don't worry, I got you. I'm following you. Okay, so that was Amber 1. Let's do the same for all these. If it works. Just gotta be careful. Sure, why not? We'll lift the blacks a little bit. I'm liking Amber 3 a bit more actually, so we'll go with that. Okay. Looks good. So all of this I still view as like the casual moments. So I'm not trying to do anything too crazy with the colors. We'll go with the Amber 1. Gary said, thank you. Have you ideas to get good thumbnails? Do you use a program? Do you use Canva? Canva is the tool that you should have seen me using. I use it every day for all my creative stuff. But Canva is excellent for that. You use Photopea, and I started to learn it and make thumbnails now, but I have right now not self-create thumbnails from YouTube. Yeah, let me show you again. So the Canva. One second. Let me get a clean one. Dun, dun, dun. YouTube thumbnails. Alright, so just as an example, right? So this is Canva, and I typed in YouTube thumbnails, And you can see all these examples that people have created. And so this gives you a good idea of like some good ideas. That's all. So then they can help you. You literally, and then if you like it, you can click on it. You can customize this template. It opens it up, and then boom, you start working. You just change your text. You put in your image, blah blah blah, and then you got your thumbnail. So I really like it. I'm sure there are other software as well, but this one I have a subscription for it. There's really good examples to look at. You know, it makes it life easier. So this is Canva, and I've been using that to make my emotes. So is Canva free? I don't know actually. I don't know. I don't think I have an affiliate link for that one. You know what? I need to follow up and see if I do, because I would love to be. If I could be sponsored by Canva, come on. But those guys are so big now. I'm sure they're like a multi-billion-dollar company at this point. But I do use them every day. So listen, this is why it's so important that you guys who are watching me stream right now, that you guys continue supporting me for selfish reasons here, okay? But if we can keep doing this, we keep building up the channel, then hopefully this could be a way that I can reach out to these companies and be like, hey, you know, is there any kind of sponsorships? Can you give some discounts? People click on a link and they get 30% off or something. I don't know. That would be cool. We're still a long ways away, but everything we do is leading to that goal. So this is why we make our YouTube video as cinematic as possible, okay? We throw in the cinnamon. Boom, boom. I would love to be sponsored by Lens Distortions as well, but I think I need to be a much bigger channel before that hits. Okay, so far we've been using the same LUT and it's been good. So no need to break. No need to fix what's not broken. Okay, so now this is when things get cinematic. So I should try to keep an eye for how do we keep the same look and feel. This is going to be tricky though, because we go from this kind of bluish tone, and then this is where things get crazy with the storm. So I'm going to focus first on the most dramatic moment and then try to find the right colors for it, and then we'll try to match it to the rest. Hello, hello. I don't know how to say your name. Nemke. Nemka? Nemka, hello. You has. Sorry, I don't know what you're saying, but I hope that's something friendly. But hello, Nemke. Nemke. Welcome to the stream. We're just editing my video for YouTube. So I am a wildlife and travel photographer and videographer, and we are currently watching me try to finish my next YouTube video. Is from my trip to Mongolia from last year, 2024 February. So this is when that crazy snowstorm kicked in. So I want to see if there's a particular LUT that would work for this. Now, bearing in mind, I do want to keep a lot of this kind of warm sunlight goldish tone to it, because it helps. It's like it felt like the world was on fire, right? And you see all the snow blowing. So it was a very surreal shot. So the one thing I don't want to do is pick a LUT that removes the colors, or at least not the colors of the warm tones. So that's what we got to keep an eye out for. It was again a nice live. See you tomorrow at 2 p.m. my time. Oh, okay, gotcha. Listen, good stuff, Garv. Good job working really hard. That's it's a rare gift when you're, what'd you say, 14 or however old you are, man. Keep it up. But thank you very much. Thanks for tuning in. Take care. Have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, I want more of like a orange glow, I think. Some of these are a little too peachy. That one's not bad. Super Gold 3. Okay, so we'll keep an eye out at Super Gold 3. Tonal sand. Or do we just go black and white? No, because... yeah, we need to keep the color. Black and white would have been an interesting choice, though. That would have been... that's a bold one. If I decide to make a whole chapter or like a whole scene black and white. I'm not that bold yet, guys, okay? One day. Alright, let's see if the Super Gold 3 would work with this section. I don't think it will, but... let's see. I guess it does. It's not bad. Okay, let's try that. So we're going to try adding Super Gold 3 to this entire section. And we're also going to apply it now to these crazy scenes. Alright, so here you can see there's a difference in... let me drag this over. So this is my node work structure. So it's like a power grade is what they call it. So it was after researching and watching a ton of videos of other YouTubers using DaVinci. Essentially, I created my own kind of workflow where I can separate out all the key tasks that I might do. So that way it's non-destructive. If I ever want to go back and be like, oh, you know what, the saturation I did is not good, I can always go there and I can undo it in the saturation sections and all that. But anyways, yeah, this is the original raw file, hence why you see it all here. Usually I try not to have the original files because they're much heavier, the file sizes are larger, so then when I try to play back the video, it could get very jittery because it's loading and it's too big of a file. But yeah, anyways, we do have that here. So I have a node for LUT. So in this case, for example, I would grab that LUT and I would drag it in there. And generally speaking, I've heard this is best practice, so I've been following with it. Anything with like the creative stuff you do, like the LUTs or the vignettes or adding grain and noise, you usually want that towards the end of your editing flow, because there is a little bit of like sequence to this. So like having this being the #1 node actually makes a difference. So whatever you do on #1 will affect what happens to #2, 3, 4, and all the rest. So it actually is important to be careful with like what step of your nodes are for what. And so all of my kind of color correction steps, I have it in the very beginning, and then only when I feel like everything is good, then towards the end, once we've converted the video back to the Rec 709 color space, then everything after that are the kind of more creative things that I want to do. So that could be those like the last mile color corrections or the color grades like the LUTs. It could be adding the vignettes. It could be adding some fade effects, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Anyway, so we've dragged it in there. It looks really cool. I like it. I like it a lot. So dramatic. So cool. We might lift the shadow just a bit, or the blacks. So we're going to lift it to 0.03. We'll try to remember that for this one. Alright, so I just copied and pasted that node, so it should just do exactly the same. Beautiful. Wow, look how dramatic that looks. It's going to be epic, guys. This video is going to be fire. Okay? I feel it confidently. This is definitely the best video I've worked on so far. Not to shit on my former videos. Every single video I've done, I'm like super proud of it. But this one, we've put in more time and applied more knowledge for each step. So, anyways, let's keep looking. Make sure everything looks okay. Oof, that looks dramatic. Dramatique. Beautiful, beautiful. And we found the perfect LUT for this. So I'm kind of patting myself on the back here, okay? I don't do it often, but I'm feeling good. I'm feeling real good. Oof. This is gonna be... Look at how dramatic that looks. Oof. Okay, I'll make it a little bit easier to see. Let me shrink it up again. Fire, fire. All right, so then we get to the back to normal edits probably. So what should we do? Probably the gold one again, or the amber, I mean. Let's go with the brighter one. It looks like this is the bright version, amber 3. Okay, let's think a little bit more though, which one to use on this one. Okay, this one's not bad. Dark monochrome. Okay, this is probably the best one. Let's see if it looks good. Across the rest. This is the Earthy Monochrome 2. I'm a big fan of this one. I've wanted to use this for a lot of the other sections. So let me go and star it. Nice. All right, and now we're on to the most epic chapter, chapter 7. Charge of the Eagle Hunters. Now there is one thing I feel like I need to fix, because the sound doesn't pop in until a little too late, right? So either I need to drag this over here. Let's see. No, there's something I need to fix. Okay, here we go. So I'm gonna extend the audio so it starts before we see the actual shot. So something like this maybe. Yeah, I think that's better. Let's try for here. Yeah, there we go. Okay, and then maybe I'll fade in a little bit. Let's see. Perfect, perfect. Okay, so Charge of the Eagle Hunters. This is supposed to be the most epic chapter, so now we have to keep a good, clean eye on how to choose the right color. Beginning, we'll just use the same kind of... I think amber, so far, it's proven itself to be good for amber or pure. Let's look at the pure one real quick. All right, we'll go with pure 3. This seems to be a good, like, what would you call it? For the casual moments, it's worked out pretty well. Yeah, we'll stick with one of these. Alright, we'll go with amber 1. And here we go. So this is the epic ride, the charge of the Eagle Hunters. So how do we need to make sure this is a consistent theme. Now here is a problem because I used earthy monochrome 2, I believe, in the opening trailer scene. I mean, we could change it, so we're not beholden to it. Earthy monochrome 3. So that's currently what we see here, is earthy monochrome 3. And is that the final one as well? Let me check. Yeah, so we used earthy monochrome 3 in our trailer. So the question becomes, do we use the exact same colors? So do we use the same LUT for this to mirror what we had in the beginning? Or would it look strange if we went like a completely different direction with this? I don't know. I don't know, actually. It's a good question. I just have to remind myself there's no wrong answer. At the end of the day, there's no wrong answer. I hope. Okay, and before I go too much farther in this, we're going to do the same exercise as before, which is we are going to save this timeline by duplicating one. And we'll call it August 2nd. Okay, just in case we accidentally delete everything, we can come back to it. Okay, so my current thought is I want to see, just to have fun with it and see what else we can find. Let's just see if there's a different LUT that works, that we can apply to the entire scene. And we do want a LUT that really stands out. So ideally it's not just a little casual update to the colors. We want the one that's like either a super faded look, a super like this kind of like monochrome style with like, you know, something dramatic. So this is the one we used in the beginning. This is the one that's in the current opening trailer. Do we dare go black and white? I don't think I have the balls to do that. Okay, what about this teal one? So we could go with the whole teal approach, for sure. Metallic rose. This one could work mainly because it's like, it's keeping the colors from the reds, but most of the rest is like fairly desaturated. This one looks decent. You got a nice like bluish tint to the snow. So it's like either we go with like a pure white color or like have a little bit of blue is not bad. But I still think I want to go with something dramatic, right? We can always use this and then, you know, drop the shadows a bit or something. But when I say dramatic, I'm talking like it's got a ominous, it's got to look dark and ominous, yeah. This could be interesting. Super gold 1 or 2, possibly. We used Super Gold 3 already. Tonal blue. Okay. I don't have a good answer for this one just yet. There's a few that I think could work. So, I mean, it's not like for a lack of good options, I guess. But possibly I do need to look at some of the other ones to get a sense. So let's look at the tonal blue for some of the other clips. And that is dramatic. Or we said super gold. So then this tone gives more of like what? Like a Western vibe? Like an old Western deserty kind of vibe, I guess. Okay, I do prefer this kind of style though, like a faded look. If I had to choose, I want something like this, a faded look. Let's try a different shot and see if it works. Generally speaking, it does work. It pulls drama, yes, yes. Okay, so there is a chance. So you're saying there's a chance. Super Gold 2 might work across all of them. The risk, I say risk, but the potential issue is that it goes with like a very vintage, goldish, warmish tone. And we are in the thick of a storm, which is the complete opposite of warm, right? So there is a bit of a clash in terms of perception maybe, or expectations, which again, I don't know. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Like, to break from expectations might not always be a bad thing, especially for a moment of chaos like this whole scene. So could it subtly, psychologically actually work in its favor by distorting the perception and / expectation in such a cool winter blizzard vibes, but then switching it out for like this warm, vintage, faded look? I don't know. Let's see. KG, you said darker edit? Okay. I like that. So yeah, we do want ominous. We do want dark. We'll go with that. And hello again. Poultry Motion. Have I heard from you before? Just put explosions on the screen in between shots. Why haven't I thought of that one? Oh, this would have been good for our emote that we kept pausing on creating. Where is it? Yeah, this one. We were trying to put explosions on this emote. Let's try this one real quick. This could work actually, even on the front. But Poultry Motion, thank you very much for that wonderful suggestion. I unfortunately don't think I'm going to go with what you said, but the sentiment is what matters. And it's a good one. It's a fire. Ooh, this one kind of looks cool actually. Maybe let's shift it a little bit. All right, we'll play with it later. Poultry, you said that's fair. I was just putting the idea out there in case it's stuck. I mean, it's stuck in there. It's in my mind. Listen, you did trigger. It was quite the catalyst, as an explosion would do, which got me to this emote real quick. And we did find one that kind of looks nice. So, oh wait, this one could be more cartoonish. Okay, well, we're gonna slowly get to that. We're on a roll here. But yes, thank you, Poultry. If you are a first-time viewer, I do appreciate you being here on the Twitch. Awesome. So I am multi-streaming on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick, and I am on day 21. We're on day 21 of this whole streaming concept. So you are just tuning in as I'm on the finishing touches of our next YouTube video. It's from my trip to Mongolia, and this is technically this is the climax of the entire episode. This is chapter 7. So I am putting a little bit more thought in terms of like trying to figure out what is the coloring kind of style we go with. So KG said we need to go with the dark, and I agree. But we could do dark and still keep it cool. That's the thing, because this one is like dark in like a warm, it's like a warmer tone, but still with the dark fade. So I'm with you on the dark fade. The question now is, do we want this but in a cooler tone? And I guess it could be as simple as just adding this and then switching the temperature, I guess. So we could actually just do it ourselves. I mean, that is an option. I did just do it. So let's just see. Let's see. So if I were to take this shot. So this should be, this is Super Gold 2, but with a quick adjustment to the temperature. Whoops. KG said, I don't know, I think the warmth is okay, just keep the darkness and feel to it. Yeah. Okay. You know what? Yeah, because I do want something dramatic for what it's worth. So 1 second, let's just see. Oh, and my cat says hello. So let's just let her say hi. Hey, Nala. Good girl. Do you have any words for the audience? Nothing? Alright. She's normally very, very talkative, so. Yes, kitty cat. This is the aura emote, exactly. The Obel P aura with the capital A for Twitch. And then we still got Kimpop over here. He's been a lazy cat. Oh, whoops, I just woke him up. My bad. My bad, buddy. My bad, Kimpop. Oh, he does feel a bit chunkier. Did I like overfeed him in the past few days? Okay, I gotta double check. Good boy. Good boy. Ooh, thank you very much. Fascination, wildness. Fascination, wildness. Thanks for the subscribe. 1 second. I have to give the obligatory pets to my cat. Let's just jump back real quick now. Well, thank you very much for the follow on YouTube. Awesome. I don't know if you're just tuning in or not, but yeah, we're on the final stages here of our next YouTube video. I do hope that I can release this video in the next 2 days. The timer right now is showing I technically should be done by today, but listen, that's a deadline I set for myself. So really, all I'm doing is disappointing myself, and I can live with that. So, but thank you very much. Thanks for the follow. We've been streaming for 21 days straight, around 8 hours every day, 8 to 9 hours actually. And yeah, we're just trying to get some work done here. We do a lot of photo edits, video edits, travel talk, camera video talks, cat talks, since I do have my 2 lovely cats. And then we just do a bunch of random stuff in between. A lot of it is me just asking questions about how to be a streamer. Apparently there's a lot of steps involved that I did not realize. But thankfully people in the chat have been super helpful. So yeah. All right, let's get back to this though. So KG, you're saying going with the warmth is okay, but just keep the darkness and feel to it. Yeah, I agree. So right now this Super Gold 2 has some room because it is quite different from the original shot, and it is quite it stands out. Like, it's not like just a random, like, oh, you just barely adjusted the exposure, or you just kind of made it slightly more, you know, contrasty. This is like, no, we clearly see this. There's a film look to all of it. So Poultry, you said, nah, just press live, that makes you a streamer. Yeah, life is that easy at the end of the day. Yeah, we overly complicate things for sure. Siegfried, you're back. How's the progress? Man, progress is booming. Progress is so good right now. I kind of intentionally haven't been playing back. So basically we're almost to the end of our edits. I've been somewhat intentionally not showing the progress. I want us to get through all the way to the end, and then I want to hit play, and I want to watch it start to finish, and let's see if all the little color grades that we've done to each of the clips has been valuable, you know? I believe it so far, it is making the scenes a bit more cinematic. And right now for this chapter in particular, it is the climax chapter, right? This is we're full circle. We've gone back to the scene from the hook, the opening hook of the video with dramatic music. So we were just kind of debating what kind of LUT to apply. Currently, this is the top contender. It's like a warmer tone. That was the one issue. I say issue, but the thing we were trying to think through. It's got a faded look. It's a very dark and faded look, which I kind of like. It's almost like a vintage fade. And then possibly it looks vintage because of the warmth. So by removing the warm temperature, it might actually take away from the effect. But yeah, the thought process was like, okay, is it a problem to have a warm tone to this when like we're in the middle of a crazy blizzard? So if we're here in this crazy blizzard where you're like, in your mind you think of it as like a pure cool tone, bluish tone, you know, whatever, cold vibes, and then to introduce like a warmer tone, does it kind of take away from the freezingness, is that the word, frigidness of the shot? And I guess it's it's to each their own, but I do kind of like this vintage. KG doesn't mind the warmth, so I have a feeling we're going to lean towards this. But let me just do one more pass through with some of the others, just to see if there's other options where we do have the vintage dark fade to it. It looks very dramatic, but maybe not in the warm tone, just to have some examples. See, like this shot for me sells it. Like, man, this looks so cool. Yeah, this kind of dark faded look. For this particular clip, for sure, this was meant for that. And the question is, was it meant for all the rest of the shots? We don't entirely know. Well, let's find out. So let's see here. Actually, we'll take the most epic shot, and then. So then, because the issue I was having is like something like this one, the one that's called Pacific Coast. It looks good to me, like it's really nice, but it's not. It's not like a. It looks normal nice, you know what I mean? I want the ones that clearly look like, even this, even though I don't like this, but imagine this, you can clearly tell someone has applied some sort of a film look to it, even if you disagree with the direction. Whereas these ones just look like a normal shot that was, yeah. So I am kind of leaning towards these kind of things, whether it's like very desaturated or vintage. But yeah, a lot of these do look good. And I was saying, I don't think I have the balls to do a full black and white. That would be interesting. If it's not this video, for sure, one of these future videos that we make, I'd be interested to try to do like how much of a black and white video can I do? Like for the full video, can I do it for like the full episode? Do I do it for a particular scene? It would be an interesting choice. I don't have any experience with black and white, generally speaking, especially with video, so that could be a fun challenge. Okay, now personally, this Earth Monochrome 2, it's one of my favorite of these LUTs. Like even here, it just looks really clean. It is technically, no, I think we use Earth Monochrome 3, but they're similar. We use this for one of the prior scenes though, so I'm trying to like make each scene have a different LUT, so that they each feel unique and like they have their own space. But otherwise, this one, I know this would work, right? If you look at some of the other ones, like, wow, look at that. So I am like, whew, a part of me does want to just use this one, just because I know it is the one that pops. But like I said, we're trying something different. It's not just about making each scene, each clip look the best. I do want to try this style of like actually storytelling through the visuals, but not necessarily of the subject, but with the color style and choice that we've selected. And can that actually help drive the story forward or make it more compelling? Well, that's what we're gonna test, I guess. So let's see. Yeah, because like this amber one, we've been using it for all the casual shots. Like even here, it looks really nice. Like it looks more natural, but it's got the right amount of like richness and contrast to make it a clean shot. But maybe it is boring, you know. In its own way, it ends up boring. Like look at this. This looks so good. So these are my internal battles that I'm fighting right now. And this is the one that we use for the opening trailer, right? The very clearly cinematic one. So part of me also wants to use this throughout because it was like the most dramatic looking. Okay, KG, I don't know if you're still there, or anyone else, Siegfried as well, or anyone who's still just tuning in and able to respond. We have, okay, let me go to this one real quick again. So the current winner was this one, I think. Was it Golden Age 2 or was it Super Gold? This one, Super Gold. So we have an option where we go with this vintage look for the entire scene, where it's like this kind of warm, faded, dark kind of look. Now, is this the color grading I would have selected for this particular clip compared to some of the other ones? Probably not, right? So there's going to be some misses, but the point is we can have a consistent look for the entirety. So that's one thing. Do we go with Super Gold for all of them? So it's like this kind of vintage look. Yeah, this shot, Siegfried, turned out really well. But okay, but here's my here's where I'm having a little bit of like resistance to my own suggestion here. And what's up, Zion? Welcome back. Yo, yo, yo. Times 9, it looks like. Yo, times 9. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. We made a lot of progress here. Oh, okay, so Zion, you're here as well. I accept all feedback. Okay, so let's say if we went with the Super Gold option. Why? Because we said, hey, we want to go with this very vintage look across all the scenes, so it stands out. Everyone knows this is part of the same chapter. It's part of the same storyline. You know, this kind of vintage wild look. Some of the scenes it looks really good. Others, it's not the best option. So like I was using this eagle one as an option. So look at this one here where we selected Super Gold 2. And it's a cool shot for sure. But then if you compare it to like any of these other ones we were looking at, like this Earth monochrome, like this one pops. We were looking at the dark monochrome, and like even this one it's got a chillier look to it. So it's like a bit cooler but chillier tone, but it looks very ominous and like the colors pop more. But yeah, so anyways, so there's those two options we've got currently. We can go with like a dark monochrome style, and then I like this style a lot because it stands out. You know, it's clearly like someone has edited this to be not natural, but like with the creative style. And we know it works because we used it in the opening trailer. But that's also the reason why I was like, oh, maybe I don't want to use it, because it's the one that we use for the trailer. However, in the same way that we use the same soundtrack from the trailer in that same chapter, because it's a full circle moment, does it make sense to then say like, yes, we're repeating the same LUT, but it's because that was the opening hook in the opening trailer? I don't know. Zion, you're saying go for the gold 2. If you want to be heavy, go for gold 2. Okay. Okay. The internal battles I face, you know. So let me select the gold 2 one real quick. So as an example then, Zion, since you are the one who's provided the suggestion, let's go ahead and see how it would look. So imagine here, starting from this scene, I'm going to want to apply this gold 2 look. And we're going to do it for all of these, right? So we'll drag it in. And we can make subtle edits and stuff later as well. Now some of these could be hit or miss, I can't tell. Siegfried said, I can't really help on this one because my monitor's colors is ass. Fair enough, fair enough. Actually, yeah, maybe we'll try both versions so people can get a sense. The only issue I'm seeing right now with this version, maybe, is that sometimes when the background sky, you can see that it's got that warm tone across it, which may or may not be good. I'm not sure yet. We'll see it in its entirety in a second. Okay, oops. All right. Yeah, I have to tweak it a little bit. Yeah, for sure. Some of them will need to tweak. I think some of the ones where like the sky is directly behind, it might look weird, I'm not sure, but it is a consistent tone, so there's that. Let me just quickly make an adjustment here to lift the shadows a bit. Okay, so this is version 1. Let's play it from here. Oh, Zion, that's a really good idea. I should have done that. You just said, can't you just add an adjustment layer and put the LUT in there? Well, you know, we're not all as smart as you, Zion, okay? So, but that is an excellent suggestion. I will definitely do that in the future. If only I thought of that. Okay, but since we already did it all, might as well. So this is option 1. Okay, so that's version 1. Also, I just had a random thought. I don't know if I can make this work. Because the slow motion part... Okay, I'm going on a little bit of a tangent here. So pausing on that. This slow motion part is really cool for sure. It's a very long piece though. I wonder if it will... Yeah, the slow motion is really, it could be too long, but I'm trying to time it to the music, so I don't really want to change it much. And there's a lot of work I had to do to get this to time up. So I'm actually okay with it being long because it is a very epic section. Siegfried, personally for me, I prefer Blue and Moody. I think I'm leaning towards that as well. Just because there's a few shots in particular where, I don't know, maybe the kind of warm tone didn't work as well. And the amount that I edit to get rid of it will then make it look different from the other sections. So then you're kind of breaking from the consistency anyways. So that's my current kind of like in the back of my mind, what I'm thinking about. But okay, so let's kind of hold that thought for a second. Here's my thought. I don't know if this would work or not. What if when I start this scene here, the slow motion part, right? Could I do something where like this looks clearly black and white, and then when it gets to the point where it builds up, the color comes back in? So like this whole thing would be like black and white until like, yeah, so like imagine as it builds up, it's all black and white or whatever. And then by the time the beat drops or whatever, add the color in. I don't know, maybe it might look pretty cheesy, I'm not sure. Not sure if it makes sense, but when the people think of Blizzard, they picture... Yeah, so Siegfried, what you're saying about like Blizzard, you think of cool tones and blue. Yeah, that was like that was the initial thought process we were having about like, is this a clash of expectations? And so then it was like, well, okay, the warm tone I'm not so sold on, but it could be necessary to give the vintage look. But then does it end up breaking from like what people prefer? So it's a good question. Okay, so then imagine let's go ahead and try the other version now. And Zion, I'm gonna go with your suggestion of adding the adjustment layer, but let me just undo all these ones for now. One suggestion, from the horse eye shot to the eagle eye shot through the horse's eye. Dude, I don't know how to even do that. That would be a really cool transition. Do I have them next to each other? That would be a really cool... The problem is I don't have many clips from this moment. And I don't think of the clips that I have, I could make it work. Because like the only ones that we had where you have a nice close-up like here. Firstly, I don't have a lot of frames where the sharpness is as crystal clear as right here. I guess I could reverse this so I can flip it like that. And then try to match it up with the eye here. That is a cool idea. I don't think I can make it work though, for a few reasons. One is mainly because I'm lazy, and I'm like, I wish you were here. What was it, like 5 days ago when we were working on this section? Because now it's like I've also synchronized all the clips to the music, and I've added subtle zooms and stuff. So like, oh man, I would have to do so much different to get that to work. But that's an excellent idea. I wish I thought of it at the time. I wish you were there. Siegfried, an idea popped into my mind. When you wanted the black and white, you could have like a pause, super slow motion scene where the audio is damped and you hear the environment. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Now the only thing is, the audio from the actual shot most likely is not usable, because I didn't have any, I didn't have like those little dead mouse, dead cat things or anything. It's just the pure wind blowing into the camera, so it's going to be like the nasty noise. So then that would mean I have to apply some sound effects, and maybe the sound effects could work. I don't know. It's a good idea. Okay, so another good idea. But the sound effects I'm more willing to try out, because I do need to apply some sound effects anyway, so we haven't done that there yet, so it's a little bit more achievable for me as the next step. Zion, he said no worries, but keep it for another project. Absolutely, that's a good one. You say, when I say the audio, I mean the music? Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. So then it'd be like, we tone down the music, and then all you hear is the natural sounds. Like the horses, the wind, the snow. But unfortunately, I don't have it in the actual clip. But we can always apply it later. But then if I apply artificial sound for that moment, then it also feels a little bit like less impactful. It'd be one thing if like that was like the real raw sound of the moment, and we give it some, you know, some seconds to let the audience hear it. But then if I'm like saying, hey, hush, hush music, let's hear the rawness of the moments, but then in reality I'm just applying a bunch of fake audio to it, then it's a little bit like, I don't know, maybe. All right, so let's go ahead. I'm gonna add the adjustment layer. Where is adjustments? Where do you find adjustment layers? I haven't put an adjustment layer in a long time. Where do I need to look for it? Under titles, maybe? Adjustment. All right, anyone have the answer for this real quick before I lose my mind? Zion, you said I did that. No worries, Mickey, for another. I did that with the cafe project I did 1 week back. Nice. You don't know, you don't use DaVinci? No worries, man. Yeah. All good. Listen, you guys have given me really good advice already. Now, I need some help though. Where the freak do I find this adjustment clip? I thought it was just like in the toolbox somewhere. I just need an adjustment layer. There it is. Okay. I don't know why I couldn't find it before. Oh, it's because I clicked on the wrong thing. Okay. User error, you know? We'll get a lot of those.
신반 이거
Okay, so from here, slap that bad boy up until okay. Man, Zion, what a legend. Who would have? So after you said it, it felt like so obvious. Like, well, yeah, duh. Just make one layer and then apply the thing if you're gonna copy it over to each one. Duh. So the options we have, I think I used Earthy Monochrome 2 already for another section. And so that's one thing. I don't know, Zion, if you're here when I was talking about it, but I kind of want each, I call it scene, but any of these kind of cinematic music video moments, I would like them to all feel like distinct. So I think, for instance, in one of our first epic scenes, I used, which one do we use? Earthy Monochrome 2 already. So I want to try to avoid using that for this section. So perhaps we'll try to use one of like this dark monochrome one. And it does look really good. And so for the opening trailer, we did use dark monochrome 2. And I'm feeling inclined to use it. I don't feel like it's such a bad idea to do it. Because yeah, we did show this in our opening trailer anyways. We've got the same soundtrack. So people have already associated that trailer with the soundtrack, and that trailer had this monochrome, dark monochrome look already. So perhaps it should flow together. I'm trying to justify it for myself here, if you couldn't tell. Or we can go with another look, but let's see. Okay, we're gonna try this dark monochrome 2. Man, I'm so excited to watch all this start to finish. We're almost there, guys. We got a couple more chapters. But I do hope you guys watch along and let me know how you guys think, if there's something that we missed or if there's a better idea. But right now, even just looking through all this, like, we got something special here, you know? Alright, so I'm just going to lift the blacks a little bit on this shot because it is a little too dark. Now we can see the horse's face. This one for sure we need to fix. Okay. It's not bad. I don't mind it being slightly dark there. I don't think I can fix it more than that anyways. We've already lifted the blacks on these guys. Scrambled page and DF. Cheap viewers on streamboo.com. Remove the space. Thank you for that instruction. And then at JVWJ, all caps P, lowercase t, all caps LH. Scramble, thank you for the offer, but I'm actually looking for expensive viewers. So if you can give me some expensive viewers, I'll give you my credit card. Okay, how's this? This one's not bad. Dramatic. Do we need any lift to the blacks? Maybe. Just a slight bit, yeah. This is clean. This one, probably we can lift the blacks a little bit. This is one of the best shots that I have in terms of the cinematic moments. Zion Play, you said shadows? As in it's too dark, or I don't know which part you're talking about, but yeah, right now I'm just kind of going through it. The light is called dark, right? It's a dark monochrome, which I like. It's ominous, but I do think I need to lift the blacks a little bit on some of the points, especially because of the black horse that we're dealing with. But I also don't want to lift the blacks too much, because I almost kind of want it to be very dark and almost pitch black at points, because yeah, it's like it's a dark shot. I don't mind actually making it so it's not easy to see, to kind of let people feel like it's, yeah. I think I don't know if I explained myself well, but you get the point. Like as an example here, you should be able to see everything. Like there's nothing pure black, but in some ways I wouldn't mind if it was a bit darker. So like even if like, so I'm going to darken it here a little bit. So the body is a little bit more obscured in the shadows, but I do kind of want a dark feel. Like even this, right? I don't know if I want to lift the blacks too much. Maybe just slightly, but not too much. And then this is one of the most epic shots for sure. This one I kind of want more contrast, so I'm going to darken. It's almost like we're applying a bit of vignette, because I'm just dropping the curves here. So this is all getting a little bit darker. And then hopefully the eyes are crystal clear. Now, one thing you might see from how I edit, you don't see me doing a lot of the things that I do, like as you typically do in Lightroom, where you can create masks and you only apply things to different portions. Partially because like it's a little bit trickier, but the technology is getting so good where you can literally do these kind of magic masks where it will recognize the eagle across all the frames. So if you do any edits here, it only applies here. It doesn't touch the sky. So that is all possible for sure. But generally speaking, I haven't like really gone down that road too much. Yeah, it could be fun to try to have a project where we do need to like make a lot of crazy changes. But you try to avoid that when you're filming to begin with. So it's more important for film, but it's like you have to be more careful about like what your settings are, how bright the skies are, if you have anything that's overexposed. So the concept of a histogram, in my opinion, is like, it's almost like it's so crucial for videography. Whereas like it can be crucial at times for photography, but you can get away with it a bit more. Okay. Let's, we need to darken this a bit. It's a little too flat. And maybe we do a little bit of an S curve on this guy. Zion, you said, yeah. Idora, welcome back, man. Good to see you. Instagram is equally important in photography. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I think I was being a little too dismissive of histogram. I guess maybe what I mean to say is I've survived longer in photography without ever checking the histogram, whereas I don't know how easy it is to do that when I'm filming, because like oftentimes like you don't always get to see what your video will look like. Whereas now with mirrorless cameras, you can literally see everything, like what you see is what you get kind of thing. Whereas in the video mode, at least in the current modes that I'm using, I don't always necessarily see the exact effect. And then it's so difficult later on if you found out, yeah, you're overexposed. Photo Elite, welcome back. Scrambled page and DF. There's a tutorial for set. Nice. Oh, you're talking to me. Okay. Oh, wait, no, hold on. There's a tutorial for setting up seri_bot in the photo fam that will ban this kind of spam. Ooh, okay. All the cheap viewers are all spam bots. No, I know. Sorry, I was trolling a little bit. Trolling is too strong of a word, but I was just having fun talking to the bot. Yeah, I think Streamlabs has something as well, like you can ban certain words and stuff, but I couldn't find something where it bans phrases, and I was too nervous about banning, like, let's imagine I didn't want to ban the word cheap, because then someone will type that in eventually, right? I just don't know. But yeah, I'll look up this Siri bot, so that would be really good to have. So thank you. Look at you guys. You guys are so helpful. Thank you, Photo. Elite. I think Garv had to go, but there was someone in the chat who I think was trying to thank you because of the your LUTs and all the link to all your stuff. So as an FYI. All right, we're almost done. We're gonna darken this a lot. Dramatique. We're going dramatique. Man, this is such a good shot. I was so happy with this. The dude just Arctic, just puffing away on a cig in this crazy weather with his crazy hat and the eagle. It's definitely one of my favorite ones of the whole trip, I guess. Do I want a faded look on this one? I think I do. I think I want this to be a bit faded. Photo, I tagged you in the message in the photo file. Ooh, thank you very much. It's going to take like 5 minutes to set up, but it's worthwhile. Thank you, man. I definitely need it. It's been in the back of my mind. So yeah. We had someone spamming yesterday, and she was almost believable. But yeah, we eventually... she was a little too persistent. Is that a cig butt in his mouth? Yes, absolutely is. Yes, he was a badass. This dude was puffing away at all times. So in terms of the story sequence of the videos, so we have them up here. Then the next one you see him lighting a cigarette there. We'll show it on the full screen in a moment when we play all. And then you see him coming down the mountain. And then I really just wanted to hone in on the shot as he's puffing away on the cig. Anytime you can get like a slow motion smoke shot, like, you know, like, it always looks cinematic. There's a reason why Hollywood always has their main characters or the characters puffing away. It always just looks very, very badass. Not good for the health, but good for the soul. Okay, so then here we go. Almost final ones. Dramatique. So this one I probably want to actually have copied exactly the same. Oops, because it's an extension of the other, so yeah. Okay, we need to lift the blacks a little bit, I think. Oh, that's so cool though. I like it a lot. Although this part's a little too dark, so what we'll do... Okay, so this is where we're going to apply a keyframe to this guy. So this is node number 1, so I'm going to click on the little keyframe there. And then let's just find a moment where we think it's good, and then what we need to change. So I think from here, it's okay. So let's keep this. I'm going to click there just to lock in a keyframe. And then we definitely need it. Yeah, I mean, here's the worst culprit where I do think I need to lift it up a bit. So we'll see how much we can lift while maintaining some drama. Okay, that's good. That's good. Photo, you said, and do tell them you're welcome on my behalf next time you see them. I'm going back to Dead by Daylight. I've done all the edits I need today. As much as I hate the shots I'm editing, so I'm rewarding myself with games. I feel you, man. I'm doing that with some Death Stranding 2. That's been really fun to play. But I play it in a very autistic manner where I literally we'll go back and forth doing every mission and just enjoying doing nothing. But yeah, enjoy, man, and thanks again, photo. Siegfried, I have a photo of a guy puffing. You would love. Oh yeah, I'm sure, dude. All of them. It's like it's very, very Hollywood, you know. Do I know Gox? Gox? Gawx. Gox. I don't know. Is that like a? Yeah, you just tell me. What is Gox? Is that a username or like a person? Okay, in the meantime, we are done, guys, with that chapter. We're not done yet. Now we have the final 2 chapters to do, and then, oh my god, I can't wait to watch it. Okay, here we go. So what should we apply here? Oh, the dark monochrome looks not bad on that. But generally speaking, I think we want to do probably like the natural ones again. Let's look at the pure one. This one kind of looks good, actually. Okay, you know what? We might stick with that one. Let me just see a little bit more options, but... yeah, okay, because I don't like this blue tone, whereas this monochrome one is more faded out, and, but the pink still stands out, which is nice. So we'll keep that. Okay. Zion, I was in a photography competition in college, and the theme was aura. Everyone submitted 3 to 5 photos. I submitted 1 photo of me smoking, and I won. I remembered he was smoking, but I got it wrong. Anyway, the photo's in your Discord. Okay, I'll check it out right when we get to the end of this. We're gonna do a quick little look at some Discord. I don't know if KG is still in the chat, but she had sent something earlier I wanted to check out as well. Zion, my aura became triple aura. Yeah, you were aura farming. Nice, man. Good. Yeah, you know what? That's like a double. That's a double win. So not only did you win, I'm assuming you took the photo, right? So then, if my understanding is correctly, not only did you take a photo and win with your photo, but you also, it was a photo of you. So you win also by being the model and the artist. Nice. Good on you. All right, final chapter. Okay, we're gonna go with more normal for the beginning. We'll just choose this one for now. Sure, we'll do this one again. Self-portrait, yeah. That's like an ego boost to the maximum. All right, here we go. We're almost hitting the drama point. Actually, we're technically starting here, right? Okay, yeah. So we'll start. Okay, so if this is our next scene where we need to be consistent with our editing style. Let's choose a dramatic one. And it has to work on, I mean, the most epic shot probably is similar in the ones we saw before. Man, I really want to do the monochrome again, but we need to change things up. Okay, maybe this dark pearl. Yeah, earth monochrome is always good. Do we go with the teal look? Or should we try that, Golden Age looks okay. Zion, you said one huge dream of mine is to travel the whole world, but to film and enjoy every cuisine. That's a good dream, man. Yeah, I wish. I'm assuming a lot of people do want to travel, but it's like one of those things where people want to do it, but then when they're given the chance, a lot of people don't actually want to do it. You know, it's like a weird. It's like sounds better in your mind as a dream, but then when you're confronted with the option to do it, people people find excuses. You know. I'm trying to think of other examples that are like that, where people are always like, yeah, I would love to do this, and then they never do it. And it's like one of those things where you build it up in your head as a fantasy, but in reality, it's like you kind of know yourself that you would never do it. Not saying for you personally, I'm just saying, like, I know there's like a lot of people that they put traveling on a pedestal, but they actually wouldn't enjoy it if they actually did it. So it does, yeah, because traveling is not necessarily relaxing. Depends what kind of travel, for sure. It depends how much money you have as well, for sure. The way I travel is definitely not fun. It's exhausting. It's beyond exhausting. So it's not like I'm going to the beach. We're not, you know, in resort mode. Okay, I like this Golden Age 3. I think Golden Age 3 has a chance to be the winner. So currently that is my current main contender. Yeah, they are pussies. Fair enough. Yeah, but it's not. It's more just delusional, right? Or yeah, it is a little bit of what you're saying, but it's also just we live in our head sometimes, and then we don't really give it much more thought, and it's just like a nice little escape. And I feel like people do it somewhat subconsciously, intentionally, subconsciously, where it just becomes a nice little escape for you, and you tell yourself that so you don't feel so necessarily, I don't know, people do. Anyways, we don't have to go so deep into some weird psychology that I'm making up. How dangerous was the weather when you were in Mongolia? Because that looks super cold. It was super dangerous. It was like definitely hitting negative 40 degrees, because I remember on my phone checking, and there was that moment where I realized, because I saw negative 40 degrees Celsius. So then I was like, oh my God, what is that in Fahrenheit? And I looked it up in Fahrenheit, and it's like, actually, it's the same for both Fahrenheit and Celsius. So basically, it's so cold, they both agree to stop counting, you know? And Siegfried, it was so dangerous that, yeah, I forget if I showed you, but in the last scene, we got the dead horse, right? So even our Arctic lost one of his horses to the winter. If I can get shots like these, I would travel with you every chance I get. Hells yeah! I mean, I do. That is part of my goal, right? My goal is to organize trips and get people to join me. Now, the trip prices are not always cheap, but generally speaking, if I can find ways to get people to join me on these things, that's great. Or inspire people to travel, or be prepared for travels, like if I can share that knowledge. Poultry, my friend trained as a horseback archer in Mongolia. Damn. I do want to go back to Mongolia, by the way, so maybe I'll meet him there, or if you put me in touch. I want to like film locals doing local things for sure. Now I'll give you guys a quick little example of like one type of trip I really want to do in Mongolia. Mongolia reindeer tribe. I really want to go back to Mongolia to spend like, I don't know, 2 weeks, 3 weeks with there's like this very indigenous tribe that literally ride reindeer. Like what the heck, man? What the heck? So the Dukkha. I would love to go there. It'd be fun to make a video, document it and everything. But my God, as someone from the desert, there's nothing crazier than like seeing something like this. Like you gotta be shitting me, man. Like I would, if I could get a shot like this, come on. He's not a local at all. He's just doing a lot of training in old survival skills. Oh, that's cool. Oh, he's done like the dog sledding stuff. I would love to also do one of those as a documentary. But yes, this is high up on the list for me that I do want to figure out. And you know, I want to, hopefully we'll tie it up with like, as I keep making these types of videos, I'm hoping eventually I'll have a bit more clout, let's say, where I can then go to like the Mongolian tourism board and see if I can convince them to like literally, you know, grease the wheels a bit for me in terms of like making it easier to go there, if they can cut some costs and all that. And then if I can go for a couple weeks. And like I said, so my big ambition, I've said it a few times, I would love to, you know, have like a film crew eventually, like a professional film crew where we are actually chasing stories like documentary style, you know, seeing the world. Yeah, and then like imagine these kind of videos that we're making, but like 10 times more professional, more prepared, with like microphones, actual proper interview setups where we mic up some of the locals and like, you know, all of that. That is my, you know, let's call it like a 5-year ambition or 5-year trajectory. And one of the first places I want to go is meet these freaking reindeer people. It's just so wild. It's so wild. I can't get enough of this. Like, I need to take photos of this, you know? I need to be there. I need to be there. So, anyways. But I want to do it right, so. Okay, so where were we? We said Golden Age 3 could be a good one. Metallic Rose, interesting. This one's got a nice vintage look to it. Let's see if there's a faded. Which one's more faded? Let's go with this one. Okay, let's see if this one works for all the other shots. Yeah, yeah. So Metallic Rose can work as well. My only concern is, does Metallic Rose look too familiar or similar with the other ones we've been using? So, okay, let me think of this one real quick. Let me mentally picture it. And then let's go to the dark monochrome 2. Okay, no, so it's less dramatic. It's somewhat in the same vein, but less dramatic. So that's okay. Pacific Coast looks a little bit different. Oh, we looked at this one already. Oh yeah, so I think we said Pacific Coast was my top contender for now. Zion, okay, so Zion, you said that's so cool. It's like playing Horizon in IRL. Yeah. I think I watched Siegfried. You said I think I watched the vlog of this before. The guy was traveling by car for like days, I think, just to get there. Yeah, I wouldn't mind. Listen, I don't have a day job anymore, so if it means like, hey, if you want this trip, you got to spend 1 week just to get to the place. It's like, okay, sign me up. As long as I have someone to take care of the cats. Yo, Will, welcome back. If you were to ride one, the reindeer wouldn't have to be very big. That's true, yeah. Well, you miss, you're forgetting the fact that all my gear, my camera gear and stuff, it probably weighs more than me, all right? So really, we do need to get the biggest reindeer out there to handle. It takes a lot to handle me, okay? Zion, National Geographic Channel? Yeah. That is the goal. But I mean, honestly, it's like, I do wonder, in this day and age with YouTube and all the other kind of social media channels, it's like what people talk about in the States with like the mainstream media, and like now you have all the, you know, with YouTube, and people have got podcasts, and so people use that term gatekeeping a lot, of saying like, you know, back in the day, if you had to be on one of the main channels to really break it as a news person. And I do wonder, like, is that the similar kind of concept for now? Like, if you want to make a wildlife documentary kind of a channel or a crew, do you really have to go through Nat Geo? Or now with YouTube and stuff, could you technically just do it on your own, with your own budget? I do wonder, and we are getting closer to that for sure. Yo, Double A, thank you for subscribing. Double A, that's a good name. Thank you very much on YouTube. Cool. We're doing well, guys. We still got like at least 2 more hours of streaming, and we are on the final chapter. And this looks pretty slick, so. Zion, you said National Geographic Channel, but free media. Free media. What, on YouTube you're saying? Well, the thing is, like with YouTube, if you do, you know, I mean, that's what I'm trying to do, right? If you can make a YouTube channel big enough and professional enough in some ways, but like, yeah, you can make a whole living off of that. You can like pay people. Yeah, it's like there's so much you can do on YouTube now. It's insane. I think I forget what I read recently, but it's like billions of dollars that they pay out to content creators. Siegfried, Actually, since you live in Dubai, making a short film in the sandy dunes there would look cool. Yeah, yeah. Actually, there's a whole thought. I think Will, I talked to you about it maybe, but there's a whole thing I have as an aspiration. But I definitely do. I know someone who's a falcon hunter, so it'd be nice to even like go with him on a hunt and like actually properly film it. I actually have a few kind of videography buddies who said they're willing to like join me and just like film it properly. So yeah, that would be really fun. I just need to figure out, well, one, I need the time for it, and then I kind of want to create a separate channel just to do those kind of things. So before we go too deep into that, I need to build my current channel up, right? Like I'm spreading myself a bit too thin to say like, oh, let's already think about a second channel. We need the first channel to succeed. Will, when are you going to start promoting your stream? Definitely feels ready. I appreciate it. Oh man, I think I might promote it after. Okay, that's a good question. I didn't really give it thought. Maybe we promote it. There's two options. I promote it after the YouTube video is launched. So let's say, let's say we launched the video in 2 days. Boom! I'll start promoting it on Instagram and YouTube and stuff. And maybe that's a good timing to also let some of the followers know that, by the way, here's all the behind the scenes of like the live streams, and feel free to tune in and continue watching. Separately, if we do, but this one I probably won't go with option 2 because it's going to take too long. I was telling you I'm thinking of making like my first month live streaming and make that a YouTube video, and then that obviously would feel like more effective. Like after I make that video, then it's like clearly now I'm trying to tell people, hey, I made this video about me live streaming for the past 30 days. And these 30 days, I try to do it without promoting it necessarily to like Instagram and stuff, just to see how it is. So it was like unbiased, boom, boom, boom. So that would be like the most ideal, but the time it'll take me to make that video is going to be like another month from now. So yeah. So yeah, I think let's call it like maybe 2 to 3 days. Let's try to time it with the launch of the Mongolian video. Zion open source, basically. Yeah. It's like there's no gatekeeping. But there's no prestige either, right? Like clearly having Nat Geo on your name means something. Although there was that one person in chat yesterday, I forget who it was, who was talking about his sister who turned down National Geographic to do like her, was it like maternity photography? I forget what it was, but now that's like a level of badass that I can only hope to achieve one day, you know? Oh, this is crazy. I don't think I would do this one. But I kind of like the colors, even though the teal is a little bit too much. The fade effect, I think, is what I like. So let's see if we can find one that kind of matches that. Okay, so the pure one is not bad, for sure. But I think I was using the pure LUT for more just like natural shots. Whereas we do want one that looks a bit more creative. So we could try the super gold here. So this is technically the one we wanted to do in the other chapter. Could it work in this chapter? Let's see. Because the main reason I didn't want to use the super gold in the former chapter was because when it was pointing at the sky, it looked really weird to see the sky in like a goldish tone. Whereas here, I don't think we ever point the camera in that direction, right? Maybe here? Okay, I think we're going to try this one. I think we're going to try super gold for our final section. Possibly. Even though I know we're breaking from what we said because now it's like this warm tone. Whereas like we're in the middle of the blizzard. Actually, now that I say that out loud, maybe I shouldn't do it. Crap. Okay, forget what I said. We're not going to use that one. Well, you said, I think it makes sense to promote this when the video goes live. Oh, yeah, because I'm assuming you will start right away on the next video. Okay, so I briefly mentioned this today as an afterthought. I didn't really give it thought. On YouTube, I did that for a few videos where you can actually do a premiere, right? So you set a premiere, it lets people know, and then there's a little bit of a countdown, and then the video that you upload will go live. But it's technically a live stream, so people can actually, you know, talk in the chat and stuff. But when I used to do that, I mean, I didn't have anybody in the chat anyways. I'm hoping with the few people now in our chat, maybe some of you guys will join in. So maybe what we'll do is we can set a premiere date. Let's call it like 2 days from now, whatever it is. And I'll have the premiere while I'm live streaming. And then the hope is that people who are watching on Twitch and Kick, maybe they'll hop over to my YouTube briefly so that we could watch it together or something. I don't know. If I can convince you guys to do that, then we can watch the premiere together on YouTube, and then simultaneously, yeah, I would do the same kind of promo to Instagram and stuff like that. But that won't necessarily be me talking about me. Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. And then after the video, I can then make another post saying like, hey, I'm live right now on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. If you guys want to learn more about the behind the scenes or yada yada. Yeah, that's a good point. I can do that. Look at you, Will, using your big brain. Big a brain. Thank you, thank you. Oh, by the way, guys, I don't know who was here when I was talking about my my story about cryptocurrency. Will, you know the story. But some journalist reached out to me, I not from the stream, but from my Twitter or something, somewhere else. But some journalist reached out with the title saying "Your Saga with Coinbase?" and basically say, hey, I found out about your story about your situation with Coinbase and how they like ripped off a bunch of people by like creating this whole situation. Do you mind sharing your story? So yeah, I might talk to this journalist. I'm not sure if he's like a big timer. It's like a local, like from the local state of where all the money got dropped into. So yeah, I'll talk to a journalist about my situation with Coinbase. I don't know if I'll ever get that money back or whatever. It's a weird situation. Zion, you said I worked for Mr. Beast one time? Damn. Were you in one of his crazy videos? Okay, what do I go with? Tonal blue, maybe? Ooh, this one's not bad. Okay, let's see if this one works. So far, so good. I like it. I like it. Okay, I think we're going to go with this tonal blue because it is quite different from the rest that we've done in the cinematic shots. And it kind of fits because it is that blue tone. Now I know, Zion, you gave me the suggestion of just making an adjustment layer, but whatever, there's not too many clips. We'll just do it one at a time. I don't mind. Reaction channel. So what do you mean? What did you do for Mr. Beast? That guy is like, man, he's on another level of being like a business-minded executive, essentially, for, yeah, like I wish I had his brain for this kind of stuff. Will, what time is it over there? Are you still on? Yeah, I really like this LUT. Okay, this one is a good one. Tonal blue. Okay, guys, we're right at the end, so now we're gonna be able to watch the full video with all the changes we made to each of the clips, and hopefully it's gonna look. Hopefully it looks good for sure. But yeah, it's like we're at such a micro level here. 2:30 p.m. It's 2:30 p.m. Oh my. Okay, I'm completely off on what I thought it was. Zan, you did 3 videos I edited way back when his reaction channel used to run. Nice, dude. How much video editing? Like, well, I'm assuming he paid you a lot of money, or no? Or was it like just like a internship type kind of concept, or? Man, I need a video editor, okay? One of these days. Project based, nice. Okay, so that's all done. Now we just have the final chapter, but let me just do a once over. Let's see if we need to do any fine tuning on this. I don't know, these kind of look decent already. Maybe this one I need to lift the blacks a bit. Yeah, just slightly. Oh yeah, one thing I do have to keep in mind though, Zion, I think you were the one who was saying lift the blacks. And then maybe Siegfried or no, I think it was Garv. Someone was mentioning do I ever have issues in terms of colors not matching? And I mentioned, like, one of the things is when I export the video, sometimes the video ends up being slightly darker than what I was seeing in DaVinci. So that is one thing we'll have to test. We'll export the video when we're finally done, and then I might have to actually manually lift some of the blacks in case it actually turns out really dark during the export process. Unless someone knows why that happens and ways to avoid it. But it is kind of annoying when it's like I spent all this time trying to edit the colors and the lighting based on what I see in DaVinci, and then for the final product to end up being like a several shades dark. Yeah, what the heck, man. Okay, so we're gonna drop the shadows on this one though. Ooh, that looks good. That's badass. Okay, so here it's high contrast. Let's lift the blacks a bit here. Add a little bit of fade to it. And then we definitely need to change this one a bit. Huh. Interesting. I didn't add any zoom to this one? Why not? I usually add a little zoom to every one of these clips. Okay, let me just look at that real quick. Yeah, I didn't. Why did I not do that? Almost there. That's a monitor problem? No, but that's the thing. It's like, I don't think it's a monitor problem only because I'm using the exact same monitor. So I'm saying, like, imagine this monitor here. I export it, and then when I put it on this monitor to watch it, it's like darker. Zion, you're the one who mentioned it. Gotcha. Hire me. Listen, man. Show me your work and let me know your price. And the closer you are to free. Just saying. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, if you have a portfolio and stuff, I'm curious. Siegfried, yeah, I did mention that. That's a monitor problem. The first time when that happened to me, my deadline was that day. I screamed in defeat, knowing I gotta do it all over again. Yeah, especially if you got like a shit ton of clips that you gotta adjust. Zion, one time I edited the video on my laptop color grader. Looks good to me. Forwarded it to the client. He said it was pink. What the, dude? Well, I mean, that's. I've never had something that extreme. It's just like a tad. It's just a tad bit of, like, you know, annoyance, I guess. Oof, that's good. That looks good. Clean. Alright, these are okay, I think. Maybe just a slight darkening. We'll do that with this one as well. Just a tad. Okay, this one I do want to see if I can drop the curve a little bit just to make this more dramatic. And then we'll make a little bit of an S curve on this one. And then same here, but I think I need to keep it a little bit light so you can see the eye closing. Let me see. Yeah, it's okay. Okay. Frosty. I like it. Shit, that's not good. Okay, let's redo that one. Cool. These look fine. These are fine. This one maybe, just slightly. Oh, we forgot to add forgot to add the LUT on this one. Cool. All right. I think that's it. All right. Final chapter. We're almost there. Now, this is a somber one. Let's see. Siegfried, would love your input on this. I've been wanting to shoot my shots. Listen, say no more. Always shoot your shot. We should all know this, all right? But let's see what else he says. Shoot my shots handheld for a while now, because I noticed my shots aren't natural enough, but my camera doesn't have IBIS shooting handheld without IBIS bad. Yeah, because I have noted, even for myself, like I think at one point I turned off the stabilization built in to the camera. Although I think with Nikon, I don't know if it was an intentional choice, but I don't think like their new lenses have like built-in stabilization. I think it's all built-in stabilization within the camera. I could be wrong. Actually, I think I am wrong. So forget everything I said there. But Nikon does tend to have good stabilization for that. But then the softwares are like really good. You know what I mean? Like, I thought Final Cut Pro's stabilization was the best. I could be wrong, but maybe DaVinci's gotten better since then. I haven't like done a comparison. I've been wanting to shoot my shots handheld. So yeah, is shooting handheld without IBIS bad? I don't think you can get away with it, honestly. Like, you can see some of my original shots. I wonder if I have a good example. You can see it's like shaky, right? Like I'm on the back of a horse, or like we're in the bumpy road. And then when you apply the DaVinci stabilization or Final Cut and all that, Zion, you say with the new update, DaVinci's better? Okay, yeah. But yeah, you can see it wipes it away pretty well. So as long as you're not in like such a crazy situation where you're like me and you're on a bumpy road or something, if you're just kind of walking forward and backwards with it, it should be fairly good. And then, yeah, like I was saying, there's a few techniques people do where maybe you'll take the camera and put the strap on and you like just keep it at a rigid distance the whole time. But yeah. All right, last chapter. What do we want? Okay, maybe finally we can use the super gold on this one because there's no more snowfall. Can we finally use this one that we've been looking at? Or is it too dramatic now? I don't know. Okay, we'll try it. We'll try it. Why not, you know? As we say, you gotta shoot your shot. Alright, so I'm gonna apply super gold. Okay, that's it. What do you guys think? Is the super gold too much for this final scene? I mean, I do need to lift the shadows a bit, but... Well, only one way to find out. We're going to go ahead and watch this now. So I appreciate you guys being so patient and also helping me out with a lot of the creative choices we had to make. I want to go ahead and watch this from the start to finish. And we'll see if we can find different moments that work or doesn't work. And then we'll adjust. Zion, is this the dead horse? Yes, this is a very, very dead horse. Very, very dead horse. So I am applying the super gold LUTs because I've been wanting to for some time. We kept saying no. So now it's a little bit from a stubbornness, but not necessarily because it's the best one to use. So we can always come back to this and then change it up if needed. But guys, we're done with this, so let's go to the beginning. Siegfried, I didn't even notice it was a dead horse. I thought it was a rock at first. It could be the color, it could be the LUT. So yeah, maybe that's a reason not to use it. But we'll get to it later. Let's go ahead and watch this from the beginning, guys. Okay, let's celebrate real quick because yes, it took way too long, but this is the speed that I work in. Okay, there is no way to go faster, unfortunately for me. But I am very slow and methodical, and I think our method is strong. So what we're gonna do now is I'm gonna switch back to this. We're gonna start from the beginning. I'm gonna pause this music. And we're going to just try to enjoy this in all its glory. Yes, Scion Play, Slim Kitty indeed, all right? We are feeling gangster right now. We're feeling hood strong. I will pause it at times probably, just like in between chapters, but otherwise I want to see if we can catch anything wrong or any issues. What else do I need to do? Is the volume okay? It is. All right, guys, let's go ahead. What the F was that font? Oh, no. What did it... Oh, yeah. Well, okay. We're not fully finished. We didn't... I was waiting for Siegfried, and then I got distracted. We still haven't figured out what to do for the title sequence, so ignore that for now. Everything else, let's go ahead and see how it is. All right. Bruh saved? Yeah. Listen. I've already said, don't trust me for fonts, so I am waiting for people like you guys to come in and chime in. Here we go.
There are moments you never forget when you witness something primal, ancient, unstoppable. Through blinding snow, I watched them emerge, eagle hunters with the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. Welcome back to my channel, where we share the best of the world with the rest of the world. We've traveled to one of the most remote places on Earth to experience the extraordinary life of eagle hunters, thanks to Beck Travel. If you're curious how I made this video, I have live streamed the entire behind the scenes process, which you can check out on my channel and also linked below. Here we are at Mongolia's capital, Ulaanbaatar. After a quick bit of sightseeing and grabbing my first Mongolian meal, it was time to turn in and rest up because tomorrow's an early flight to Olgi, which is the home of the eagle hunters.
Okay, let's pause real quick, just making sure I'm not muted. Okay, so what the F was that font? Yeah. Oh, we already got to that. Use subtitle font. Yeah, that whole font thing, we're going to have to figure that out yet. We still have a few things left, including the font for the title stuff. We need to fix, there's a few overlays. When I say that line when I'm in the plane ride, where I'm saying like, I live stream the whole process, I need to create some thumbnails that pop up on the top or some like a time lapse of the live streams that I've done. So then it gives a little bit of an understanding for that. And then hopefully it'll entice people to watch my live streams like the VODs. I do like the color grading. So I personally am noticing a big difference now, even for the boring shots, like these kind of like the day in the life as we're wandering around before we get there. So that's good. The last food was oversaturated. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I kind of agree with you. It's a little bit of a rich color. Although, yeah, it's like, what can we do then? Well, we can always tone down the saturation a bit. It's you know, this is good like this now. I think it's like it's a throwaway shot for the most part. You know, we're just kind of showing some food shots. What else came to mind? Siegfried, every time I watch those scenes, I'm still in awe. Perfect, man. Perfect, perfect. The last food literally sparkled. Yeah, yeah. It's like a tasty, saucy, whatever I got here. Mongolian beef, probably. But yeah, thank you, Siegfried. Thank you very much for that. And yeah, otherwise, I think it's good. Audio seemed fine. There's one area where like I pause in terms of where is it here? This was a choice where I was like, you know what? I need to synchronize my voiceover to match with the food scene. So there's a pause when I first say like, hey, here we are in Mongolia. And then there's a long pause before I say the next thing. So that's a little bit awkward in terms of the silence or the separation between my voiceover, but I can live with it. But I am aware of it is the main thing. Okay, anyways, let's keep seeing.
Let me take a moment to introduce my travel crew, starting with Bota, our amazing chef, Ibo, our expert guide, and last but not least, Dogi, the man behind the wheel keeping us on track. Speaking of the crew, here's now my camera crew, my trusty Nikon Z9 and another Z9 I'm borrowing for this trip, courtesy of the team at Nikon Middle East and Africa. I'm also borrowing a Zhiyun Smooth 5S gimbal thanks to Grand Stores, plus my Insta360 X3, the GoPro Hero 12, and the DJI Mini 4 Pro. So basically, I'll never miss a shot. After filming my very first double-humped camel encounter, we continued our drive to reach our host and the real start of our adventure.
Okay. The last word I said, the real start, I think I already mentioned this. So when I say the word start, it sounded gravelly, and like I just got to double check. I don't think it's an audio issue. I think it was a me issue. I think my voice was just bad for that section. But this is why we're going to upgrade our microphone. Yeah, the last food literally sparkle. Nah, awkward for you maybe. The van looks so cozy, LMAO. It was not, okay? Because it was way too freezing, okay? So no matter what we could do, we were freezing our ass off in that van. But it looked cozy for sure. Zion, one suggestion for the music: use a Chinese themed background music. Listen, I'm not touching the music anymore. It's like while I appreciate it. Man, we spent way too much time in the early days of like trying to get this soundtrack, and then the problem is, I say problem, it's not a problem. We spent a lot of time trying to synchronize the shots with the music, so that it kind of like, you know, as the beats are hitting, we try to have them pop up. So at this point, the music is it's essentially locked down. We're not making any changes, but it's a good eye. You have a good ear. I mean, you have a good ear. This one is a bit Indian themed. Yeah. So this one, I believe it's from our boy Siraj Nepal. Was that the guy? Yeah. So the artist's name is Siraj Nepal, which does sound either Indian or Nepalese or whatever, but he's also the one who supplied us with all the Mongolian soundtracks. So he does all this like kind of throat singing music. So in this one, it was like, I forget the name of the instrument. Someone in chat mentioned it, but it could have like a little bit of like an Indian vibe to it. But I'm okay with it because it's like this section is meant to just be like a little bit like lighthearted, and we're just on our way, not meant to be too serious. The tabla. Thank you. Yeah, Zion. Was it you who said it? There was someone like a week ago who mentioned like, oh, that sounds like the tabla. But good ear on that one. And the camel or llama, I don't know what it's a double humped a double humped camel called the Bactrian, I think. The constant zooming feels quite forced, I think. Ooh, okay. Let's take a look at that. And one other comment I was going to make on this section in general is before I forget, we do need to also update the titles, or sorry, like the chapter title fonts. So I got flamed earlier for using whatever fonts that I had. So we do need to choose a new font for both the chapter title section and then the actual title section. So if you guys have suggestions, we did download a bunch of new ones. Maybe we can try them out, but we do need to update that across the board. Okay, so then you were saying the zoom felt a bit forced. So let's go ahead and... So maybe we do a bit more subtle. So these ones are a little bit subtler, but then some of them are like very fast, right? So maybe we'll do a... Okay, for the first one I might do a long zoom, like a fast zoom, because it's very far away. But then for these ones, maybe we can drop the zoom. Zion, you'll give suggestions tomorrow? Hells yeah. I appreciate any time. Okay, so how about if we tone it down to this, 1.17? And then can we start a little bit higher or no? Or okay, maybe I need to start zoomed in a bit so I can lift it up more. Okay. And then we'll do just a slight... Okay, and then, yeah, I think maybe we'll drop the zoom a little bit on the first one as well. Siegfried, did you shoot everything in 4K 60? No. It was a mix of everything, so it does get a little complicated for me when I come back home, because I'm shooting everything from 4K 24, 4K 30, 50 sometimes, 60, 100, 120, 240 now on some of my recent trips. So it is quite a mixed bag. I just shoot at whatever is available or like based on the situation. I do have like crazy amount of memory cards though. So I do prefer shooting at least 60. If I'm doing selfie shots, usually it's at like 30. But then if I'm in a low light situation or whatever dictates it, I might be at like 24 or so. By the end of the journey, how many SD cards did you fill up? Oh man. Let me see if I can show you real quick. So this is one of them. So I got one of those, what's the brand? Polar Pro. So they have really good ND filters and stuff. But this Polar Pro, I've got one of their little durable case for all the SD cards and stuff. So like just in this guy, I don't know if you guys can see it, I've got a 512 gigabyte. I have a few so I have a bunch of the XQD cards. No, CF Express B cards. So I use CF Express B cards, and I've got some SD cards as well. So I have 3 256 gigabyte SD cards plus whatever's in my camera right now. Then I've got a 1 terabyte CF Express B card. I have another 1 terabyte CF Express. Then I got a 650 gigabyte CF Express, a 512, and on the other side I have a 1 terabyte, a 1 terabyte. I'm pretty sure that's another 1 terabyte, and a 325. So I'm packing heat, okay? I've got way more storage than I probably need, but it's because I back it up while I'm traveling if possible. And I'm shooting with like with the 4K NRAW files, which are heavy. They're not as heavy as like shooting in Apple ProRes and stuff. It's like a third the size actually. So that's one of the benefits of shooting with the Nikon camera. But yeah, I'm carrying like, on every trip I probably end up shooting around 4 terabytes at least. If it's like over a week long, then it's like 4 to 8 terabytes of footage. So yeah. I have 5 64 gigabyte cards. How much storage do you have? Like PC backup storage, SSDs, etc. Okay, so in my setup, this is what I was saying, like I literally have over 100 terabytes worth of footages from the past year and a half or so. Yeah, basically I have like over 100 terabytes of like physical hard drives, and then I have it backed up to the cloud. I use something called Backblaze. I recommend it to everyone. I don't know if I have a link to it, but let's go ahead and check. If you go to my my gears, I believe if I do !gears, it should take you to my website. Did I do it right? Or is it just gear? Did I really just do gear? Let's see. One of these should work, right? Okay, so it's just gear. If you go to my website, yobelprice.com/mygear, you might be able to see an affiliate link for Backblaze. I could be wrong. I stand by Backblaze because it's fairly cheap on a monthly basis compared to like your Dropboxes and Googles and all that kind of stuff. But it essentially allows you to have unlimited digital storage. So you can back up everything to the cloud, unlimited. And then you sometimes pay, let's say if you're like, you know what, I want to get a physical like a hard copy of whatever you backed up to 8 terabytes. You can then purchase one basically for the cost of the actual hard drive and like shipping and stuff. So it might be like $250 or so. But yeah, let me see. That has to be more than $700 here, I think, just on SD cards. Well, I got a little bit lucky. I went on a trip with this large YouTuber last summer. So I'm like, you know, I just reached out to the YouTuber and he was like willing to, you know, take me along and film everything on the trip. And so he was kind enough to, you know, fund a lot of the equipment that I needed to purchase for that type of trip. So I was able to get some extra like 1 terabyte cards and stuff. Because yeah, these things are not cheap. You know, these things like a 1 terabyte CF Express card could be like a couple $100 or something. It's insane. So that's why I say this hobby is not cheap. But this is why I look to you guys to subscribe to my YouTube, to my Twitch, and my Kick, and donate money and all that fun stuff so that I can keep living this lifestyle. Okay, it's not cheap. Bookmarked. Thank you very much. You have a old Nikon camera D3400. Nice. I wasn't into photography. When I was into photography, I started with the Sony a6000, then we jumped to the D810, the D850, the Z6, and now the Z9, and the Z6 III now. But yes, Creative Field is not cheap and not for the faint-hearted. Absolutely not. No. Okay, so jumping back to this real quick. Actually, let me put this away. Okay, so we reduced a bit of the zoom. So maybe we'll do that for all of them. Why not? So let's say we just maybe drop it by half. Okay, I think this is going to be better. So let's just play it from here maybe. Siegfried, I'm also planning to move from the Canon R8 to the Sony A7R Mark V. Man, these numbers are getting crazy. 7R Mark V.
After filming my very first double-humped camel encounter, we continued our drive to reach our host and the real start of our adventure.
Maximum 10. Like 6-7 years, you know. So after that, they release the eagle to the ground for breeding.
So we finally arrived at our destination and met Arctic, the heart of the trip. Arctic is a Mongolian eagle hunter, and he comes from a long line of traditional hunters. He and his wife live a nomadic lifestyle, as do many others in this part of the region, meaning they migrate between homes as the weather changes, pursuing greener pastures for them and their livestock. For the next 7 days, my game plan is to go on adventures with Arctic to explore the lifestyle of an eagle hunter, including eating delicious eagle hunter food, which tends to be my favorite, a lot of meat and a lot of carbs. So after a delicious first meal, I turned in for the night and we prepared for tomorrow's adventure.
5-finger Kazakh meal, you know.
When you say 5, as in you use our hands, or
5-finger means like, you know, fingers. It's 5 fingers. You know?
If you're really hungry, you can attack your 10 finger.
Yeah. What kind of meat is this?
It's
So it's Ardak,
Yeah, Ardak and
Ayalam.
Ayaw.
Ayalam is the eagle.
Yes.
What about the horse?
No, I think it's not to me.
Oh,
It's just a crazy horse.
Crazy horse?
Yeah. But we don't name horses.
Alright, so
Yeah.
Crazy Horse,
Yeah.
Ayalam, and Ardak the eagle hunter.
After me.
Okay, so let's see. Creative field is not cheap and not for the faint of heart. Yeah, you're moving to the Sony A7R Mark V, 61 megapixels. Damn, that's solid. Damn, 61. Okay. Zion, no, not that sound effect. Yeah. I think someone else. Excuse me, someone else mentioned that. But listen, it's baked into the. I'm not gonna touch it. It's there. It was from a video I made during the trip, so like a year ago. So I didn't, I was like, okay, we had this Instagram story I created, so I just want to replicate it, and then we just put it there. But it's there forever. Okay, we got that sad, somber thing. It's in there forever. Siegfried, during that last eagle shot, what lens was that on? The last eagle shot. Oh, give me a second. You're talking about the hell nah, Zion. Listen, pay me $20 or whatever. I don't know what. Subscribe to my tiers or pay me like $10 and then I'll change it. How about that? You're talking about this shot here, Siegfried? Man, this shot as well. We spent so much time in the editing to try to get the eagles calling sound to match with the beat of the music. So I was trying to like figure out how to slow down the footage at the right times to try to get it synchronized. Not perfectly, but yeah. This was probably my 20mm f1.8 lens, because usually I think I travel, the widest I have is a 20mm f1.8, or alternatively I have my 24-70, but I'm pretty sure this was with the 20. I could be wrong. Let me see. We could always find out, but it'll take a little bit of time to find it. Yeah, but I think it was the 20, 1.8. The close in to the wide shot was insane. The close in to the wide shot. The close in to the wide shot. Oh, like when we closed in on the shot and then go. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, it was a really cool scene. I was really happy with it. Any thoughts that I had when I was watching it? Not necessarily. Nothing to like change dramatically. Besides, yeah, obviously we have a little bit of a side tangent here where we just kind of introduce the horses, and it's meant to be a bit more lighthearted before we continue on. Yeah, I think it was okay. It was okay. I like the colors on this. All right, let's keep going then. Let's see. We're heading into the adventure territory now. So this is where we got cinema.
After meeting Arctic's crew, we prepared for our first outdoor adventure to get a taste of life as an eagle hunter, observing how they train their magnificent birds.
Okay, so quick thoughts on that one. Just a small nitpick. During the solo eagle shots, let me jump to the beginning before I keep reading. She said during the solo eagle shots, so somewhere here. During the solo eagle shots, I feel like a higher highlight would do it justice because I felt quite dark and blend compared to before that shot when you were on the horse. You had more colors. Oh, okay. So you're saying like, there's a bit more colors from this section, then we go into a different tone, right? Okay. If you're talking from this moment here, that's because we did actually intentionally change the color tone. So this is where we started to use the monochrome color LUT. So basically, maybe if I can kind of blend it with this one, maybe. So I wonder if I can kind of start to make this one shift towards this color scheme as a transition. But basically, because here is when you have the music shift, right, with the vocals kicking in. So when her voice kicks in, I was like, okay, that's probably a good starting point for where we're saying this is a scene, like the starting of our scene with the whole cinematic moments. So I wanted from this point all the way to the end to have the same LUT style. Now, with that said, you bring up a really good point, I think, where maybe because it's so drastic and we still have the eagle as the subject, it can look like, wait, we just went from this nice colored version of the eagle to now this kind of monotone. So I wonder if like I either need to fade it in, so just as an example, not that we would do this, you know, like, so either we have to somehow fade it so we kind of wipe our mind of the colors we just saw. So that's one option. So that's like the easy answer, and I actually don't mind this, by the way. So even what you mentioned, like I might even do this regardless, right? To have the little transition, because that is a moment in the soundtrack as well. So it'd be like, yeah, okay, let's do that. This is a quick fix. It was a good call out, and thankfully we could fix it right away. It doesn't perfectly solve what you said, but hopefully that fade effect is what will kind of do the trick. So that's great. Thank you very much. Awesome. There was some other thoughts that I had around this. I mean, I'm really happy with it. There was one point where I was just smiling to myself because I really like the charging, like especially this one. This one just always gets me when I see this moment. But one thing I was thinking is it might be that this section is a little bit too harsh in terms of like I don't have any transitions built in here yet. So when I go from each scene of this, it goes like right into it. So that one's not bad. I don't mind as much. Let's see. But then this one here. So then these ones, I wonder if I need to have a softer transition. But then if I do the same transition over and over again, it might be too much as well. So that's one thing that kind of crossed my mind of like, can we fix this? But I'm just not that, I don't know how many, I don't do a lot of transition effects. It's just not my forte. I haven't really focused in on it too much. But we did download a bunch of templates, so I wonder. Generally speaking, I ended up using the cross dissolve quite a bit because it's like a very soft transition. That one could work. I just need to stabilize the shot, I think. There's a little bit of like a stutter that I see. Usually it's got something to do with the stabilization, I think, because like the clip duration is slightly different now because it's factoring in some piece that comes after. There we go. Okay, so we could try something like this as an effect to soften the transition. And then the question is, do I want to apply that same thing for each of them, or is that too much, you know? So this is where I just don't have a good answer yet. because like I'm not a fan of usually these kind of transitions. It's good for like different type of video style, but not for like a Nat Geo or like a nature style thing that I'm going for. So I've been avoiding trying to do too much of that. Yeah, so I want something that's a little bit less dramatic. Just like soft dissolves, generally speaking. So what I'm thinking right now, if I can't find a good one, yeah, because these are all way too like, yeah, way too much. Okay. KG, I'm sorry I'm hopping in and out today, struggling with an extended family. I always laugh to myself when people apologize for not being able to keep watching my stream, because it's like it's a cool feeling that people feel bad if they can't watch my my streams, for sure. But there's obviously no reason to apologize. You know, it's great if you're here, and if you're not, I completely understand. You know, you have your own life that you have to live. I'm glad when you are tuning in, though. We'll do our best to be entertaining, and yeah. So KG, I don't know when you popped in or out, but we did finish the whole video in terms of the color grading. So we're going chapter by chapter to see like if there's anything to course correct. So we found a few things to fix. I'm just trying to figure out one thing with the cross dissolve, or like doing the transitions here, but otherwise I think it's okay. So my current thought is I want a little bit of a softer transition, at least for the beginning here. And then maybe I'm okay to kind of go alternate. So then maybe go hard transition here. But then maybe for this one we'll do another kind of a cross dissolve. But what is, okay, I've never tried the other ones. What is a smooth cut? What the heck? A little too bizarre. KG, did you like the transition of the smooth cut, or you were saying the first one? The problem is that with this one we just did, the smooth cut, it's like rendering too long, so I can't really see the effect. The first one, yeah. Yeah, I think you know what? I like to keep it simple, so we'll try the cross dissolve here as well, and then hopefully it works. And then we just need to restabilize these footages. So hopefully it gets rid of that weird stuttery thing. Okay, let's try from here. Okay, we're good. It looks, I like it. So, yeah, thank you, Siegfried. We have applied your feedback, and I think it's already made that video so much better. Just a simple fade can make a big difference. I didn't think about that. The rest of it, I'm fine with. So now let's go see the next chapter.
Our first outing was epic, but our next one, ice fishing on a frozen river, it promised to be a much calmer vibe. Or so we thought. We ended up spending most of the afternoon fishing, but had no luck. I'm sure we would have eventually caught one, but then something in the weather shifted dramatically. The wind suddenly whipped up, and before we knew it, we were in the thick of a surprise blizzard. So I wasn't exactly expecting a mid-afternoon shower, but that's what we got. And so did our van actually, which was more like a frozen bath. After some shoveling, pushing, and a few prayers, we did eventually dig ourselves out. But little did we know, that storm was just the pregame for what was coming next.
Okay. I like it. I like it. If you guys are watching that part though, it probably looked glitchy to you guys because the storm portion, the files are heavy. So once we render it, it should look nice. But in this version, it's a little bit choppy. Movie quality, thank you with the Slim Kitties. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah. Well, so far I'm that's what we're aiming for. We want film. We want cinema. We're aiming for cinema. So yeah, I think so far it's doing a good job. Siegfried, not sure how to word it when you said you were hit with the blizzard, but still showed the peaceful horse part. Made me feel like, oh, that was it. Yeah, I wanted it to. Okay, so I'm glad it worked out. I wanted to feel like it hits you out of nowhere. So the only thing I wanted to show with the horse scene was just kind of showing that the wind was picking up, but you don't really see much more than that. So besides the dramatic music and everything, it was really just to show like, huh, okay. We see the horse and we do see that the wind is getting crazy. And then I wanted like a boom, like a nice little, yeah, a slap in the face. Because that's basically what happened to us, right? I was trying to mimic, like it literally hit out of nowhere. And you can see the effects, right? Like it literally, my whole face was just like, literally it melts and it's freezing on your face at the same time. Because the wind was just slapping you with ice and snow. So it was a crazy moment. I wanted to kind of throw that in there very dramatically. And so I was hoping with the soundtrack as well, you get this weird whimsical tabla sounding thing, and then boom, let's get into drama. So you can make agree, and then you can make the haywire part a little bit more dramatic. You know what? There probably is a world where I could, but I think I've stretched my limits of making it dramatic because one, I run out of footage because it happened so quickly that I don't really have a lot more video footage to use. So I'm pretty sure this is it. Like we used it all to the max for the most part. And yeah, and then some parts I mentioned, it is a bit choppy when you go through it here because the file is really large. And so it doesn't render properly within DaVinci until I export it. But yeah, if there was a way I could make it more dramatic, I mean, it was such a crazy moment. I just didn't know with the footage I had and then also the timing of the soundtrack. This is basically what we landed with. And also the other unfortunate thing, I say unfortunate, but I captured all this with the iPhone. So then as far as like how much can I stretch the image and the colors, you know, at some point you can see it in one of the areas where it's like, I'm trying to zoom in to just get the really dramatic areas. And then also make each shot look slightly different because it was really just pulling from the same footage over and over again. yeah, at some point you lose a bit of the quality. So I do wonder what it would have been like if I had my camera ready. But again, it happened so fast, I didn't have time to even have like my actual camera out. And I don't even know if I would have been able to capture it properly because the ice was just slapping into everything, you know. It definitely shows though. Thank you. Yeah, KG, it was a crazy moment. Siegfried, what do you think of sound effects like heavy wind noise or sun and music change? Sound effects, yes, for sure. We need to apply that. This one, the soundtrack actually has good wind sound in the beginning. I don't know if like maybe it requires like headphones to hear it, but if I just play a little bit from the beginning again. So this soundtrack actually has built in like a good, like a consistent whooshing like wind sound there. But yeah, it's like you have to have headphones on, I'm assuming, to be able to hear that properly. So this is definitely one of those kind of things where I'm like hoping people are watching this and like, you know, or I need to increase the volume. But I think I was checking the audio levels. This is probably, I'm probably going to push it too much if I try to do more. But to your point, we haven't done a sound effect layering yet. So once we are happy with the color grading, we are going to look to download and try to apply a bit of sound effects here and there. And so this is definitely an area where maybe it's good to apply a bit more, like just amplify the wind sound where necessary. But yeah, good call. It is something I do want to make sure is as prevalent as possible. I think the music is spot on with the dramaticness. Yeah, I think so too. I was really happy with this soundtrack in particular. And then just to have the dramatic moment here, I wanted it so when the horse starts to look towards the camera and then we just switch, you know, as you're like staring eye to eye with the horse and then boom, it just changes. And then, yeah, we just reveal the crazy shot. Sounds loud to me. Yeah, I don't think I don't know if I can increase it anymore without it being maybe too much. Agree with the wind sound cutting through the music. Yeah, so maybe we can, as we go through the sound effect layering tomorrow, probably we'll see if we can apply a little bit more in some of those areas so it's a bit more pronounced, I guess. Yeah, I just at different times. Yeah, just to make, if it's like a consistent one, then people drown it out in their own minds. But if you put it at key points, maybe it'll stick. But otherwise, yeah, I like this. I'm happy with it. We set up a little bit of foreshadowing with the voiceover. So now let's get to the next chapter. Thanks for the comments, guys. This is all helping with our final product. It's like a baby.
Russian band, Eagle Hunters down there, and our photographer, Yabel. Hi, how are you?
Cold. I might need to add subtitles. I might need to actually have subtitles burned into this section. But yeah. Locked in. Yes, we're locked in. And bro is packed like a kebab. Yeah. You just stick him in the oven, man.
Cold, yeah.
If you couldn't tell, I was freezing my ass off. At this point, temperatures averaged around minus 40 degrees, and before we knew it, we were caught in blinding snowfall. Eventually, it forced us off the mountain, but not before one last epic ride in the snow. Enjoy. from the sudden snowstorm while
The soft, cold thumbs up. Yeah, I was very cold there. I could barely even say those words. Siegfried, I see that sudden speed ramp. I like it. And thank you very much. I like it too. And then KG, the up close of the black horse with snow on his mouth is awesome sauce. The black horse, I think I know which one, but I have a different horse in my mind when I'm thinking of the snow. Oh, this one, yeah? Okay. Yeah, especially because of the, obviously with the black coating and then having the white stand out, it is a, that's a cool one to have that. And yes, love the speed up of the horses too. Yeah. I really liked it. I think this section for sure I'm very happy with. The only section, which is kind of funny when I think about what I have the most resistance towards, is the slow motion part, where I kind of oscillate between saying like, is the slow motion too long? And then other times being like, oh man, it hits. And so in some ways, like I initially think like, okay, can I speed it up? Like, is there any way I can chop the music a little bit to cut it up a bit? But then other times when I'm listening to it, especially with the headphones, and then as I'm like listening to the beat, like there's a few, like, what is it? Let me hear. So when you hear like the double taps happening, like the dit over and over again, sometimes I'm like hearing that in my head. And because it's a little bit like not offbeat, but the way the other instruments are playing, you kind of lose track of the beat of the music unless you're listening to that. And when you have it, like for me personally, like when I'm hearing it over and over again, but then everything else is changing around it and it gets like this building up. And then when the moment happens, I kind of like it with the current length as is, as the soundtrack wants it to be in terms of the slow motion section. But yeah, this area I have kind of gone back and forth, but even if I do want to shorten it, I don't think I will, just because like it's set in stone now. Everything is good. We've like synchronized to the music. I don't want to touch it anymore. So, but it's just a thought that I had. KG, I was thinking the same, but I think without this sounding bad, right when it gets to where, okay, this is a little long, you go bam and it's perfect. Yeah, there's like a moment where you're like, okay, yeah, like how long is it gonna go? But then if you're paying attention to the music, then it hits. If you're not paying attention to the music as much, which is natural, then it's like, maybe it can be a little bit long. But when you're like focusing, that's why I'm saying like with the headphones on, it makes a big difference when I'm like blasting at the right volume. Because then it's like the soundtrack is so mesmerizing. Because, you got the droning throat singing kind of sound, then you got this like double tapping, and it's just like a ominous feel that keeps like building up and building up. So then it's almost like as you see how it's not speeding up and you keep seeing the slow motion, but the music is slowly getting louder and louder, it's almost like this kind of pent up feeling. Like you're just like building up like for a bomb to explode kind of a thing. So it's like you almost want it to keep being pent up, where there's a sweet spot where you want it to be like, okay, too much slow, like let's go. But then because of that impatience, when the actual beat and the music changes and everything goes, fast motion, then it feels more like an explosion of like speed, right? So I do hope that kind of build up is effective and like the right amount. There probably is a world where I can turn it down a little bit or like shorten it, but listen, we're good with this. We're good. But yeah, these are the inner thoughts of like, if there were things we could change, or like inner critiques, let's say. You were saying I was listening to the music but watching too. It was good timing how you liked it. Linked it up. Thank you. And yes, that's what works. It's the build up of the music. Exactly. Yeah. Without that music kind of building its way up, then it for sure is like, yo, come on, get on with it. Okay, something's about to happen. Yeah, and the other reason I didn't want to play with the slow motion, because we did end up getting, when we do the speed up, so right here, right? I felt like I had a good few moments where when it is jumping back to slow motion, you had some good faces on the horse. So like here was one of them, and then here as it slows down, you see the horse kind of like turn its head and do like a nice little swing, looking at the camera, and then another one. So here then it's like swinging its head off to the other direction again, and you can see the eyes. So in some ways I also kind of liked how we were able to synchronize some key frames of the horse in the slow motion segments, whereas if I adjusted some things, maybe I lose it. I don't know. I didn't want to play with it. But yeah, thank you very much for those comments. We're going to move on to the next two chapters, and Yeah, so far I'm liking it. This is the first time we're watching it start to finish with the color LUTs that we applied. And yeah, it's dramatic. It works. Let's see the next one.
From the sudden snowstorm while ice fishing to the blizzard on the mountain, Mongolia's winter was proving harsher than anticipated. And as if that wasn't enough, the worst was yet to come. Everyone began hunkering down, gathering livestock, reinforcing shelters, and bracing themselves for the real storm to hit. In the storm's after,
I like it a lot. I think in some ways this might be my favorite chapter. Yeah, I think in some ways this might actually be my favorite chapter. It's like not as epic, right? But it is dramatic. And the music, I just like that soft music. And then I think, yeah, I think this one's really nice. Any other thoughts that I had around this one? One thought, well, there's one shot I think I need to lift the shadows a bit. Which one was it? This one, I think I need to lift the shadows a little bit on the baby yak's face. Okay, and then the other thought, Siegfried, another small nitpick when you were saying... You don't have to say that, man. You be as blunt as you want. Big or small nitpicks, just let it out. Let it out. Another small nitpick when you were saying everyone is waiting for the storm to hit. You were like on selfie mode, which I feel might not be the tally of the seriousness of the situation, but that's a very small nitpick I doubt is noticeable. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, and I think this is also a symptom of... I don't know if I had any good shots that I could use there. Let's see, let me play it from... Was it this one?
to hit.
Yeah, so right in between those two.
Shelters and bracing themselves for the real storm to hit.
Yeah, and then here's the other problem. I'm trying to think how I can fix that, if possible. The problem is, like, when we start getting the cinematic shots, I kind of don't want to be speaking. So it's like a little bit of like, once we have those shots that I took with my actual camera, not the iPhone, but like with the professional stuff, then I was like, I want to let the music and the visuals kick in. So then I felt like I need to finish all of my voiceover when it's in the shittier mode, right? Like the iPhone selfie modes. And then I was hoping, at the very least, in the background, you can kind of see there's a lot of action going on. And you can see also the weather is quite bad. So that was like the thought process. I don't think I have another clip, or I don't know if I can actually adjust the voiceover to fit in the tight space that I have here and with the soundtrack. That's the one issue. It's a good point you're saying. I just don't know if I can or should fix it at this point. But yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm smiling as I say, like, wow, something drastic is about to happen. And it's like, look at me, peace. It's like I'm that one girl in Superman, the new one. I don't know if you guys watch, or she's like taking a selfie while there's some crazy monster in the background. wreaking havoc. The last selfie one, what if you delete that one and the second last one you slow it down? I do want to keep these selfie shots because I'm kind of trying to show a little bit of like the environment, but doing it in a way that's still in like the casual mode of like not the cinematic footages. So this is a nice placeholder where you are able to, also it shows me, so it's actually good. I do need to show myself more often in these footages, but then hopefully you are able to see a little bit of like as it's picking up, as you see the snow picking up. And in this one you are able to actually see when they're like letting the livestock out, or they're like gathering them or doing something with the livestock. And also I kind of like this transition because, not that I did anything in terms of a transition effect, but like we can see by this point you're tired of looking at me, right? Like you've seen how many clips? 1, 2, 3, and we're on the 4th one of me. So at this point you've been trained to ignore me and look at whatever's happening in the background. And so in the background you do see that there are these yaks that are out there, and so you can even see a little bit more clearly the yak here, the black one with the coat on top. And so even this shot is interesting because I don't know if before this you've seen any shots of their yaks wearing like human clothes, right? So it's a little bit peculiar. But then for me to transition then to the cinematic shot, we jump right into the same yak, but now in a much more cinematic, viewing, and without me. So that was kind of like that was my attempt at like a transition, let's say, without doing a transition. So that's like my inner thoughts of how I did that one. Now, one thing I want to figure out, I don't know how to do this. I was wondering, can I actually apply, let's say, so Siegfried, you said, true, it's like, what is to come of the next scene? Yeah. Sometimes, it's a very subtle thing. Sometimes it's just a random BS reason why I decide to put one clip before the next. Like, will people really make that connection? I don't know, but at least in my mind it made sense, so that was enough for me to say let's just proceed with it. So I have one thought, which I don't know how actually to do. I'm wondering, like, because sometimes I do look at this as we go from this shot to the next shot, the cinematic coloring is much more it's like what you called out before, Siegfried, with the solo eagle shot. So here, like, obviously the coloring is like one way
to hit.
And then here we've switched over to that tonal blue, right? Which is the effect we're going for. And I wonder, is there a world where I'm able to like somehow fade in the tonal blue? So it starts like this and then it starts to get into the tonal blue. I don't actually know how to do that, but we can try and then we can see if it looks good or not. So which one was it? Tonal blue 3. Okay, let's go ahead and try that. So how can I do this in the keyframes? This is corrector. Okay, so this is node number 3. Is there like a way I can scale back the effect of this guy from like 0 to 100? I don't know. I mean, yeah, maybe, yeah, so we can start adding some sound effects later with like whooshes and stuff. I agree, that would be nice. I haven't used any of the whooshes yet. Alternatively, we do exactly, Siegfried, what we did before. Maybe I just need to apply a little bit of a fade, fade away. Because I don't think I know how to do this. And it might also look weird. Even if it's for like a single frame, maybe it would look weird to have that. Okay, so how about that? Let's ignore what I said. But what if we do add a little bit of a fade in and out? Okay, let's try this.
To hit.
Yeah, it does the job. It does. That's all we want. We want it to just do the job.
To hit.
I might even increase it a little bit. Let's see.
Real storm to hit.
Okay, I like it. Okay, so we solved that. But overall, I really like the tone of this. It's like a nice somber but still dramatic. Yeah. We're like making shots of normal animals, like farm animals, and we're trying to make them look cinematic. And that's cool. That's cool that we can give them a moment like that. I mean, obviously the snow is doing all the work, but it is cool. It's unexpected that we're making these animals look dramatic. And I mean, there are clearly, these are like very dramatic shots. You know, like how often do you get to see, you know, an animal caked in snow in a way like that? Okay, then let's go ahead and check our final chapter. So we'll start it from here and let's go.
In the storm's aftermath, Arctic sadly lost one of his stallions, a tragedy shared by tens of thousands across Mongolia. Roughly 8 million livestock perished, triggering food insecurity and economic hardship throughout the region. But amidst this harsh reality, the resilience of Mongolia's people stood out clearly. Witnessing their strength and determination in such adversity, it reminded me why I travel. To see and share the true spirit that defines a place and its people. Thank you so much for joining me on this.
Okay. I like it. I think my personal opinion, I think the LUT that we applied actually is decent. It kind of fits the somber mood. It's not too out there. Yeah, I think it fits. So, let's see. Siegfried, crazy though, the weather sealed on the camera nowadays. Yeah, the weather sealing on the camera nowadays handles weathers like this. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. Even this was a bit too intense for my camera. So at times you would see like through the monitor, everything would look sluggish, like you were drunk, right? So you would see like a double, like almost like a double vision, as everything is slightly delayed as you move it. Because yeah, everything, I think technically the filming was still okay. So like if I took photos and filmed while it looked sluggish, it would actually end up still being a clean shot. It was just that from what you could see in the monitor, it literally looked like it was on the verge of like blacking out from being drunk. So yeah, that was like when it was hitting negative 40 degrees. You'll see more of it in the episode 2, I believe. Kristen O, hello. I don't know if I've seen you in the chat before. Thank you for being here. That's an incredible shot, you say. I don't know which one you were referring to. I should have been paying attention to the chat more. It was 2 minutes ago. Shoot, where would that be? I'm just going to assume it was the horse shot, because I'm assuming you're not talking about the dead horse. Although it is an incredible moment, I guess. But yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Kristen O. And I'll take this as a reminder for those of you watching across YouTube, Twitch, and Kick to definitely go ahead and give my channel a follow at any point. If you're watching the VOD at any point on YouTube, go ahead. Give a thumbs up to the video. Check me out and help us build up our channel. We're on day 21 of being a live streamer. It's been fun. The fade out, Siegfried, you said, damn, that almost hit you. What almost hit me? Oh yeah, the wood, the fence. No, it didn't. I think I was okay. I think I was. Let's see.
These people stood out clearly.
Okay, maybe. Okay, maybe you are correct. I didn't notice it in the moment, but perhaps I was a little bit close. I did step back. I stepped back. Yeah. I did step back a bit. So I'm not entirely reckless. I have a bit of spatial awareness, enough to not die as of yet. The fade out last scene, do you think it might be too slow? Probably. Okay, let's pencil this for tomorrow. Maybe there's a world where I can cut a little bit of the soundtrack here, because I do want I want it to. So you see, there's a nice transition when the photos start.
Thank you so much.
So I want to start the photo montage with that music change, but I get what you're saying, and I do wonder if maybe I can chop a little bit of this and then tone it down. Okay, because I agree with you. It is a pretty long shot, and there's a lot of moments of silence because I've already said my piece here. But in other ways, we're giving the horse a final farewell and a moment of silence. So who can complain about that, right? But, you know, Siegfried, you've had really good feedback this whole time, so I appreciate it. Christiano, you have not seen me before. First time here. All right. I was talking about the bison. Is that what it was? This was a yak. A yak. No. Which one are you talking about? Oh, this one here. So this was a yak. I was in Mongolia. So just as a quick little caveat, I guess, I am a wildlife photographer and videographer, but I've stopped traveling as of the past 2 to 3 months. Prior to that, I was traveling nonstop for like the past year and a half. And so I'm not traveling for the rest of the year. I'm using that time to actually edit all these videos from my travels and then post it to my YouTube. So YouTube is the main focus for me. I started it about a year ago. And then we started live streaming 21 days ago. And it's been a really fun journey, by the way, because I didn't know the first thing about streaming, but we've been multi-streaming across YouTube, Kick, and Twitch. And even now at midnight, my time, I believe, we've got 15 of you guys watching across them. So that's a cool feeling. But yeah, so what you're watching right now, Kristen, is the final phase of this video. So literally the past 21 days, we've been working on creating this video. It's about 16.5 minutes long. Very proud of it. We put in a lot of good work. So you can see kind of from a distance here what we've got. And so yeah, it's taken us 21 days. We still have a few more things to do. So we have to work on the title scene. So right here, we need to swap this. This is just a placeholder. We have to change a few things with the font. We need to apply a little bit of sound effects here and there. So like even imagine in the beginning here.
There are moments you never forget.
If we can add in some wind sound and a little bit of like the horse pitter patter or like some galloping kind of hooves sounds, that could be interesting if we can find a nice way to tie that in. So we're in the fine tuning phase though. That's the good news. We've gotten through the tough parts. So yeah, so it's a yak, but because it was so cold and we got hit with this crazy blizzard, essentially, yeah, you're seeing him fully caked in the snow, which was a cool shot for me, obviously. Not so cool for the animals, I'm sure. But hey, don't forget, I was also in that snowstorm. So as much as you see all those animals suffering or like dealing with the cold, I was in the thick of that as well. So don't forget, there is a cameraman capturing these moments, and I did survive. So yes, that isn't. Oh wait, no, Siegfried, true ripped RIP to that horse. Yeah, but I agree with what you said. So if there's a way to shave off a couple seconds, that's good. But also keep in mind, if someone has actually made it to this point, like if they made it to this point of the video, what is a couple seconds? I'm assuming at that point they're not going to complain and be like, okay, I'm bored, let me turn it off. So that also goes in my favor, I guess, of not making any changes. But I do agree with you, it's a little bit long. Kristen, you said that is incredible. I've watched many. Oh, okay. Ooh, let me read this. I've watched many of your travel videos. I live vicariously through your videos. You get to the heart of the places you've traveled, hearts of the people in the places you travel. Well, thank you very much. Oh, that's really cool. Awesome. Thank you very much. So then are you following me on YouTube and then you saw this notification that I was doing a live stream? Is that how it worked? I am curious to know like how people find me, because I haven't really been advertising or like promoting my live streams outside of YouTube and then just like on Twitch and Kick. So we've been using this time to kind of test out live streaming and seeing if it's something I can do, if it's enjoyable and all that. But I'm glad that the algorithm has brought you here and you're able to get a taste. By the way, you are getting the behind the scenes because we haven't published this on YouTube yet. So most likely we'll try to post the video in a couple days. We'll do a live stream, we'll do like a premiere, and so we can all do a watch party together, hopefully. But yeah, by you tuning in right now, or even if you watch any of the VODs, you will be able to see the video before everyone else does. So hopefully that's a nice feeling, I hope. But yeah. Kristen, you said I live in Iowa. Oh, nice. So you felt that -40. Does it really get that cold there? I'm originally from the States, but I grew up in the Southwest, Arizona, desert landscape. So we didn't really get -40 ever, negative anything ever. I think it snowed one time in Phoenix area So yeah, Siegfried, makes sense. That's a perspective I did not see. Which perspective were you saying about the fact that someone made it 16 minutes into the video, so they won't stop watching? I just thought of that, by the way, so I don't know if that's actually true or not. Kristen, you said yes, I am a subscriber, and you saw you were live. Okay, cool. I'm glad to see those notifications are working, and thank you very much. I'm glad you like the videos. We haven't done many of them. We've only done like 7 videos or so on Uganda. Then we did the trip to Tajikistan, 1 to India, and now this will be our 4th one, and most likely it's going to end up being, I think, like 3 videos, 2 to 3 videos. This is episode 1. Then we got at least 1 more video to go, and then we'll move on to the next country. In the next country, we got like, you know, over a dozen or so to do. So we'll never run out of content for these live streams and for my YouTube channel. So thank you very much for following me there. I promise you we'll keep posting some good stuff. And Siegfried, you were talking about that. Yeah, gotcha. Kristen, I'm excited to get the behind the scenes, and we'll definitely share your video after it's completed and posted. That's what I like to hear. Guys, I did not pay Kristen to be here. I've never met her before. Yes, she's not saying this because I'm paying her. This is a genuine follower who is saying she's gonna, you know, share my video. So thank you very much. I do appreciate that tremendously. Okay, so anyways, where are we right now? So the video is done. I'm looking at my time right now. It's almost midnight. So I feel like this is a kind of a good spot maybe to kind of end things, I think. But let me give it some thought in terms of what we've accomplished here or what's missing. So today's Saturday. I was hoping to have this published tomorrow, but I don't think that's going to happen. Like I said, I want to give it at least 1 day from the moment we've actually exported the video to actually watch the video in full, get a sense of like, is there something I didn't miss? Like for instance, Siegfried, what we talked about, like, oh, is the colors actually different now that I exported it? Yeah, fresh pair of eyes. So I need to let it sit for a day. And I also need to create some promotional material. Like I need to kind of take some segments, figure out how I can turn it into like some Instagram Reels or YouTube Shorts, Instagram Stories to tease people to watch the video. So I do want to give a day dedicated to kind of doing those kind of things. We also need to create the thumbnail. We have to create, the description and the YouTube stuff, let's say. So there is a lot of behind the scenes work still left to do. It's not, I learned this the hard way, but it's not easy making YouTube videos. Like, holy crap. I don't know how people post every day. You have people who publish videos every day, and I'm like astounded by them. But I'm just a one-man show. I have to figure this out on my own. But yeah, I have learned there's a lot that goes into making these videos. And hopefully as you guys watch these behind the scenes, I'll share that with you guys in case you guys ever want to get into YouTube. If you're not already, at least I'm sharing it my way, and maybe we'll see if there's better ways, or if you like the way I do it, then there you go. So, Kristen, you said you have a talented artistry with your stills and videography. Awesome. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I will never get tired of people who compliment me. I used to be really bad at accepting compliments. And then I had one of those kind of light bulb moments. I forget when exactly, but there was a time where I realized, like, you know what? You need to stop being so shy or like so awkward about when people give you praise. You need to actually accept the praise, because it also can look really bad to the person giving you the praise if you, like, you know, kind of brush it off or anything like that. So I'm learning more to embrace. It's not necessarily about saying be less humble, but it is a little bit about like be more confident and be more accepting when people are giving you the moment to say something positive. So yes, I accept your compliment, Kristen. It's a really good one too. Stills and videography, thank you. Siegfried, it's 4 a.m. now. I think it's time for me to head to bed. I think it's the same for me as well, most likely. So Kristen, yes, this is my first time here live. I'm not paid. Yeah, exactly. So by the way, Kristen, if you would like to, and anyone else who's watching this, whether it's in the future, I guess, or right now live watching, feel free to go to my YouTube channel. And if you go to my YouTube channel, I'll put in the command YouTube. If you go into the YouTube, you will see a playlist. I do update it. I make sure every live stream goes in there. There is a playlist for all of the VODs for the live stream. Feel free to check out any of them. You can just kind of browse through them, speed through them. It doesn't matter. I will try to create a YouTube video specifically around kind of this whole process of what it's been like. But feel free to catch up. And Kristen, if you do end up watching any of those other videos in the VODs, I hope you also will see that we made crazy progress every day. Like, it is kind of fun for me as well to kind of hopefully rewatch it in full. You will see, especially if you go to day 0 or day 1, like, to see the timeline that we worked with on this video edit, where it was completely, you know, there's nothing here. So at one point we didn't even know where to start. We had no clue like what the theme of the episode would be, if it would be 1 episode or it would be 3 or however many. And we were just looking through clip by clip and just trying to organize it, trying to make sense out of it. So I do hope that you will see this kind of progression. And if you do tune in to the live streams more often, I know the time zones can be a little bit tricky, but the point is every time I go live, you will be able to see how we're like trying to make any kind of content. Oh, and I almost forgot, the best part about following my live stream is you actually get 2 cats that go with it. In many ways, they would say they are the real streamers, and I'm just kind of here filling in space. But we do have a camera here for one of my cats. This is Kimpap. And then the other cat, Nala, is behind me right now. Just over on the cat bed over there. But they like to kind of hang out on the streams as well. So, you know, you get a double bonus for being a part of the stream. So who can complain? Siegfried, thank you. I don't know if you've already hopped off, but yeah, it's late your time, so I do appreciate that. And let's see if there's anything else I need to say. I'll check out some past videos. Thanks for the direction. And great progress today, though, Siegfried. Thank you. Yeah, it was really great progress. And thank you, Siegfried. Thank you. Man, my brain is fried, but there's at least 2 or 3 others. Zion Play, KG Photography, Yami Akuma. There's a bunch of you guys who kind of helped out throughout today, and like literally you guys helped out significantly in making this video honestly probably like a multiplier of like 1 to 2, you know, somewhere in the 1 to 2 to 3x of what it could have been, you know, if you guys didn't help. So thank you very much. Kristen, you got 3 cats? Hells yeah. Yeah, I mean, everyone should have cats, you know, or every cat should have a person, I guess, because they are the stars. But okay, with all of that, guys, it is midnight my time. I need to have my dinner and go to sleep and do all the fun stuff. But we had a really good stream today. I think we streamed for almost 8 hours. We're at 7 hours and 52 minutes. Yeah, the fluffy one right there looks so soft. Did you say Bella? No, so this one's kimbap. It's like the Korean sushi. That's my favorite food. Not that I would eat him, but this one's kimbap. And then the other one is Nala, N-A-L-A. We do have emotes. I have stickers for YouTube as well, but anyways, it's not as much of a cultural thing as like on Twitch. But we do have emotes of my cats that you can use in the chat. But don't worry about that. We're still building our way to be a proper streamer. All right, guys, thank you. I will look to do raids soon. It's not programmed into my brain yet how I can do that effectively, and I want to make more friends on Twitch and kick in all that before I can do it properly. But we will start doing some raids soon. Kimbap? No, Kristen. It's like Kimbap. It's a Korean sushi, which I'm kind of craving right now, but it's midnight, so I think everything's closed. So, you know, what can you do? All right, cool. I will be back. Kristen, by the way, I do stream every day. We'll be back. We've been doing around 8 to 9 hours every day, and we're going to keep doing that until we pass out or we can't handle it. So thank you so much, guys. I will see you